This is Resurgence of the Pack, an urban fantasy collection by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Chapter 1. I awoke with a pounding head. "What did you do to us?" Esme whined. "You drank way too much of the falling down juice." Another time I would have laughed at her description of alcohol, but she wasn't wrong. I had gone far too hard at Jess's hen do. The world was a little too spinny, like way more than usual. I let out a low groan. It had been a brilliant night and we'd done Jess proud. But this morning, with my body shouting at me for all the drinking, I definitely had regrets. Why did that last shot always seem like a good idea? Because it wasn't. It was a really stupid idea. I pried open my eyes and slammed them closed again. Oof. It was bright. Way too bright. "Let's shift," Esme urged urgently. "It'll make us feel better." I agreed instantly, and stripped with difficulty out of the burlesque clothes I'd accidentally slept in. I felt ham-fisted as I tried to undo the hook and eye clasp by myself, and I was tempted to just say screw it and shift. But how would I explain the missing clothes to the rental company? That wouldn't be fair on them, so I persevered with gritted teeth. When I was finally naked, the shift rolled over us, making our toes curl with pleasure. Shifting was good, not just because it felt nice, but because it kick-started our healing. Healing that was sorely needed today. Little broken neural pathways were being fixed. Serotonin was swamping my brain, and the hammering headache was fading. My fast metabolism kicked up a gear as it started to burn away the remaining traces of alcohol in my blood. "Run?" Esme suggested hopefully. "Why not?" I agreed, now that the pounding in my skull was starting to abate. Like shifting, the exercise would help. We struggled to open the heavy wooden door. On my sharper days, I opened the door before shifting. Clearly, today wasn't going to be one of my sharper days. We pawed at the handle for a moment, trying to drag it open with our weight, but the heavy door wasn't playing ball. Eventually, Esme resorted to using her mouth on the door handle and dragging backwards. The door opened under her full frontal assault, and she crowed in triumph. Success was sweet. I totally forgot to open the door on purpose, just so we could start our day with a victory. I lied. "Uh-huh," Esme replied sarcastically. "I'm not buying the excrement that you are pushing." "It doesn't work when you change the words." "Why not?" She huffed. "Means the same thing." And yet, somehow, it really doesn't. With the door finally open, we focused on our purpose, to go for a run. We trotted out into the castle's hallway. Carnarvon Castle was old and incredibly cool. Emory's home made my mansion look like a shoebox. A queen really should have a castle, I mused. Maybe Emory could point me in the direction of a derelict one. Castles were a dime a dozen in the UK, and with more than 4,000 to choose from, surely I could find someone who wanted to get rid of their drafty ancestral home. Still, there were packed territories to consider. Buying a castle in the wrong place would be awkward, to say the least. It also occurred to me that the sentient seat of power might not love that. Nina's nose might be out of joint if I bought another residence. Something to consider. The castle grounds were eerily quiet as we ran, and I let my thoughts wander. We'd been trying to find information about the lost orb for days. I'd already torn through my whole personal library, but so far found nothing of relevance, though I had learned a host of useless facts. I'd promised Nina I'd find it, but I was beginning to feel like I'd been hasty in my vow, and I was sick of dead ends. I hated research problems without an easy answer. Numbers were so much easier. Jess's hen do couldn't have come at a better time, because I needed a break from constantly thinking about the orb. And yet here I was, thinking about it all over again. Gah! Maybe I could ask Emory to look in his dragon library or book hoard. I bet he'd have a Beauty and the Beast-style library with a rolling ladder and every good book under the sun. As I looked around again, unease filled me. Where is everyone? I asked Esme. She gave a mental shrug and we loped onwards. Abruptly, I connected the dots. Oh my God, Esme! It's Emory's trial! Quick, back to the room! We need to be there! Oh my God, I was a bad friend. A bad, hungover friend. We hastened back to our room to shift and get dressed. I rifled hastily through my suitcase and retrieved the smartest outfit that I could cobble together from the weak offerings of my wardrobe. I didn't really do smart, and pulled on jeans, a white tank top, and a bright pink jacket. Back on two legs, everything was still a little too bright. The jackhammering in my skull had ceased, but instead it felt like my brain was pulsing in my skull, a low and steady thrum of discomfort. I downed a pint glass of water, but it didn't help, at least not immediately. In another half an hour or so, the shift would have healed me completely, but for now, I was going to have to grin and bear it. I grabbed my sunglasses and dragged them onto my face. Everything was better when it was muted. I swiped on some lip gloss and was good to go. I jogged down the stairs towards the hall. Brethren soldiers lined the hallway, solemn and serious. Can I go in? I asked the man closest to the main double doors. Technically, no, ma'am. He paused. Your manners, missus. On another day, the feminist part of me might have railed against his use of the possessive, but today I'd take anything that got me into the room. Besides, if I was manners, he was mine. That's me, I confirmed, cheerfully conforming to patriarchal attitudes. I'm a girl who knows when to pick her battles, and I was pretty sure I had a more important one on my hands. If I could get into the room to fight it. I'm going to try and stop you from going in, but you're going to beat me woefully. He delivered his comment deadpan, so I waited a beat for him to try and stop me, but he didn't so much as step towards me. He met my gaze and winked. I like you, I said, flashing him a grin. I pushed open the heavy doors with too much force, and they slammed against the walls on either side. Oops. Damned werewolf strength. Then I stalked in like I'd fully intended my dramatic entrance. I took a moment to look around. The gathering hall was heaving with people, but even so it was eerily silent. There were brethren, dark seraph, dragons, mermaids, and even dryads. A lot of people had a vested interest in Emory Elite's future. Someone had turned the hall into a mockery of a courtroom. 5 self-important twats were sitting on a raised dais. They were the elders who would act as the judges. Of them, I knew only Genevieve, and only because Jess had bitched about her when she'd got really drunk the previous night. Genevieve was an ex of Emory's who had apparently hoped to resume their relationship. He'd shot her down, and she hadn't taken it well. She might have been an ancient dragon, but she was a sore loser. Maybe she'd learn to lose gracefully in the next 1,000 years or so. And then again, maybe not. There was a pedestal next to the elders, and on top of it was a huge-ass jewel, resting on a fancy pillow. The reverence it was being shown suggested it was some sort of holy dragon relic. If the worst came to the worst, I could steal that, cause a furor, and they'd be so mad at me that they'd forget their idiotic persecution of Emory. I'd keep that as plan B, though. I wasn't sure Emory would appreciate the tactic. It would be fun, though, Esme murmured wickedly. Some days she was the good angel on my shoulder, but today she seemed to have a forked tail and a trident. On a lower dais to the right of the elders was Emory's inner circle, including Greg's mum, Elizabeth. I would have known her anywhere because she had his skin tone, eyes and nose. She was dressed in a freaking ball gown, and her lips were pinched. She looked like she'd sucked on a lemon and been surprised to discover it was bitter. It was hard not to dislike her on sight, just because she was here working against Emory and propagating this farce. Emory, the man of the hour, was standing in the dock, and I caught my breath when I saw that he was wearing cuffs. He was the king of the dragons, and here he was, virtually in a pillory like a common thief. It was chilling. I was the queen of the werewolves, and I suddenly had a feeling in my gut that this was a horrific foreshadowing of my own future. In theory, I believed that all of us, the leaders of the various factions, weren't above the law, but Emory had done nothing wrong. He had saved hundreds of lives, and it was all kinds of insult that he was being punished for it. This was politics. Nothing more, nothing less. And it wouldn't have surprised me if the anti-Cree had some hand in it. Maybe they were pulling strings from the shadows like disgusting cowards that they were. All eyes had swung to me, so I spoke forcefully into the silence. "I'm the reason Emory is in this mess," I declared loudly. "I am Lucy Barrett, Queen of the Werewolves. I am here to bear witness for Emory Elite." The bitch on the dais glared at me, her nostrils flaring. "You're not welcome in this court." I smiled. "Tough shit. Try and throw me out." I let my smile widen as I dared her. Go on. Try it. My lips curled back in a sneer. "Start a war with the werewolves, or—" I paused deliberately, keeping my tone sweet. "Let me say my piece, and then I'll leave." I'd always found that the best threats were delivered calmly. For some reason, people found them even more frightening than a snarl. Genevieve turned to the other elder dragons, and they murmured among themselves. "You may approach the court," one of the men confirmed grudgingly. The dragons had the anti-Cree breathing down their necks, so they really couldn't afford a war on two fronts. I smirked at Genevieve. I'd been bluffing. I would never attack Emory's people, Greg's people. But they didn't know that. Or me. I was in a pickle. I raised my voice so that everyone in the hall could hear my story. I was being attacked by another werewolf pack, but it wasn't just werewolf politics at play. A black witch was pulling the strings and trying to destroy the werewolves forever. "You're very old," I said guilelessly to Genevieve. "Ancient, really. You must remember the Great Pack." Her glare intensified, but she gave an unwilling nod. "The Great Pack was ripped from us by a curse that the witches had laid centuries ago. Any werewolves that spent too long in wolf form became feral and golden-eyed. With time, they became twisted and grey and turned into gargoyles. The Black Witch thought the original curse didn't go far enough because she wanted the Great Pack eradicated. Instead, another witch helped us break the curse, and by doing that, we changed the course of the gargoyles' fate. As you all know, Emory is king of the gargoyles. They knelt to him as their elite, and, in exchange, he swore that he would protect them. If he had failed to act that day, not only would the gargoyles all be dead, but Emory Elite would be forsworn. He would be an oath breaker." I drew out the last word and let it sit heavily in the silence. Oathbreaker was one of the worst insults you could throw in the other realm, and to have a prime who was an oathbreaker would have huge ramifications for dragon society. I hoped my words would be enough to sway them to Emory's side of the fence, though Genevieve's supercilious expression told me to expect otherwise. Fools. They were playing right into the anti-Cree's hands. I hoped it wouldn't be the death of them all. Chapter 2. The elders chanted amongst themselves for a ridiculously long time. I stopped myself from pacing by sheer force of will. If I'd had a chair, I would have lounged on it indolently, but I didn't have one, so I couldn't. I remained standing, waiting impatiently for their verdict. "We thank you for your attendance," one of the male elders finally said to me, as if they'd had any choice in the matter. "You may now leave." I gritted my teeth. They'd made me wait for more than 20 minutes, and now they were chucking me out without letting me know the results of their deliberations. A small smile curled Genevieve's lips. and she looked triumphant. Even without the announcement, I was suddenly sure that this verdict wouldn't go Emory's way. Fools, I thought again. I felt sick to my stomach, but I couldn't do anything about it for now. I would support him through this, which was all a good friend could do. Stand by their friends in their darkest hour. Geneviève's smirk made me feel sure that this would be Emory's darkest hour. The jealous, vindictive bitch would see to it. Well, I refused to be chucked out like a customer who hadn't paid his whore, so I took my time leaving the hall. First I walked over to Emory and met his dazzling green eyes with a smile.
"Thank you,"
he murmured softly.
"I appreciate your efforts."
His tone was low, for my ears only. I reached out and squeezed his wrist, then took my own sweet time walking back through the crowd. Finally, I left the hall, before the temptation to pipe the elders became too strong to ignore. I could end this in seconds if I reached out with my magic and forced them to let Emory resume his position as prime elite. But that would be wrong. It wasn't my place to control their actions, even if they were about to make a huge mistake. Giving people free will meant letting them choose their own fate, no matter how unwisely. It was hard to walk away. I forced myself to put one foot in front of the other and pull open the double doors. With an effort, I left as dramatically as I had arrived and slammed the doors shut behind me. The force sent reverberations up the wall. The Brethren soldier who'd let me in raised his eyebrow in silent question. I shook my head. "I tried my best," I admitted, "but it's not looking good." His mouth tightened, and he took a step to his right, freeing up space for me to stand by him if I wished. I joined him to stand silently with the others, to await the dreaded outcome. Twice the hall broke out in noise, and the third time it was deafening. It raged on and then cut off abruptly, like a switch had been thrown. Moments later, the double doors swung open and out strode Emory, with Jess by his side. He was no longer wearing the cuffs, and his head was held high. But his eyes were sad. I didn't need to be an empath to feel the waves of fury that were rolling off Jess. My own rage increased in response. At first I thought it was natural anger, but then I felt the urge to punch the man next to me in the face. Shit. Jess was an empath. "Jess!" I snapped. "Lock it down. You're projecting your rage. You're going to start a brawl. Let them fight among themselves," she snarled. "It won't be the Ponzi Dragon Elders fighting," I pointed out as calmly as I could through the fog of pulsing red anger that was pouring through me. "It'll be the ones around you and your rage, the Brethren. They don't deserve your ire." The soldier next to me was opening and closing his hands, clenching them in fists of rage and then trying to push away the urge to fight. Emory reached out to Jess and laced his fingers through hers. He raised her fingers to his lips and kissed them softly.
"Easy, Tiger,"
he murmured.
"We'll ride this wave just like all the others."
The fury left me as abruptly as it had arrived, and I sagged with relief. Jess's eyes softened a little as she got a handle on her own anger and locked it down. She nodded tightly to the man she loved. "We will," she agreed, "just like the others." Next to me, the Brethren soldier relaxed his fists, and then he knelt.
"Elite,"
he murmured. Every Brethren soldier lining the walls did the same, and emotion caught in my throat at their devotion. I could only dream of inspiring such loyalty in my wolves. Yes, they'd knelt to me, but they didn't look at me the way the Brethren looked at Emory.
"I'm the elite no longer, I'm afraid,"
Emory said, true regret colouring his tone. The soldier shook his head.
"Regardless, I'll follow you wherever you go."
It seemed it wasn't only the Dark Seraph that were fanatically loyal to Emory. He had a powerful charisma that made even me want to kneel before him. I was sure he could do a better job of leading the werewolves than I could. He had been born to lead, but now he'd been ousted from his crown. It was all kinds of wrong. Emory smiled at the soldier, but shook his head. He spoke loudly to those who were still kneeling in front of him.
I fear that dark times are coming. I need you all to be here, serving the Dragon Court as you should. They will need good, honest men, and I know I can rely on your continued service, even in my absence.
He reached out and pulled the nearest man to his feet.
My honor to know you, Geraint Flynn.
My honor to serve you, Emory, the other man choked out. The omission of Emory's elite title stung. Emory clapped him on the shoulder.
Good man,
he murmured. He tugged Jess down the hallway, and I followed, at a loss. Emory's right-hand man, Tom Smith, fell into step next to me. Emory might be making some of the brethren stay to serve the Dragon Court, but I was pretty sure he'd be able to move the sun before he could stop his devoted second from following him. I knew that because, up until very recently, Greg had felt the same. Oh, God, this sucked. Poor Jess. Poor Emory. What were they going to do now? I had no idea how to make this better, and I hated feeling so helpless.
Sometimes it's enough to be there,
Esme murmured quietly. Every now and again she floored me with her wisdom. Esme was literal, brash and violent so often that when she spoke a deep truth, it hit me like a bomb. She was right. I would be there for them, until they didn't need me. At Jess's tug on my arm, I followed them into Emory's private quarters. This is bullshit, she snarled, when the doors were closed.
It is done.
Emory shrugged philosophically and gave his fiancée a smile.
Think of all the time we'll have together now.
Jess smiled back faintly. Well, it's true. That is an upside.
I have plenty of business ventures to keep myself busy, Emory said lightly, and I'll be able to work out more. This is going to be a good thing.
None of us were convinced, but I gave him points for trying. We can totally do the war thing, I said into the silence. I'm Queen of the Werewolves. I'm more than willing to wage war on your enemies, especially that snooty bitch Genevieve. Emory grinned.
I appreciate the thought, Lucy, but I don't want harm to come to my people.
What about just the pig-headed ones? I compromised.
Not even them.
I sighed. I'm the worst ally ever. If I can't bring war, what should I bring? Wine? Do you need wine? Emory laughed.
Lucy, you're a brilliant friend and ally. You came running to help me, you told the truth, and you stood by me.
He hugged me.
I won't forget it.
My phone rang. Greg. I gave Emory an apologetic smile as I moved aside and swiped to take the call. Hey.
Thank you,
Greg said straight away.
Thank you for trying to save him. I'll never forgive my mother for this. It's madness.
He had a network of brethren spies, but I was still surprised at how quickly he'd learned the verdict of the kangaroo court. I hear you, it's insane. I'm actually with Emory just now. You want to speak to him?
Please.
I passed over the phone. As Emory walked off to the other side of the room to talk quietly with Greg, I hugged Jess. I'm sorry. This sucks. I don't care for my sake, she admitted. I don't give a flip about being the Queen of the Dragons. But for him, being the king is all he's known for the last decade or more. It's something he uses to define himself. I know we're all more than our jobs, but being king is more than a day job, you know? I did know. More so with each passing day. The crown lay heavy on my head, too. Jess continued. He's putting a brave face on it, but I can feel his anguish and betrayal through our bond. It kills me. I want to fix it, but I can't. What is he going to do? I shook my head, speechless for once, and hugged her more tightly. It's going to be okay, I said finally, though I couldn't quite see how. She drew back and looked at me wryly. Sometimes being a truth seeker sucks. She sighed. I winced. Her radar had undoubtedly pinged when I'd said it was going to be okay. Sorry, I muttered. Emory walked back to us and held out the phone to me.
Manners has sent a car to pick you up. You're required at the mansion. Your guests have arrived.
Of course I had. Bloody perfect timing. Guests? Jess asked. I grimaced. I invited some werewolves who aren't totally awful alphas to come and hang out with me at the mansion. They were friends of Lord Samuel. Getting more allies? She nodded. Smart. Thanks. I certainly needed allies. Since my triumph over my challengers and my success in taming the seat of power, things had been eerily quiet. I was certain it was the calm before the storm. Chapter 3. Leaving Jess and Emory was hard, but they were planning on packing up and heading to Jess's house. Neither of them had mentioned their wedding, and I didn't want to be the one to raise it. I guessed I'd either get an invite or it would be postponed. In the circumstances, I wouldn't have blamed them in the slightest if they pushed it back. It certainly wouldn't be the high society wedding that Elizabeth Manners had been planning for them, that was for sure. A wedding was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but Emory was bound to be grieving his change in circumstances for some while to come. I certainly would have been if I were in his shoes. My crown was new, but I already knew that I'd find it hard to relinquish. I knew it was my destiny to bring about good changes for the wolves, and I was sure Emory felt the same about the dragons. Becoming the queen of the werewolves had been a hard concept to wrap my head around, but now I found that I desperately wanted to serve the packs properly. I wanted to put an end to abusive alpha behaviors, even if that meant ending those alphas permanently. I wanted to make the pack strong again, in the right way. I hadn't managed to see Amber Delia before I left for home, and I wasn't even sure if she was still at Carnarvon Castle. If she was, I'd bet she was nursing one heck of a hangover. Jess's hen do already felt like it had taken place ages ago. Momentous occasions had the effect of weirdly distorting time. I texted her as Archie drove me home, asking if she was coming by today for us to keep on working on the amulet. Amber and I had been working together on a special amulet to allow Jess to speak directly to her hellhound, Gatto. Even if the wedding was delayed, we could give it to Jess as a pick-me-up. God knows, she could probably do with one. I immediately got a response. Amber was already out and about, and she promised she'd arrive on my land soon. I gave her a thumbs up in response, pleased that we were both on the same page about continuing to work on the amulet. It had to be nearly done by now. As we pulled up on the mansion's gravel drive, calm settled over me. I was home. Thanks for coming to get me, I said to Archie, who'd been my silent chauffeur for the day.
You're welcome, my queen.
Archie wouldn't make eye contact with me. He was still punishing himself for lying to me about Larsden's death. I sighed internally. I'd let it go, and I wished he would. I truly didn't blame him for keeping Thea's secret. If Jess had killed someone, I'd bury the body and not tell a soul about it. Actually, I'd probably feed the body to our unicorn, Ares, but I still wouldn't tell anyone about it. I climbed out of the car but didn't go into the mansion. Instead, I went to see Nina. Before I could knock on her wooden door, it swung open, and I walked into what I thought of as my rooms. Nina had built a suite just for me, as well as many separate rooms for the loners. I'd used the Great Pack to call all the lone wolves to me, but I'd been shocked when so many had shown up at my door. The mansion was full to bursting already, so Nina had somehow expanded herself to accommodate the loners. What I couldn't work out was how she'd done it, even though I'd seen her in operation. When one of the loners walked to the front door, it opened into their abode. But when I walked up, it opened into mine. Magic, I guessed. "Hi, Nina," I said warmly, and patted her walls. "Good to see you. Could you ask if my grandfather is available?" After my grandfather had shown up at the mansion panicking about his forthcoming duel, I had called Voltaire and left him a message, demanding that he'd facilitated a delay for the fight. I'd pointed out that he owed me, since he'd persuaded Abaddon to attack me despite his vow not to. Voltaire hadn't answered, but we'd received a note on our doorstep with a new date, time, and location on it, signed with an obnoxiously large V. The rearranged date was tonight. I had arranged for some wolfy allies of Lord Samuel to hang out with me, in the hope that they would become my wolfy allies. Naturally, they'd arrive today, but I was a woman, so I could multitask like a bitch. The ceiling to my room opened, and Alessandro was dropped through the gap. He gave a strangled cry, and looked pissed off as he landed on his arse. He'd clearly just woken up, and was halfway through getting dressed. "Hey, Grandy," I said weakly.
"Rude woman."
He shook his fist at Nina's walls.
"She needs to learn to knock,"
he snarled.
"You can't just go around removing floors."
"Sorry, it was my fault. I asked her to see if you were available. I didn't expect her to, well, drop you into my room."
"She's a menace,"
he growled. "She's enthusiastic," I countered diplomatically. "She's just trying to help me." I patted her walls again. "Anyway, I've come up with a plan. Kind of."
"I can't wait to hear it,"
he said flatly.
"I do love a plan to save my life. Kind of."
I sighed. "Old age has made you crotchety."
"Losing my fire magic has made me crotchety,"
he shot back, as he fastened the remaining buttons of his shirt. There was a knock on the door, before Archie popped his head into the room.
"Amber Delia's here to see you, Mom."
"Perfect timing. Show her in."
"To here?"
he asked, surprised. I hadn't let many people come into my personal domain in the seat of power. "Yes, please." Archie bobbed a bow, then returned a few moments later with Amber in tow. She looked around with interest. "So this is your seat of power. Very nice." She reached out to pat the walls. "My honor to meet you," she intoned to the house, and bowed. "Oh, I like her," Nina said warmly. "She is very pleased to meet you," I said aloud. "How are you doing, Amber?" "I'm fine. Better than Emory," she replied dryly. I sighed. "Yeah, it's not ideal." She shrugged. "He's not a man you can keep down for long. He'll be fine." She looked at my grandfather. "Alessandro," she said respectfully, giving him a regal inclination of her head. Man, I needed to get that move down.
"Miss Delia,"
he intoned formally, giving her a slight bow in return. "You two know each other?" I asked, surprised. Amber raised a haughty eyebrow. "Of course we've met before. I know everyone of importance."
"As do I."
Alessandro smirked. "Great. Glad you're big fans." I sobered. "So you heard about Emory's trial?" "It's a travesty." "It is," Amber agreed with a disappointed shake of her head. "Though for some reason I find myself doubting he'll be down for long. The man has more charisma than Winston Churchill. He's a leader through and through. If the dragons are done with him, then the connection better watch out." "The dragons aren't part of the connection, though, are they?" I asked. "Not historically, but I wouldn't put anything past Emory. His accomplishments in life won't be diminished by the naysayers around him. He'll seek another path of greatness, and I just can't wait to see which." I loved her matter-of-fact tone, and her simple and unquestioning faith in the man that Emory was. She'd known him far longer than I had, and I had no doubt that she was right. Something in me eased. A door might have shut for Emory, but I was confident that he'd smash through the walls and create a new window. I grinned. "You're right. Course I am," Amber said matter-of-factly. I laughed. "Of course you are. After we're done with the amulet, I have a little favour to ask." The witch sighed. "Of course you do," she muttered. She often complained that people always called for a favour, and not for a drink and a catch-up. "Hey?" I objected. We drank loads of champagne together last night. Her lips twitched. Don't remind me. She touched her forehead. My head was pounding this morning. Luckily it wasn't anything a potion couldn't fix. She shot me a rare smile. Okay, fine. You get a favour, but quickly. I have places to be later. Oh, really? I dug a little. She ignored my implicit request for more information. Instead, she pulled the amulet out of her bag, together with her gloop and paintbrushes. She did her thing, and then, when the amulet was open to magic, I pulled up my piping skills. It was easy to connect to the amulet, and I siphoned off my magic into the huge metal pendant. After a few moments, it lit up and shone like a light bulb. Finally, Amber bitched. Took long enough. I tied off my magic, leaving behind the pod I pushed into the amulet. We're all done? I asked hopefully. I liked Amber, but making the amulet was a constant interruption to both our days. I hadn't realized what an undertaking it would be before we started. I didn't regret it, but it hadn't been easy. Jess had better appreciate the damn thing. We're done, Amber agreed triumphantly. Fingers crossed it works after all this. It will, I said confidently. It's brilliant. Oh, thanks, Amber. Jess will love it. She'd better, Amber muttered, echoing my thoughts. I grinned at her. She picked up the amulet, then turned to me. What's the favour? Can you make something invisible? She blinked. No. Well, that was plan A out of the window. Amber glared pointedly at me over my expletive. She didn't believe in swearing. I can't make something invisible because that requires some dark blood magic. But I can make it so that no one will register a specific object. I frowned. What do you mean? Whatever it is will be there, but people won't notice it or care about it if they do. So it might as well be invisible. To all intents and purposes. Yes. Fantastic. I grinned and addressed the house. Nina, can you pass me Torrance? I was prepared this time when the ceiling opened, and in fell Torrance. I caught my haunted crown with 2 hands. My queen, he greeted me brightly. How are you this fine morning? I'm fine, thank you. And you? Splendid, splendid. I've enjoyed catching up with Nina. I'm glad to hear it. How can I serve you, your majesty? I was wondering if you could help my grandfather. The royal family? Say no more. Of course I can. There was a beat of silence. How exactly do you want me to help him? I resisted the urge to point out that Terrence's question did require me to say some more. My grandfather used to be a fire elemental, but he lost his powers. Some vampire prat has noticed that he hasn't been using them of late and challenged him to a duel. We need to set the rumours to rest that grandfather's powers are gone forever. Ah, now, that I can do, Torrance said complacently. He's not my kin, so he can't wear me on his bonds, but he can carry me in his hands, and I will assist his fiery endeavours in this matter. I grinned. Perfect. Amber studied me. Sentient crown, huh? You bet. I smirked. Can you make it so no one will notice the crown? She looked at the gold circlet in my hands. As long as it's happy with that. You okay with her making you invisible, Torrance? I asked. Well, I do love to be resplendent, but I am willing not to be to assist the royal family. As long as I'm not hidden forever, your majesty. Thank you. He's good with it as long as it isn't permanent, I told Amber. No, she assured me. It'll wear off in a couple of weeks after the runes fade, or I can remove it sooner if you prefer. Great. Thank you. She rifled through her tote bag again, selected a number of paintbrushes, and got to work. And how, my grandfather asked derisively, is a werewolf crown supposed to help me? I beamed at him. It's not any old crown, Grandy. It's a magic crown. It's haunted by a fire elemental called Torrance. He blinked.
And Torrance still has his powers?
Yep.
Most unusual,
he mused aloud.
He can't be dead, then. More likely he has been transformed into a non-corporeal being. Ghosts aren't real,
he explained absently to me. I shrugged. Call him what you will. He is definitely haunting this crown, and thank goodness he is. He'll be your salvation. For the first time in ages, Grandy looked vaguely optimistic. Chapter 4. I was just about to go back into the mansion when a foreign mind touched mine. No, not one foreign mind, but several. The corvids on the roof were panicking. Danger! Anyone around? On me! I hollered as I ran through the mansion and pelted up to the roof. I repeated the call. Doors opened, and my wolves poured out of the packed living room. Archie, Thea, David, Tristan, and Elena. Intruders on the roof! I barked. More men came out of the room. Greg, Thomas Elliot, and those whom I recognized as my newcomers. Lord Samuel's friends, Tarkers and Wakadu. I was surprised to see Elliot. He had hosted the ball where I'd been crowned, but what was he doing here? He hadn't been invited to this soiree. I dismissed the question and focused on the intruders who were the more pressing concern. Shift! Tristan barked at the others, and just like that, their clothes fell onto the floor as they pounded up the stairs and overtook me. Tarquin and Wakefield joined the fray, transforming into their impressive wolf forms as they also pelted up the stairs. I very much appreciated an ally who was willing to muck in. Fingers crossed these two gentlemen were allies, and not surprise enemies at our heels. It was notable that Elliot stayed where he was, leaning indolently against the doorframe, whilst the rest of us ran up the stairs. We burst onto the rooftops ready to fight, only to find it wasn't an enemy that had freaked out the poor corvids, but several more allies. The dark seraph looked at us in surprise.
Were we ever that excitable?
One of the five remarked, looking at the host of panting wolves at the door. You still are, another shot back with a snort. She was a dark seraph. Unlike her male counterparts, she was wearing a little more clothing on the top half of her body. She was dressed in a black crop top that contrasted with her pale skin, and her flaming red hair was tied back in a high plait. She looked ready to kick ass and take names. Apparently she had sass too, and wasn't afraid to use it. I liked her already. Hello, I said, a little more calmly now. Apologies for the excitement. We were notified of intruders on the roof. Greg joined me. Unlike many of the others, he was still in his human form. He was a weapon on 2 legs or 4. He didn't need his claws because he could kill you 6 ways with his bare hands. Probably more.
It wasn't them that caused a stir.
A droll voice spoke out of the shadows.
It was me.
Bastian stepped out of the darkness. My jaw dropped as I studied him. He looked exhausted. I could only imagine that pure strength of will was keeping him upright. Bastian, you look like shit, I said as I flew into his arms.
I killed the last person who said that to me,
the assassin grumped, but nevertheless he hugged me back. Come on, let's get you all inside, I said.
If it pleases you, my queen, said Jacob diffidently, Alfred and I will remain to keep watch on the roof.
He gestured to the dark-skinned seraph to his left. Doesn't Alfred want something to eat and drink? I asked dubiously. Presumably he travelled from Carnarvon, so he must have wanted some refreshment. Alfred smiled and flashed his gleaming white teeth.
I'm fine, my queen, but I thank you for your hospitality. I will stand guard with my brother. We have much to discuss.
I'm Sarah, the female introduced herself, and this is Mac and Robin. My honour to meet you all. Please, Come on in. I turned to my wolves. You can go for a run if you like, or you can shift back. As you prefer. The wolves yipped amongst themselves before shifting back into butt-naked humans. Tarquin and Wakefield made the same call, and I carefully focused my gaze higher. Lovely to meet you, by the way, I said to them. Wakefield grinned. You appear to have us at a disadvantage, Your Majesty. I smirked back. I do, don't I? I swept down the stairs in front of them with Greg by my side. Sort them out with clothes, I murmured. Got it. I'll take the Seraph to my office and join you in a minute in the pack common room. Greg grinned. Letting Thomas Elliot cool his heels. He wasn't invited, I complained, and I noticed he didn't come and help when I called. I paused. Has he given an explanation for his presence? Greg's expression soured. He says that you have not yet announced a mate. The full moon rises soon, and he wishes to press his suit. Bugger. That was probably the one reason he could give that would tie my hands. I couldn't get rid of him until I'd announced the name of my mate. I set a sidelong glance at Greg, but now wasn't the time to talk about it. We had visitors, and plenty of them, and my focus had to be on ascertaining who was friend and who was foe. Easy. Xander caught up with me. Shall I prepare tea for you and your guests? Thank you, Xander. I shot him a warm smile. That would be excellent. He ducked his head and all but ran away, eager to assist and serve. I swanned into my office whilst Greg outfitted the others with spare pack clothes. Our laundry bill was wince-inducing. I contemplated the best way forward. I could meet the alphas in my private lounge, or I could call them one by one into my office. One by one, Esme suggested. Wakefield first. Why him first? His pack is the largest. Then Elliot, then Tarquin? That would be proper. She said slowly, but we wish to signal to Elliot that he is not our preferred mate, without causing insult. Make him the last. Greg knocked once and came in. How do you want to play this? I grimaced. We don't have a lot of time. I want to go with Grandy to his duel, but I'll still try and meet them one-on-one. We can talk more openly then. Can you get me Wakefield first? He's brought 2 wolves with him. Do you want them to attend as well? I blinked. 2? I told each alpha that they could bring their beta. Greg nodded. When he brought 2 wolves, I did some digging. His official beta is Joseph Snow, and his third is a woman called Ray Donovan. He's brought them both. I bit my thumb as I wondered about Wakefield's motivation in bringing the 2 of them. Was Ray his mate, perhaps? Wakefield ran the Norfolk pack, and it had a sterling reputation, but it was worth checking whether any of our new loners came from there. I couldn't recall Elena saying any of them did, but Greg had the latest reports, and he might know more. Are there any loners from the Norfolk pack? I asked him. None that we know of, he confirmed. I nodded. That was another good sign. With all the loners living in Nina, Elena had taken to gently interviewing each of them, and ascertaining why they'd gone lone, and where they had come from. With her history with her brother Jackson, she was quick to build a rapport and could ask questions that weren't considered polite or proper. Her journalistic skills also meant she knew how to interview people effectively, when to dig for more and when to let shit slide. Elena had been giving Greg and me regular verbal updates, without revealing the identities of her interviewees. She didn't break their confidence, but it was helping us to gather information and paint a dark picture of some of the packs up and down the country. However, it was also clear that most of the loners came from only half a dozen packs, so the problem wasn't as widespread as I had feared. Some packs were behaving as packs should, as family. Greg fetched all 3 wolves from the Norfolk pack. I was pleased to see that Wakefield, Wakadu, was fully clothed. When he entered the room, he took up a significant amount of space. He had a presence that commanded. He was as tall as Greg, but he was a huge, hulking man with arms the size of most men's thighs, and his chest was as broad as it was deep. He had a dark head of hair that extended to a fully groomed beard. "Wakefield?" I greeted him evenly.
"My queen,"
he responded warmly, and slid to one knee. On either side of him, his second and third did the same. The woman, Ray, looked respectfully at her alpha, though there was nothing covetous or possessive in her gaze. They didn't seem like lovers. So why was she here? I smiled welcomingly, letting them know that I appreciated their show of respect. "Thank you. Please rise and be seated." I wanted them to feel comfortable whilst we spoke. They sat on the 3 chairs on the other side of my desk. My chair and the mahogany desk I was behind were both slightly elevated. Lord Samuel had enjoyed a power play, and I'd seen no reason to interfere with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I waited until they were all seated before I began. When I assumed the role of queen, it was immediately evident that there are a number of issues within the pacts in the UK, not least of which is inequality between the genders. I hear tales of women being pressed into acting as nothing more than brood mares, particularly ones that can conceive. Werewolves struggle to conceive and carry to term. Pups were rare and consequently supposed to be treasured, as were the women that bore them. They should have been revered, not forced to become glorified sex slaves. The very thought of that made me feel ill. I looked at the 3 of them. "It's interesting to me, then, that your third is a woman, and that you brought her here with you." Wakefield cleared his throat.
"In actual fact, my second is a woman,"
he admitted.
"Ray is my beta."
Ray nodded.
Mindful of the animosity that I would face as a female beta, Joseph volunteered to register as Wackadoo's beta. Outside the pack, he appears to all and sundry as Wackadoo's second, but in truth that is my role. I bested Joseph fair and square in the tourney." "She did,"
Joseph confirmed, with an easy smile, not looking the least bit rueful about being beaten.
"That's why they're both here when you only asked me to bring my beta,"
Wakefield rumbled.
"I didn't want to reveal Ray as my second and expose her to vitriol and challenges, but I also knew you'd want to meet her. In some ways, I feel as if I have 2 betas. My true beta, and my fake beta that I show to the world." "That's not the most flattering description,"
Joseph quipped. I sat back in my overly large chair and processed his words for a moment. How many packs had women strong enough to be beta who hadn't been recognized as such because the position had gone to a male instead? How many women were pulling their punches in tourneys so they didn't raise their heads over the parapet? How many alphas weren't accepting a woman as a second because women shouldn't best a man? It made my blood boil. I'd seen it often enough whilst working in finance. The women who got ahead were the ones who acted like men, pulling on a proverbial cock before they swaggered into the office every day. They worked obscenely long hours, swore like sailors, bitched and connived, and they trampled on other women to elevate themselves. I hated that attitude. Pushing a colleague under the bus did nothing but drag you down with them. Help the colleague fix the error. Now that was what the workplace should be. Or a pack. And that was exactly what Archie had done for Thea, I thought with satisfaction. Maybe I was achieving something positive here. Ray didn't look like a woman who pulled on a strap-on to fit in, though each to their own, of course. She looked strong but still feminine. She didn't shy away from her nature. She embraced it. As someone who endeavoured to do the same, I appreciated that. I chose not to comment on the image they presented to the world. "Does everyone call you Wackadoo?" I asked Wakefield instead.
"My pack of my friends do, yes."
"And you were a friend of Lord Samuel?"
"I was. He was a fine man. Terrible at poker."
I smiled at that. I'd seen the ledgers. Lord Samuel was terrible at poker, at least ostensibly. I'd come to believe that, quite to the contrary, his losses had been deliberate. A smokescreen to get him into poker nights with others, I said over steepled fingers. He was rich and supposed to be a terrible player, so Others saw him as a mark. He was invited to games up and down the country. I believe it was a reputation he cultivated, and he attended such games to gather information. He didn't give a shit about winning. Lord Samuel would gamble heirlooms and all sorts of valuable items that guaranteed his place at the table. Then he simply had Jess steal them back for him. I didn't share that tidbit. Wakefield blinked in surprise.
Well, now.
He reached up and stroked his beard.
Well, now,
he repeated.
That changes things.
I believe he used his incompetence as window dressing whilst he investigated members of the council who might be involved with the Black Tourney. Nobody saw him as a threat, so he could wangle invitations that other people couldn't obtain. Wakefield nodded slowly.
Yes, it makes a little more sense now. In other ways, he was a sharp, shrewd man.
He paused.
I can tell you, my queen, that he believed Council Member Ramsay was involved in the Black Tourney, as well as Aitken and Larsden.
I nodded. I already knew that. Indeed. And now 2 out of the 3 are dead.
You think Aitken orchestrated the deaths?
He asked. I waved away the suggestion. Certainly not Larsden's. He was killed in an unrelated matter.
What matter was that?
Ray asked, raising an eyebrow. He was an arsehole. She grinned.
I like her,
she murmured to Wakefield, in a voice that she clearly didn't expect me to hear.
So you're gunning for Aitken now?
Joseph, the faux beta, asked. I have my eye on him, I admitted.
He's beta to Thomas Elliot,
Ray pointed out.
Did they arrive together? I didn't see him. He did,
Greg confirmed.
Aitken immediately retired to his bedroom, but he is here. I haven't heard of another Black Tourney since your announcement adding the hefty fine.
Wakefield mused.
Maybe they really have stopped.
I shook my head. Another one will happen. I shrugged. My fine might make some people pause, but others are foolhardy. There'll be another.
And then?
Ray asked.
What will you do?
I smiled. I'll shut them down. Permanently. Chapter 5. By the end of our first meeting, Wakefield had invited me to call him Wakadu, and I had graciously accepted. With a name like that, I'd expected a joker and a jester, but instead the man was ponderous and deliberate with a solemnity that I hadn't anticipated. He took time to consider his words, and there was something reassuring about him. I had zero doubt that he was a man whom I could come to admire. Franklin Tarquin, Tarkers, was as unusual as his name, however. He gave me a respectful bow, but there was no kneeling, and he sprawled when he sat in the chair opposite me. His mousy brown hair was messy, and probably hadn't been brushed for a few days, and his easy smile was warm and unreserved. He had crow's feet around his eyes. He looked like he laughed often and hard, and I liked him instantly.
Your Majesty, he started, let me thank you for your kind invitation.
You're very welcome. Any friend of Wilfred Samuel. I trailed off and smiled.
Here's a friend of yours,
he completed happily.
Great man, Wilf. His death was a sad loss to many.
My smile became strained. I had been responsible for that death. Tarkers clearly realized that he'd inserted both feet into his mouth, because he winced.
Oh, sorry, Your Maj. Didn't think that one through.
Clearly, I said dryly, but with a forgiving smile. Then I dived straight into more important matters. I had less than 15 minutes before we needed to leave for Grandy's duel. You knew Lord Samuel was investigating the Black Tourney?
Yes, of course.
Do you know whom he suspected?
Larsden, Ramsay and Aitken, and Frost. Ace, that is, not Beckett. Though I think he suspected Beckett too. Beckett was a naughty boy.
Tarkers wagged his finger. He spoke quickly, and his eyes gleamed with intelligence. For all he was an alpha male, He looked more like an athlete, tall and sinewy. I suspected his opponents frequently underestimated him, as they did me. William Walker? I suggested.
Nah.
Tarkus shook his head.
Will's a straight arrow through and through.
He appears to have unexplained wealth.
Ah, now, there's a reason for that.
Tarkus responded.
He seconded Ducky, Edward Hughes, who's been super supportive of Will's golfing. Will plays professional golf under a pseudonym, and he's come second and third in a few tournaments. He wins good money and ties 10% to his pack, so Ducky's happy for him to go here, there and everywhere with his competitions. It's a pain for the council, though, because it means he usually votes on council matters through a proxy.
My mouth fell open. He's a council member, but he's never there because he's off golfing, I said incredulously.
I wouldn't say never,
Tarkus smirked.
But rarely?
Yeah, I'd say that. If that were true, it certainly gave William Walker a reason for all his flash cash. He wasn't a black tourney organizer, just a man with a decent swing. Damn it. Ducky? I asked nosily. Where does that nickname come from?
Hughes, Huey, Dewey and Louie, Donald Duck, Ducky.
Of course, I agreed flatly. He flashed me a grin.
God forbid a man has a nickname that actually makes sense.
Indeed. What can you tell me about Aitken? Tarkus grew solemn.
Well, I call him Aitken,
he confessed dryly. Not your best bud?
He has a rod up his arse. It's so long that by rights it should be coming out of his mouth.
Please, I said faintly, tell me what you really think. He burst out laughing.
Right you are, your Madge.
He immediately became serious again.
I saw what you can do, Queenie, and I'm not in a hurry to have you turn your head wolfy on my account. I'll tell it like it is until you tell me otherwise.
I waved away the suggestion. I'll never tell you otherwise. I value honesty.
Then we're going to get on like a wizard and his wand, your Madge.
Wizards don't actually use wands, do they? I frowned. Wizards use the intention and release, and they had no need of wands as far as I knew. But every day was a school day, and this realm did so love its secrets. Maybe wizards did have wands.
He coloured. Ah, no, sorry, Queenie. That one's an off-colour saying. It means a wizard and his,
He trailed off and gestured to his crutch. Crutchular region, I suggested.
Right you are.
He winked. Despite myself, I was really starting to like this slightly crass man. I could see why Lord Samuel had enjoyed his company, though I wondered cynically if Samuel had merely been pumping the loquacious Alpha for information. Which reminded me. Where's your beta? I inquired.
I left him at home, your Madge. Someone needs to run things in my absence.
One of my eyebrows rose of its own accord. You didn't feel vulnerable strolling in here alone?
Oh, yes, Queenie, I did. Felt like I was strolling in with my meat and 2 veg for all and sundry to see and tackle. But if I'm for the chop, best not bring the others down with me.
You're not for the chop, I assured him. I'm trying to start a revolution, and for that, I need allies. What better place to start than with the men my old Alpha used to trust? He smiled.
Right you are. Not just a pretty face,
he said to himself, obviously thinking aloud.
Oh, you want Debbie too.
I blinked. A woman? How had I not heard of her? Who is Debbie? She can't be an Alpha. His expression grew rueful.
Ah, sorry to get your hopes up. Richard Denby. Debbie.
I grimaced. Damn it. I had got my hopes up. I wanted more powerful women on side, though Ray was a start. Ah, Denby. From Derby.
That's the one.
He clicked his fingers and did a gun finger point. He's coming tomorrow. He had something on today, I explained. I surreptitiously checked my watch. Time to go. Thomas Elliot really wasn't going to like being left hanging. I'd see Elliot after Grandy's duel. Probably.
Tarkus was nodding enthusiastically. Ah, good. Debbie's a sharp man. Good one to have on side.
Glad to hear it, I said calmly. I hoped I could get him on my side. God knows, my enemies already had quite the carder going already. It wouldn't be long until rain struck at me, and I had to be ready. At the moment, I was anything but. Chapter 6. As usual, Grandy didn't look the faintest bit nervous. I tried to hide the tension churning my own gut. Amber had done her thing, and he was wearing Torrance on his arm, like a giant bangle. So far, I hadn't seen a single soul glance at it. I, however, was somehow connected to Torrance, so Amber's kind of invisibility runes didn't work on me, and I could see the crown on Grandy's arm plain as day. It looked faintly ridiculous, and it made me nervous that others would discover our ruse. Darkness had encroached upon the land, giving the scene of the duel an appropriately nefarious air. We were at a field not too far from the mansion, near to the children's playground where I'd once met Renard, so it seemed fitting that I had the Dark Seraph with me. Alfred had volunteered to remain on the roof, but Sarah, Mac, Robin, and Jacob were attending the duel as my aerial bodyguards. They radiated menace, the black feathers on their backs almost bristling with the promise of unrestrained violence. Sarah had a smirk on her face, suggesting that was what she was hoping for. I missed Greg's solid presence. Since I wasn't the one dueling, and I had a full contingent of Dark Seraph bodyguards, he'd stayed home to keep an eye on the more immediate threat emanating from our new guests. That didn't stop me from wishing that he was by my side. I didn't need him there, but I enjoyed having him next to me. Grandy stood stock still, chin raised. Dressed in his usual Victorian finery, all black, of course, he looked stiffer than his starched collar. The moon was high and waxing gibbous. It wouldn't be long until it was full, at which point I was supposed to choose my mate. I licked my parched lips. I really needed to prioritize speaking to Greg about our situation, but every time we had a moment alone, I chickened out. Saying "I love you" was one thing. Agreeing to be bound together as mates for the rest of our lives was something else. And why hadn't he raised it with me? He knew the quandary I was in, and his silence felt horribly prophetic. What if he didn't want to be my mate? Before he got together with me, he'd seemed like a player. I can never quite forget Mindy, that woman he once slipped away to screw. Ugh. The vampires stepped out of the shadows, and the arrival of Grandy's opponent silenced the debate between my heart and my head. I could tell which prick was Grandy's opponent by the way his eyes narrowed when he looked at my black-clad grandfather. The others were all Red Guard and, as such, were dressed in red from head to toe. If they were seen by a common realmer, I guess they could pretend to be dressing up as Monty Python's Spanish Inquisition, though it was more than a little early for Halloween. "Alessandro," the vampire challenger sneered. He looked young, no more than 20 or 21, though his true age was a mystery. Vampires could select the age at which they wished to appear, be it child, teen, or adult. Grandy favoured the visage of a man in his late 40s. He was still vain enough to clutch at the last straws of youth, but the faint traces of grey in his hair suggested he was a man with experience and gravitas. In contrast, his young challenger almost sparkled with youth and, dare I say it, naivete. I knew well the danger of underestimating your opponents, because my challengers did it to me all the time, and they were all dead. I prayed that Grandy wouldn't follow suit. "Your time has come to join the clans, or join the worms," the challenger spat. "You have one final opportunity to rethink your madness." Grandy drew himself up, his own sneer firmly in place. "I will not be beholden to any clan, and that has been accepted for centuries. Who are you to demand otherwise?" The vampire's mouth twisted with derision. "You know full well who I am." "Lord Markeith," Grandy said coolly. "Of course I know who you are, but I can also tell you that what you will be if you don't turn away from this foolish path, just like every other challenger I have ever faced." I guess we were on the smack talk portion of the evening. "I like the smack talk," Esme said. "Grandy is good at it." Her affection for him was obvious. with the unlocking of my memories, she shared my love for Grandy Sandy. Marketh exuded brash confidence.
And what will I be, Alessandro? Besides victorious?
It was Alessandro's turn to smirk.
You will be ashes and dust. You will be dead, Marketh. Truly dead. No amount of spit will heal you from the flames I will send to broil you.
That's the thing, Alessandro. Marketh leaned forward.
Nobody has seen you use your flames for weeks. Normally you flash them at every opportunity to flaunt your supposed rarity. But we know the truth. You've lost your fire, old man. And if you don't join the clans, you'll lose your life.
Grandy snorted.
I have lost my fire as surely as the sun has. I simply grow tired of performing for the slow-witted among you who, after several centuries of undeath, still require a reminder of the flames at my disposal.
He huffed in irritation.
I see that you will not be persuaded to withdraw your challenge, nor will I bend to the clan's demands. We are at an impasse.
He turned to Voltaire.
Let the record show that I tried to persuade Marketh to leave, and not to embark upon this foolish course of action.
Voltaire nodded once, but made no move to speak or interfere. His eyes were cool and clinical, even when they washed over me.
Jebediah Marketh versus Alessandro,
one of the Red Guards intoned. The dark seraph took to the air, though Sarah stayed by my shoulder. They shifted their hands into claws, and their threat was clear. They were here to ensure that the duel was fair, and they would tolerate no funny business.
The duel will commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One of the Red Guard dropped a white handkerchief onto the ground. I had expected my grandfather to draw the duel out in order to showcase his fighting skills, as well as his flames. But clearly he wasn't in the mood. He wanted to shock and to kill. It was a reminder not to get on his bad side. Marketh phased out of the shadows next to Grandy, a blade in his hand, but before he could take a single step forward, he exploded into flames. There was no slow, ponderous fireball rolling towards him that he could duck and avoid. Instead, Grandy simply set him on fire. Marketh's body was consumed by the inferno, and his scream was immediate and piercing. I had seen fire elementals' flames many times before. Sometimes they burned with a fierce and destructive heat, but sometimes their flames were illusory and didn't even kick out real heat. The living flare was like that. It was a torture curse so that your skin felt like it was cracking and peeling, like it was bubbling and bursting, but it wasn't. The fire looked and felt real enough, but it did no damage to the skin. The pain was very real, though, and it was that which led to many people's deaths. They would leap from a window of a tall building to make it stop. It was called the living flare's mercy. What Grandy did was the very opposite of the living flare. It was the embodiment of a fire elemental's powers. The fire he and Torrance summoned to Marketh was hot, truly hot. It made me step back. Even from a distance I could see Marketh's skin really was bubbling and blackening as he was broiled alive. I swallowed down bile. It's a shame he will turn to dust, Esme said grumpily. He would make a fine meal, and I am hungry. Esme! I shuddered, but then my stomach gave a faint rumble. Damn it, we were hungry.
What? It is not cannibalism if he is not the same species as you. You were very clear about that when you explained it with your flip chart. He is a vampire. He is different. It is fine.
I pressed my eyes closed, partly out of exasperation with Esme, and partly so I didn't have to watch Marketh burn. Grandy had been right. There was no chance of any healing spit saving Marketh, and his pain was too great for him to phase into the shadows and out into a river or a hospital. Instead, he just burned and screamed. Chapter 7. It was a relief when Marketh exploded into ash. Voltaire grunted, and the red guard took a step back as if to leave. "Wait," I ordered sharply. Voltaire's eyes narrowed.
"You are not my queen to order me so,"
he said harshly. "I may not be your queen, but I am a queen, so show me some damn respect." I spat the last word. His jaw worked, then he dismissed the others with a jerk of his head. They faded into the shadows, and Voltaire faced me alone.
"What?"
he snarled.
"What are you going to do? Take my free will away from me again?"
He definitely wasn't a fan of mine, and after the stunt he pulled with Abaddon, the feeling was mutual. He'd been the one to persuade Abaddon to challenge me, and I wouldn't forget that betrayal. Voltaire was a snake in the grass. It was time for my own snarl. "I saved you, you ungrateful arsehat!" His lips flattened, but he didn't deny it.
"What do you want?"
We were back to business. "The blackmail material you took from Mark Oates. Have you managed to crack it yet?" I asked boldly, my smirk implying that I thought it was beyond him. From what little I knew of the man, a suggestion that he couldn't do something might well make him prove that he could.
"It's no concern of yours."
My eyes narrowed. It is every concern of mine. I now suspect both Larsen and Ramsay of being part of the Black Tawny.
"And you wish me to arrest them for you?"
he asked, still disdainful, like he thought I couldn't do my job properly. "No, of course not. They're already dead." I waved my hand casually, as if I'd masterminded their doom, instead of being the one who was scrambling around trying to solve the mystery of their deaths. Voltaire couldn't prevent the look of surprise that dashed across his face. He hadn't thought me capable of killing, which was surprising, since he must surely have known the outcome from the various challenges I'd faced, Abaddon's included. Whilst he was taken aback, I pressed my advantage. "I want to know whom their compatriots are. I am invested in shutting down the Black Tawny."
"Our sources suggest that it has only run once without Ghost at the helm,"
Voltaire admitted grudgingly.
"I do not believe it attracted the numbers it requires to be a profitable venture. It may well die a death on its own without further intervention from us."
"Perhaps, but that being the case, I still want to know the names on those computer drives." Voltaire grimaced.
"As do I."
He paused, clearly wrestling with himself. Finally, he added,
"Of the 3 we took, 2 had viruses that destroyed the evidence before we could analyze it. Understandably, our tech expert is moving slowly with the 3rd.
I frowned. Well, that doesn't make sense. Mark wasn't a very techy guy. Frankly, he was a Neanderthal, and those drives were his backup. He wanted them to be found and used.
"What are you suggesting?"
Voltaire asked, his voice low. I grimaced as I came to the only conclusion I could draw from the evidence. "I think you've got someone in your ranks working against you." I waited for an explosion and a vociferous denial, but none came. He'd already considered it himself. "How old are you?" I asked abruptly. His nostrils flared.
"That's a very rude question."
"It may well be, but I want to know if you existed in a time when werewolves had other powers." I suddenly remembered that he had commented once,
"Your weakling wolves are not the threat they once were."
Excitement thrummed in me. He had to know something about our lost powers. His eyebrows shot up.
"You're talking about the wolves' air magic?"
"Exactly." Despite himself, Voltaire looked interested in where I was going with this.
"I was young when it was lost,"
he said finally,
"and I was not interested in the affairs of the wolves. I do not know the cause of your loss, if that is what you want to know."
I shook my head. "I know what caused the loss, and I plan to remedy it."
"Tread carefully, Lucy Barrett," he warned. "The other realm exists in a constant state of flux, and it is delicately balanced. If the werewolf sees more power, you may bring greater enemies to your door than the ones that are currently growling there."
"And will that include you, Voltaire?" His expression was sour.
"You extorted the vow from me, in exchange for 3 dud USB drives."
"I didn't know they were duds," I argued.
"Even so, You well know that I cannot harm you, nor can any of the other vampires.
And yet you hired Abaddon to attack me.
I did not hire him. I merely discussed a course of action he was already willing to take. And mine was not the only voice to do so. I could not pay someone to harm you, any more than I could harm you myself. I would be forsworn. Be an oath-breaker. The other realm would take me. No, you still have the vampire's apathy, as does the home counties pack.
And the Devon pack, I said calmly, and the Dorset pack, the Essex pack, and the East Riding pack. I'm now alpha to all the packs of the challengers that I killed, so they also fall under your vow. Voltaire's nose pinched, and his eyes were angry, but he gave a tight nod. Perhaps reminding him of his failure to kill me through Abaddon might not have been my smartest move. He wasn't a man who took failure well. Time to change tack. Ask him about the Domini, Esme suggested. He is long in the tooth. He must have come across them during his time hunting dark witches. That was a good idea. What do you know of the Domini? I asked. He blinked and reached up to rub his index finger along his top lip.
Children's tales,
he said finally, holding my gaze. He was lying. I smiled. We both know that's not true, Voltaire. He looked around again, checking that his men had truly gone. Then he stepped closer and lowered his voice.
Do you know what the Red Guard do, Lucy Barrett?
You hunt down black witches and necromancers who would seek to control and use vampires like puppets. His eyes blazed at the inadvertent reminder that I, too, had used him like a puppet. I was fumbling this so badly. His jaw clenched, but he clearly decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and he chose to let it go. For now.
That is correct, in part. But it is more than that. Simply put, our role is to crush the despicable, the vile, the evil.
Then why are the Antiquae flourishing? I asked, exasperated. He sighed.
We are an organization like any other. We have masters who point to where we must go.
And they're pointing you away from the Antiquae? I speculated.
For now.
And the Domini? He smiled, a dark, sinister smile.
Those we are pointed towards.
Bingo. Have you identified anyone in the organization? Do you know how they operate? I asked eagerly.
They operate in cells. No one knows more than a handful of the others within the organization. We can, and have, captured pockets of them. But then the hunt begins anew. We've been told that they meet once a year in a great conclave. They wear masks.
Do you have any idea when or where?
If I did, do you think we'd be discussing it? Hunting the Domini is harder than hunting a snow leopard. It is slow, painstaking, and often deadly.
He met my eyes, his expression serious.
If they realize you're hunting them, they will bring war to you before you're ready for it. It is not a coincidence that all the world thinks we hunt dark witches alone.
Our interests align once more, I pointed out. I'm after the Domini, as are you. We could work together. The faintest of smiles appeared on his lips.
A vampire and a werewolf working together. It is surely one of the signs of the apocalypse. Have a care, Lucy Barrett.
With that he sank into the shadows and disappeared.
He always has to make such a dramatic exit,
Grandy huffed. I grimaced. I couldn't help but feel that Voltaire had deliberately phased away before I could ask him anything more. He wasn't a man who played nicely with others. For all the hot air that he'd given me, I was still at square one. Chapter 8. Grandy passed me my crown, which I took gratefully. As I settled Torrance back on my head, I saw Sarah blink, shake her head, and frown at me. She could understand that I'd been past something, but she couldn't quite see what. She shrugged a moment later, like she no longer cared about the inconsistency. Thank you, I said to Torrance. Thank you for helping my grandfather.
Not a bother, my queen. I must say it's been a rather long time since I vanquished a foe. Nina wouldn't let me start so much as a hearth fire. But I've still got it, he said cheerfully.
You have, indeed, I agreed somberly. Market's phantom screams were still ringing in my ears, and I swallowed hard against the sudden bile rising once again in my throat. Why did seeing people die not get any easier? Grandy gave me a sudden hug, which startled me. He pressed a kiss on my forehead.
Thank you, Lucy. That will certainly buy me some more time.
I should hope so. And you can borrow Torrance whenever you need to. He smiled slightly.
For now, you need his protection as much as I do. Have a care, Lucy. You're kicking the hornet's nest.
I sure hope so. Let's see who comes to sting me. He gave me one last squeeze, and then he faded into the shadows and away. I like to imagine that he had a castle of his own, and he slept in a velvet-lined coffin. I climbed into the front seat of the car. You're driving? Sarah asked dubiously, eyeing the passenger seat. What? I'm a great driver. She sighed, folded her wings, and climbed awkwardly in next to me. The rest of you take to the skies above us, she barked. Mac gave her a jaunty salute, and did as he was told. I was surprised when Jacob did the same without comment or complaint. I thought he was in charge, but maybe not, if he jumped when Sarah clicked her fingers. I was interested to work out the dynamic, but maybe that was for another day. I focused on the road and carefully drove the short distance home. Sarah slid me a sideways glance. You drive like a granny, she sassed. I drive like a person who cares about personal safety and respects the laws of the road, I countered. You drive like the infirm, Esme joined in. Yes, thank you, Esme, I said dryly. As always, she missed the heavy sarcasm. You're welcome. As the gravel of the driveway crunched under the car's wheels, my eyes rested upon Nina. The seat of power was somewhat powerless these days, mainly due to the theft of a magical orb that had helped her do all sorts of cool things, including helping werewolves everywhere to access air magic and communicate freely with the Great Pack. Our air magic was clearly still within us all. The Dark Seraph were proof of that because, even in their gargoyle forms, they'd been able to access their air element. Something in the witch's curse had bridged the gap that the orb usually did. When the orb had been stolen, their power hadn't faltered. Still, I wasn't about to go around cursing werewolves willy-nilly just to try and get the extra jolt of air power. I needed that orb, and I really didn't have the first clue how to go about finding it. I parked up at the mansion, but rather than heading inside, I headed out. Where are we going? Sarah asked. To visit Nina, I explained. Who is she? She's the seat of power. You'll see. David was leaving as I arrived, and he gave me a small smile. Alpha, he greeted me. Hi, David, how are you? I'm good, Alpha, thank you. Thanks for keeping Nina company, and I must say the rose gardens are looking truly splendid. Some lovely early blooms. Thank you. It'll be June before most of them flower, but by then, it'll look wondrous. He beamed at me as he pushed back his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I'm sure it will. I patted his arm. Because I was incredibly nosy, I wanted to ask about him and Daniela, but I didn't because I tried to respect personal boundaries. There had been a time when things seemed to be heating up between them, but of late, David had chosen not to sit next to her. He'd walk into a room, she'd light up and smile at him and welcome. He'd give her a tight smile and sit elsewhere. Her face would crumple, and I hated seeing it. All I could assume was that she must have offended him somehow, hard as that was to imagine. I'd yet to hear the kind-hearted nurse so much as raise her voice, so it was inconceivable that she'd give offence on purpose. Not our business, Esme said firmly, as long as it doesn't interfere with the pack's well-being. She was right. Alphas like Rain thought that marriages were their business, but they were wrong. Every person should have the freedom to choose who to live their lives with. I smiled at David and let him disappear into the night, wishing to hell that I could interfere just a little bit. No. Esme said firmly. I know, I'm not doing anything. I really wanted to pipe David, to force him to tell me the reason for their disagreement so I could fix it. But that would have been all kinds of wrong. Thank goodness my mother had instilled such a rigid moral code in me. If she hadn't, I'd probably be queen of the whole other realm by now. But equally, I'd probably be friendless and miserable. And I wouldn't have Greg by my side. Or maybe I would, but he wouldn't love me in the same way. Nina's lights twinkled in the night, making her look magically warm and inviting. She was a far cry from the ramshackle mess I'd seen on the Staffordshire Pack's lands. Having the loners as occupants seemed to have taken her from strength to strength. Whilst she had always derived her energy from releasing the deceased wolves back to the Great Pack, I was beginning to suspect that she gained even more energy simply from playing host. She didn't just look magical. She was magical. Every inch of her. I suspected we'd only just begun to scratch the surface of her powers. Well, it was time to scratch a little more. It was time to get some answers. Chapter 9. Nina welcomed me with a flicker of her lights and a shudder that ran through the walls. Lucy, it's good to see you. I smiled. The pleasure is mine. I turned to the dark seraph who was still lurking protectively at my heels. Sarah was looking around my comfy library nook a little wide-eyed. As always, a fire was burning in the hearth, and a cup of tea had appeared. After a moment, a second cup of tea appeared for Sarah. Nina, I said, I'd like to introduce you to Sarah. What is she? Nina asked curiously. She is wolf, and yet not? She used to be a werewolf, and then she was cursed to be a gargoyle. Now she's a dark seraph. She has wings. Nina's tone was filled with wonder. Yes. Can she access her air magic? She asked astutely. Yes, that's kind of why I'm here. Interesting. I could almost imagine the small dryad at the heart of the building, tapping her lip as she thought. How can I help, my queen? I spoke out loud for Sarah's benefit. I want to talk more about the orb. Where is it stored? Nina tended to be quite literal. Rather than reply, she liked to show me. The floor below my feet disappeared, and I plummeted down to the room below. I let out an undignified screech, but before I could land on the ground below, Sarah snagged my t-shirt, slowed my descent, and carefully lowered me to the floor. My top was up around my armpits, so I was safe, but completely undignified as I flashed my bra to all and sundry. When Sarah released me, I sagged the t-shirt and pulled it back down. Sorry, she muttered. I waved away her apology. I'd rather sacrifice my dignity than my life. You did the right thing. Nina made a pff noise in my head. You were never in danger. It was only a little fall. She sounded distinctly sulky. Of course I wasn't, I soothed. The only thing in danger was my butt from the hard landing. Realistically, though, Esme's sharper reflexes would have kicked in, and she would have landed cat-like on our feet. Evidently my thoughts were a bit too loud in our skull, because inside my head, Esme glared at me with piercing golden eyes. Not cat-like, she muttered mutinously. Dog-like, canine-like, lupin-like. We are not a feline. She spat the last word at me. Oops. Course not, I said again, this time in an attempt to mollify my wolf. We are a mighty canine, with excellent balance. She sniffed. All canines have excellent balance. Why cats get their reputation is beyond me. We are obviously far superior, in every way. Obviously, I agreed hastily. I could still see her glaring at me, but she sat her backside down and started grooming her paw. Like a cat. I stifled the giggle that wanted to bubble up. Something amusing? Sarah asked. My wolf, I explained briefly, without thinking. Ah, Sarah replied. She gave a wistful smile, and the grief in her eyes was so sudden and true that it hit me like a punch to the gut. I was an unthinking twat. She'd lost her wolf with the witch's curse. I reached out and touched her arm lightly. Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Not at all. I'm glad you find joy in your wolf. It is right that you do. I found joy in my Zoe when she was with me. I like to think that she is waiting for me in the great pack, and when I die we will be reunited in the beyond. Her grief was palpable, even though it had been centuries since her wolf had been torn from her. It just took me by surprise, that's all. I live amongst wolves now. She thrust back her shoulders. I'll be better prepared next time. Her smile sweetened. And it is nice to be reminded of what I once was. Those were such golden years. She slid me a wink. Pun intended. I gave her a flat look. Terrible puns were not to be encouraged, but if anything my mock scowl only made her smile widen, and she snickered. Anyway, I said, drawing the word out dramatically, the orb. I turned my attention to the room that Nina had literally chucked us into. I could tell it had once been a fine room, but now it looked like a nightmare-scape. The ornate paintwork was peeling, the red walls looked faintly threatening, and the pedestal, which was clearly intended to be the centerpiece of the room, was empty. No lighting? I asked Nina. A moment later, a flaming torch appeared. Sorry, the orb used to light the room, she muttered, her tone faintly embarrassed. Okay, the orb glowed. Check. Tell me about it, I said. The orb? Well, it was beautiful, she cooed. It was a bright pearlescent white, the size of your hand. She paused. I will tell you the legend of Lachlan. The tale goes that Lachlan was walking along a beach when he saw a mighty clam washed up upon the shore. Something about the craggy clam called to him, and he set about opening it. For 2 days and 2 nights he worked to pry it open, but the wind blew and howled at him, trying to get him to leave. No amount of cool air would force him to abandon his treasure. By then, his need for what was inside was hot and feverish, and the constant wind merely served to cool him. He was driven by more than his greed. It was said that destiny herself was riding him. On the 3rd day he wrenched it open and took a large pearl from its depths. He was cold from his exertions and the icy wind, so he laid the orb down into the earth and started a fire to warm himself by. When he was warm again, with treasure secured, Lachlan hastened to his pack's caves to show them what he'd found. Alas, his flames had caught the eye of some local vampires, and on his way home he was set upon by a whole clan of the ravening beasts. He thought his death was certain, but nonetheless, he shifted, determined to fight to his last breath as is right and proper. As he started towards the vampires, armed with tooth and claw, a great wind struck them and felled them as one. The wolf, not being stupid, took the opportunity to flee. He was bereft as he ran, mourning the loss of the beautiful jewel he'd worked so hard to free. Imagine his joy, then, when he shifted to human and found the orb once more in his hands. It had not been lost like the loincloth he'd been wearing. He continued onwards to his home, but he did not yet truly understand what he had found. For a year and a day he kept the great sea rock, as it was known, permanently by his side. He held the coveted jewel, or had it in a bag on his person at all times. Across the passage of time he learned that he alone wielded its power. He could thrust his foes into trees or walls with the force of his airy blows, and his reputation grew. The great pack told him to teach others, but he was reluctant, until his mate became with child. Suddenly he wanted all of the pack to be able to protect her with all of the wind in the world. He built a pedestal, a rough-hewn stone, and drenched it with his blood. He communed with the sea rock, and then, placing it for the first time away from him, he taught the other wolves the way of the air. The great pack spread the lesson far and wide, and the wolves became a formidable foe. I waited for a moment, but Nina didn't go on. Well? I asked impatiently. What happened? What happened to Lachlan? Oh. Well, I felt her grimace. One of his rivals in his pack used his new air power to kill him. I gaped. Well, that's not supposed to happen. Where was his happy ever after? What happened to his child? Did it survive? It did not get through labour. Mother and babe were killed before it could be born, lest it had an affinity for the sea rock, like Lachlan. That is horrendous, I muttered, folding my arms. What? Sarah asked, eyes curious. I quickly recounted the horrifying story. When I finished, she merely snorted. Figures, some other arsehole was a greedy alpha. Evidently so. It was a timely reminder that I needed to be on guard, and to watch who I trusted. Not everyone got their happily ever after. And I wanted mine, damn it. Okay, so we know about the orb's origins, loosely, but what about how it was lost? When did it get taken? I asked. The walls shook as Nina's agitation grew. It was after the great pack had been ripped away from us all. It was like my eyes were stolen from me. It took me a long time to adjust, but at the time, in my pain and agony, I wasn't focusing on the orb. I didn't see it taken, didn't notice the intruder. All was in disarray. My despair was complete. I could no longer speak to the wolves in my care, nor could they speak to me. I was alone and scared. My eyes were inward, and that's when they struck. She gave a small sob. I should never have taken my eyes off the orb. Of course. That's when... She broke off and cleared her throat. When what? Nothing, she said quickly. Nothing happened after the theft. It was business as usual. She was keeping something from me, and she may as well have been whistling loudly for all her subtlety. I let it slide. I'd try and get the information out of her another day, but for now, my focus was on the orb. I reached out, touched Nina's amaranth-red walls, and stroked them lightly. I'm sorry you went through all that. That was horrible, but you can't blame yourself. It's not your fault, Nina. Whoever took the orb attacked you at a time when you were most vulnerable. I bit my thumb as I thought. It can't have been a coincidence that they struck when they did. I mused out loud. You think whoever took the orb was working with the witches? Or it was the witches themselves? I suggested, with a faint frown. Amber was my friend, and we'd spent weeks together making Jess's amulet for her wedding. If Amber knew that a witch, or the Coven Council, had stolen the werewolf's lost orb, surely she would have said something. But this realm held all secrets as sacred, and I wasn't sure where our friendship fell in her list of priorities. I hoped it was high, because that was where she was on my list. But nothing in life is certain. Could Amber be withholding a huge secret from me? Definitely. Would she? I wasn't so sure. But now was as good a time as any to find out. Chapter 10. Amber answered gruffly on the second ring. Delia. Hey, Amber, how are you? I'm okay. And you? I'm all right. Things are a bit dicey here. No doubt. Stay on your guard, she advised. Were those simply kind words of advice, or something more? A true warning because she knew witches were gunning for me. I hesitated over what to say next. What? She asked, as the silence drew out. What don't you want to say, Lucy? She was too astute by half, and I chuckled ruefully. You know me too well. Listen, have you ever heard of the werewolf's orb or the sea rock? Sure, she said, and I sensed her shrug. Every scholar has. Its theft has been credited with the downfall of the werewolves. I grimaced. We might be on a lower rung of the other realm's power ladder, but we weren't downfallen. Right. So, you haven't, seen it? When she replied, she sounded amused. Seen the missing magical pearl of the werewolves? What, you think I have it in my cupboard? She snorted. Oh, no, but it was taken around the same time as the witches cursed the werewolves. I wondered if the Coven Council had it.
Not as far as I know,
she replied cheerfully. But then again, I'm not privy to council matters. She paused. There might be an easier way for you to find out if the witches are involved. I blinked, feeling a fool, as a sudden idea occurred to me. I could scry for it. Do you have any chippings from it? Any great emotional connection to it? No. Then no scrying. Bugger. Okay, so what's the easier way? You have a third triangle on your head, Lucy, and access to a portal. You do the math. I blinked. Could it be that simple? Could I go back in time and somehow circumvent the theft? There was a fly in the ointment, however. How will I know what time to go to? I expected my question to stump Amber, but as usual, she was unflappable. I guess you'll need to do some research. But how? Must I wipe your bottom as well as spoon-feed you? She huffed. But her tone was still quite warm. Find some journals. I saw enough of them in your personal library. Failing that, go to the Great Library. Family journals are kept there. Thousands of them. And where is that? Oxford. Got to go. I have a patient. A patient? I asked curiously. A client, she corrected hastily. Don't bumble around in the third. Leave the timeline alone. And don't be seen. And, Lucy? Yes? You can only go a few times to the third. 3 times, max. Or else what? I asked. I've been twice so far. Once with Jess and once with Grandy. If I went a third time, that would be my final visit. Or else you start to lose your mind. Her voice was low and mournful. She hung up before I could pry further. There was a story there, but it didn't seem like it was one she wanted to tell. Nina, could you tell me when the theft happened? What day, month, and year? The house was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, she said in a small voice. I don't note the passing of time like you do. I gasped, as I suddenly remembered her comment when we'd first met. She'd said that I had taken my sweet time. I thought she meant that I'd taken my time to approach the house. But with the thoughts of the third swirling in my head, her words took on another meaning. Nina, have we met before? Before recently, I mean. She hesitated. I'm not sure I should say. You should. She sighed. Long ago. You said you'd be back, but it took so very long for you to arrive. Her tone was so lonely that it cut me. It also confirmed that I'd travelled back in time. Yet Nina still didn't have the orb. I'm sorry, I said softly. Very sorry. Nina forgave me. It's okay, Lucy. You're here now. I am. I patted her walls. Sarah was watching me curiously. You can commune silently with the seat of power, she noted. I can, when discretion is required, I said with a note of warning in my voice. I'm the soul of discretion, she promised. I am discreet, like an owl. And as wise as one, too. She grinned. That hadn't crossed my mind, but now that you mention it. She winked. If you're so wise, I started, then tell me a way I can pinpoint a date in history roughly 2 centuries ago. She blinked. I'd look in a journal first, or ask someone who was around at the time. Nina doesn't pay attention to the days and months. She may not, but there are plenty of immortal creatures around. Like your grandfather. I gave a solid facepalm. She was right. Grandy might know. I pulled out my phone and dialed his number. What? He asked. Gone was the quiet affection of earlier. Do you know the date when the werewolves lost their air magic? He sighed. Do you know the date of the Great Fire of London? 1666? What day? What month? I don't know, but I can Google it. Why? How does that correlate with our date? It doesn't. The point is that with the passage of time, it is hard to remember what I did last week, let alone what happened a century or 2 ago, and on what day in what month. I grimaced as I accepted his point. I could waste several days calling all the ancient creatures that I knew, but the chances were that none of them would remember. My best bet was finding the date recorded somewhere. Grandy sighed. Queen Victoria was newly on her throne. 1840? Something like that, give or take 5 years. The werewolves lost their air magic around about the time I was turned into a vampire. I was new anyway. So you must know the time, because it must have happened just after the last time we went back in time, I said excitedly. There was a long moment of silence before he finally agreed. Yes, I remember your return. I bounced up and down on my toes. So? When was it? I have no idea, he admitted. When I took you back on that first occasion, I simply told the portal to take me back to the day I was turned, and it did so. I didn't need to use a date because I tied it to an important part of my personal history. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Damn. Thanks anyway. You don't happen to journal, do you? He snorted. I do not. Night, Lucy. His voice was a shade warmer before he hung up. Night, I said to the disconnect tone. Once again, I couldn't help feeling that I was stuck at square one. Or worse, I was sliding down a snake whilst my opponents were climbing a ladder. Chapter 11. It was late, and I was disheartened, so I wasn't in the mood to chat when Thomas Elliot darkened my door, holding 2 glasses of champagne. Liam was at the security console in my office, and Greg was nowhere to be seen. He must be running patrol, I thought inanely. I declared that I was looking for a mate, and Elliot had danced with me at my coronation ball. As he looked at me now, his eyes were warm and interested. If I hadn't already been head over heels in love with Greg, I might have been interested too. Instead, it took real effort to muster a welcoming smile for the handsome man. Come in, Alpha Elliot, I said. I'm sorry that other business took me off-site earlier on. Not a problem, Lucy, he responded, though he looked curious. The Lucy grated. I had spent a fair amount of time insisting to my pack that they should call me Lucy rather than Alpha, and most of them ignored me. I was getting used to Alpha and even Queen, but Elliot hadn't earned the familiarity that allowed him to call me by my given name. My smile became distinctly strained. He must have noticed because he hastily dropped to one knee. My Queen, he corrected himself. I was tempted to leave him kneeling, but I didn't want to become like Rain and Isaacs and the other alpha holes, so I gestured for him to get up. He did so, then held out one of the flutes of champagne. I took it and delicately sniffed the contents. It smelt normal, but I had no doubt that potions could be clear, colourless and scentless, so I held it loosely in hand and didn't sip it. Elliot turned, looked pointedly at Liam and then back at me. He wanted privacy. Well, too bad. I wanted a chaperone. Take a seat, I said firmly. What brings you here without an invitation? He winced. Lucy, I feel like we got off on the wrong foot, and that was not my intention at all. He looked at me with eager blue eyes. I was hoping to have an opportunity to court you. I couldn't help but feel there was something between us when we danced at my ancestral home, and I wanted to further explore that. Will you allow me that courtesy? It felt churlish in the extreme to say no, not to mention dangerous. Elliot was an alpha werewolf, and I'd literally stolen the seat of power from his lands. He needed to save face, and maybe dating me would allow that. Besides, to my knowledge, he hadn't challenged anyone else of late, so if he wanted to, he could legally challenge me. We could take him, Esme said confidently. You think that about everyone, I said, amused. Because it is true, she huffed. We are a mighty warrior. One day you will accept it. We couldn't take Bastian. We could. He is weak. The curse on him drains him significantly. If it isn't lifted soon. She trailed off, but I didn't need her to finish the sentence. If the curse wasn't lifted soon, Bastian would die. If he continued to be stubborn, then I'd approach Amber myself about healing him. She wouldn't like it, but she probably wouldn't curse me. With an effort, I put my concern for Bastian aside. I looked at Elliot, who was staring at me with pleading eyes. I couldn't for the life of me remember what he'd asked me. He wants to know if he can date to mate us, Esme reminded me. Oh, that. I didn't have enough allies to alienate him. Not yet. So I managed a smile. Sure, perhaps we can take a walk together. Tomorrow. I love to make things future Lucy's problem, right up until future Lucy became present Lucy, and then I cursed my procrastinating arse. He beamed.
I'd love to go for a walk with you.
He raised his glass to me in a clear invitation to make a toast, and I leaned forward a little to clink our glasses. Then I set mine down without drinking from it, and a small frown crossed his face. It was there and gone in a blink.
Well,
he said tightly,
it's late. I'll leave you to deal with your affairs. But Lucy, I look forward to that walk.
I didn't have it in me to lie at that moment, so I gave him a vague smile. He bowed as he took his leave. When I looked up, Liam's shoulders were tense. What's up, Liam?
Nothing,
he replied shortly. Come on, talk to me. What's bothering you? He turned around abruptly, spinning in his chair.
You should be mating with manners. We all know it. Why are you entertaining that twat?
That twat is an alpha, I said levelly.
So he's better than manners?
Liam spat. Not even a little bit. But I'm still in a precarious position. I need to build my allies. I can't afford to make more enemies. Rain is already circling.
Screw him. We'll kill him when he comes,
Liam snarled.
But you're hurting manners. We can all see it. Why won't you ask him to mate?
Why won't he ask me? I threw back, finally voicing the dark thought that had been bothering me for weeks. Why hadn't he raised the topic with me? Not once. Liam blinked.
You're the alpha. It's up to you to raise it. He is the beta. Tradition dictates he must wait for you to ask him. Tristan made sure he was clear on that point.
I pinched the bridge of my nose and stifled the frustrated scream that wanted to erupt out of me. And no one thought to tell me that?
Well, we thought Esme would clarify it.
Esme? I shrieked. Why didn't you tell me it was up to me to make the first move?
I did,
she said blankly.
I told you that we had to mate with him.
You didn't make it clear, I started hotly. You know what? Never mind. In my head, Esme let out a low whine, and her tail went between her legs. I dropped my head into my hands. I'm sorry, okay? It's just, I wasn't clear about all of this. And there's been a bit of a balls up, all because of a stupid misunderstanding. And now I have a matter of days to clear it up and hopefully mate with manners before the full moon. There was a long pause before Esme finally spoke.
You do know you don't have to actually mate with manners on the full moon. You just have to declare your intention to do so.
My jaw dropped. Are you freaking kidding me? We just need to get engaged?
Well, declare to mate. Yes, I suppose it's like your betrothal.
I dropped my head onto my desk. The whole time I'd been freaking out because I was worried I'd be forcing Greg up the aisle prematurely, and now I learned that it was little more than an engagement. An engagement that we could probably drag out as long as we wanted. Assumptions hadn't been treating me well lately, so I reached out to Esme again. Can we declare to mate and then not mate for a set period, or as long as we want?
As long as you want, though it is traditional to do it sooner, rather than later.
But we can wait a year or two. More, even.
Well, yes. But until you're actually mated, Greg and Red could formally challenge us.
I thunked my head on the desk again. Perhaps that could knock some sense into Esme. There was no way in hell that Greg and Red would ever betray us. I rubbed my eyes and stood. I'm going to bed, I said to Liam. It's been a long night. The tension had gone from his frame, and he was looking at me sympathetically, maybe with a little pity.
Good night, my queen.
I climbed the stairs to the bedroom and took the time to do my makeup removal, cleansing, toning, and moisturizing routine. Then I brushed out my hair and climbed into bed. I lay in the darkness, waiting for Greg to join me. But he never did. Chapter 12. I woke when the birds called to me, their corvid minds so tumultuous and full of panic that it set my heart racing. I reached out automatically to Greg's side of the bed, but it was cold and empty. The dark of the night and the fear slammed me back into a night a few weeks ago, when Ben had been attacked. That wasn't now. I swallowed hard, trying to shake away my misery as I focused on the birds' panicked squawks in my head. Because I was freaking out too, I hummed a quick ditty and reached out to them properly. I looked through their eyes and saw fire. "Dawn!" I swore. I didn't waste time with clothes, but I did take the time to reach out and grab Torrance and jam him on my head. I threw open the door, shifted onto 4, and we pelted down the stairs many at a time. When we shifted back to open the door, I was still buck naked. "Where are my clothes?" I demanded of Torrance.
"I can only keep that which you were wearing, since you weren't wearing a stitch."
He trailed off. Bugger. I hadn't realized that was the deal. The front lawn was on fire, the rose bushes were on fire, and some twat was standing poised to throw a fireball at Nina.
"Scoundrel! Brigand!"
Torrance shouted in my head.
"He must be stopped before he harms Nina."
I couldn't agree more. A fireball left the fire elemental's hand, but instead of going to Nina, where he was clearly aiming, Torrance called it straight to me instead.
"Got it!"
he cried triumphantly.
"Hold steady, my queen. I'll absorb this little ember."
The little ember was a raging inferno, and I could feel its heat as it roared towards me. "You're sure you'll be okay?" I asked dubiously.
"I would never risk you,"
he promised fervently, as the flames came less than a foot from us.
"He hasn't used any powder."
I hadn't the faintest clue what he was talking about. "Okay, then. Here goes nothing."
"No!"
I heard Greg roar as the ball of flames hit me. The flames were hot, but suddenly they were less so. I had a moment of feeling warm and sun-kissed, and then they were gone, absorbed into Torrance or the crown itself. I didn't know or care which. I crossed the ground to the fire elemental intruder, who was staring at me dumbly, and punched him with all my might. All my might was a little bit too much might, and his jaw shattered under my fist. He promptly passed out, letting the unconscious body hit the floor hard.
"Lucy!"
Greg reached me and grabbed my shoulder, turning me to face him so he could examine me. His grip was tight, and his gaze was anxious as he looked me up and down, studying me for signs of injury. "I'm okay," I reassured him.
"But how?"
he said, totally confused. "Torrance." I tapped my head. Greg squinted at where I tapped.
"You're not wearing anything,"
he said finally. "Oh, Amber made the crown invisible," I explained with a shrug. He blew out a long breath.
"The flames were coming right for you. I thought you were a goner."
He pulled me roughly into his arms, before pressing his lips desperately to mine. His tongue invaded my mouth and made me gasp. The smell of smoke curled around us, and I could still hear distant flames crackling. But it all faded away as he kissed me like I was his sunlight and his air. "I'm okay," I panted when we finally separated. "I'm okay, love." He nodded with a visible effort and drew back a little.
"You're okay,"
he repeated, slowly, hooking loose strands of my blonde hair around my ear. He blew out a long breath and stepped back. "Any idea who this little shit is?" I asked Greg, towing the unconscious body.
"A dead man walking,"
he growled. He got out his phone, took a picture, and sent it off in a text message. "Maxwell?" I asked.
"And Roscoe,"
he confirmed. I grimaced a little. Roscoe and I hadn't exactly seen eye to eye on a recent kidnapping issue, and I wasn't sure if he was the type to hold a grudge. Greg leaned down and slapped the unconscious man a few times across the face. When nothing happened, he reached into his pocket and pulled up a small vial. When he dripped 2 small drops onto the man's tongue, the redhead stirred. His eyes fluttered open, and he gave a low groan of pain, then looked at me and sneered.
"Domini send the regards."
His words were muffled, A broken jaw would do that. I smiled. Well, that threat would work better if you could speak properly, darling. I turned back to Greg, as a sudden thought occurred to me. Check on my parents? I asked him in a low voice. The last time the Domini had struck at me, it had been my family they had targeted. Greg nodded briskly. Pulling out his phone again, he stepped away and made a call. So, I said to the prone man, why did you throw your lot in with the Domini? Because we'll be victorious. We'll create a new world order. Again, his words would have had more impact if he hadn't been slurring so badly. Uh-huh, I sighed. I'm sure you will. Who do you answer to? Flames sprung to his hands. Do you know that I'm not afraid of fire? I asked, my tone conversational. I was born a fire elemental. I'm actually an Alessandro. Not to mention I had a secret crown, haunted by a fire elemental spirit of some kind. But he didn't need to know that. That was more fifth date information when you were pretty sure they liked you, and they weren't going to run off when you showed them a little more of the real you. The flames on his hands spluttered and died, as he stared at me in wide-eyed fear. Alessandro? He stuttered. I guess my birth family's name still held some weight in the fire elemental community. Yep, I confirmed. A moment later, flames sprang to his hands again. I sighed. He really wasn't getting the picture. No Flamey the Queen. I opened my mouth to say something sassy, but the flames didn't come towards me. Instead, they turned inwards. He started to scream as he literally burned himself from the inside out, his eyes glowing with the light of inner flames. I stared, mouth agape, as he burned himself alive. And with him, all my evidence against the Domini. Son of a bitch. Chapter 13. Greg came back carrying some of my clothes, looking concerned. I can't get hold of your parents, he admitted, holding the clothes out to me. But I spoke to the Brethren Guard, and they haven't seen any signs of interference from outside. I took the clothes from him and shoved them on. My mouth was suddenly dry. Let's go. He nodded. I'll get the car and bring it around. As he moved off, Tristan, Archie, and Liam ran to join him. I saw Greg give them a sharp nod, and the four most powerful men in my pack moved off together. Ben and Noah came over. What the hell happened? Ben's eyes were wide in horror at the sight of the burning man on our lawn. We were attacked, I said grimly, by the Domini. I'm getting really sick of them. Ben paled. They're the ones that attacked me, right? I nodded. Mum and Dad? He demanded desperately, suddenly panicking. Their guards say they're fine, but they're not answering their phones. We're going to see them just to be sure they're okay. I'm coming, Ben asserted. I nodded, not having the patience or inclination to argue. He deserved to know his parents were okay too, and that was the sort of thing that you needed to see with your own eyes. David was looking at his hard work quite literally going up in flames. As the pack gardener, it must have been killing him. There was nothing I could do to save it because the damage was very much done. But maybe I could minimize the impact of the fire. I reached out to Torrance. Can you absorb the flames again like you did before? Can you call the fire from the rose bushes in the gardens? Of course, Torrance promised. Allow me, Your Highness. I moved closer to the fire to make it easier for him to do his thing. He called the fire to us, and the inferno sprang forward like a puppy, eager to please its master. The heat rolled up and into us, and inside me Esme gave a happy noise as she basked in the warmth of the fire. Torrance summoned the flames around us one by one. When he was done, I felt uncomfortably warm, like I'd spent too long in a sauna. But that was the only side effect, and it seemed a small price to pay to have extinguished the fire and kept the mansion that bit safer. We had runes, of course, but they'd been circumvented in the past. I pushed thoughts of Mrs. Dawes from my mind. Without the dancing flames in the way, I surveyed the devastation. The rose garden was destroyed, but it was the lawn that drew everyone's eye. The fires there had not been set at random. Now that the flames were extinguished, a message was sprawled across my verdant grass in charcoal and cinder. Burn, bitch. Terrific. I did so love when my enemies conveyed their messages in unusual forms. Dead bodies, flames, carrier pigeon. I ask you, what was wrong with an email? They needed to enter the modern age. But at least they'd inserted the comma correctly, and I appreciated that. Jacob and Sarah landed next to me with a whomp.
We failed you,
Jacob said stiffly. We screwed up, Sarah said firmly, with a harsh glare at Jacob for trying to downplay their part in it. The birds alerted me. It's fine. Birds are not an adequate alarm system, Sarah bitched. Better than the Dark Seraph, it seems. I shot back, then regretted it instantly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm tired. This is stressful. I'm not ungrateful for your assistance to date. You haven't dropped the ball once, and as soon as you do, I'm a bitch. We all make mistakes. It's fine.
It's not fine, Jacob said, and I don't think it was a mistake either.
Someone brought us up some food, Sarah told me. It tasted great, but we all felt tired afterwards. Too tired. We should have realized.
Mac didn't fall asleep, Jacob added, but he didn't eat as much as the rest of us. I think the adrenaline has washed it out of my system, but someone definitely tried to drug us.
Who brought you the food? I pinched the bridge of my nose.
That chap over there.
Jacob pointed to David. No way. I walked over to the skeletons of the rose bushes and patted David on the shoulder. I'm sorry about your gardens, I said softly. He looked at me, stricken, tears in his eyes.
I'm sorry too,
he said dully. I squeezed his shoulder. It can be replanted. Replaced. He sighed.
I've learned too late in life that not everything is replaceable. But I appreciate your words of comfort, Alpha, more than I can say.
He shook his head.
Everything I've worked so hard for has gone up in smoke.
I'm sorry. Look, I have a strange question. The food you brought to the Seraphs, where'd you get it? He looked confused.
From the kitchens, of course. It was already on the side with a note that said it was for the Dark Seraph.
Was anyone there when you picked it up? He shook his head.
No, I would have chatted with Finley or Noah if they were there, but no one was about.
Right. And who told you to deliver the food? He looked at me blankly.
I'm sorry, Alpha. Wasn't it you?
He frowned.
With all that's gone on, I really can't remember, but I'm sure it was you. Or Liam, or was it Manners?
His frown deepened.
Tristan?
I dredged a smile onto my face. It's okay, don't worry about it. I patted his shoulder. He had bigger things to concern him, like the death of all the plants he put his heart and soul into cultivating. Go on now. I shooed him away. He gave a wan smile and walked away down the gravel path. As I watched him go, my heart ached for him. David was all too often seen as an outsider within the pack, so someone had used him as a patsy. His forgetfulness could be genuine or it could be potion-induced. One thing was for sure, the Domini in our midst was laughing at us. I froze as I spied Daniela. She reached out to David and he let her hug him. I smiled to myself. Maybe something good would come out of this god-awful mess. There was nothing like a sprinkling of disaster or a brush with death to remind you of what was important in life. Nothing was more important than family, and my guts were in knots about mine. I had to see if they were okay. What was keeping Greg? As if I'd summoned him with my thoughts, Greg drew up in a black Range Rover. Behind him in another vehicle were Tristan, Liam, and Archie. It looked like we were rolling out convoy style. I turned to Ben. That's our ride. He nodded, looking sick with worry. Next to him, Noah squared his shoulders.
I'm coming with you.
He paused.
If I may.
I quirked an eyebrow before I managed to stifle my surprise. Noah had turned a bit agoraphobic after he'd lost Roan, and anything that made him willing to move off Packlands was a plus in my book. I didn't want him hamstrung for the rest of his life. Sure, I said, before Ben could turn him down. Climb in. They climbed into the back of Greg's car. The dark seraph were conferring, then one of them, Mac, took to the skies above us. The rest stayed with the mansion. The fire elemental's attack had been swift, but it was disappointing that the seraph hadn't alerted us to it or stopped it. The guilt and chagrin on their faces told me that they felt the same. From their vantage point, maybe they hadn't been able to see the relevant part of the gardens. I tried to let any blame go. As we drove away, I saw that my guests had gathered, summoned by the rumpus. Elliot's arms were folded, his body language closed and pissed off. Uh-oh. What were the chances that the Alpha had seen my passionate embrace with Greg after I'd survived the little fireball? I met his gaze as we drove past. His eyes were hard and cold, and they spelled trouble. Chapter 14. We screeched up to my parents' house as the sun was still rising. Both cars emptied hastily, and we ran up the path. Greg took point and knocked heavily on the white PVC door. "Just a minute!" Mum called from inside, and I heard her fiddling with the locks. The door swung open, and she blinked at the coterie of men on her doorstep. "Goodness," she said faintly. Seeing the triangle of the other on her forehead took some getting used to, so it took me a moment to note that her eyes were red. She looked like she'd been crying. "Mum?" I asked. "What's up? Are you okay?" She offered me a watery smile. "You best come in, but perhaps not all of you?" Ben grabbed Noah's hand, silently asking him to come in. Greg was obviously coming with me, so I nodded to Archie and Liam. "You two stand guard out here." "You got it." Archie gave me a salute, with a trace of his previous spirit. "Tristan," I called. "Inside." Tristan was one of the few that knew the truth of the situation with the Domini, so I might as well keep him fully informed. He gave me a businesslike nod, but I saw a flash of pride in his eyes, and his shoulders straightened a little more. Tristan and I were finally making progress. I gave him a small smile and turned back to my mum. She was visibly upset, so naturally Greg had a weapon in his hands. "Oh," she said, eyes wide. "It's okay, hun. Nothing like that." Despite her assurances, he went room by room to clear the house and check for intruders. When he came out of the kitchen, his gaze met mine. His eyes were solemn and sympathetic. "Anything?" I asked. He grimaced. "Nothing's here to hurt your parents," he said carefully. But that wasn't the same as saying nothing. I slid him a sidelong glance and plunged into the kitchen to see what he wasn't saying. My dad was humming happily, his back to me as he kneaded bread. "Dad," I called. "Everything okay?" "Lucy," he said brightly. Far more chipper than I'd heard him sound in weeks. He turned to give me a kiss hello, and I froze. His forehead was unmarked. I swallowed. Maxwell had promised me that he would call me if and when he took my parents back into common, so that I could arrange further protection for them. He hadn't called. Greg and I had hypothesized that because my parents had no magic of their own, their need to return to the common would be infrequent or perhaps non-existent. The Brethren did have low-lying magic. It made them a little faster and helped them live a little longer. Their magic wasn't showy, but it hummed through them constantly, which is why they had to recharge, like with werewolves. Though my parents had been adopted by an elder dragon, they were brethren in name only, and magicless. There was no need for my father to be in common right now. A dreadful suspicion curled in my gut. I licked my lips. "Dad, what happened to Ben a few weeks ago?" He frowned, and looked confused for a moment before his expression cleared. "Oh, dreadful business. Imagine a stray dog getting in our house like that. Thank goodness the beast was destroyed. I'm not usually in favour of destroying an animal, as you know, but couldn't risk that beast hurting someone else. Ben nearly died." I swallowed hard. "And my job, Dad? What do I do?" "Are you feeling all right?" Concern lined his face. "It's not another flare-up of that horrible illness you had?" "No, I'm fine." Answer the question, Dad.
Well, I don't see why. You know your job as well as I do.
He slid me a curious look.
Becoming a caretaker for a mansion is a bit of a strange career move, but you know I support you. You have to make your own life choices. Just know that I'll always be here to pick you up if they turn out to be a mistake.
He kissed my forehead, right on the triangle tattoo, like the one that he no longer bore. Thanks, Dad, I said faintly. He would support my decisions as long as he didn't have to know about them anymore. It was undeniable. He'd had himself cleared, and all traces of magic had been wiped from his mind. He was wholly common once more. I knew that Dad had been struggling to come to terms with the existence of magic. Every time I tried to talk to him about something other, he changed the topic or simply walked out of the room. When Mum and I spoke about anything werewolf-related, he'd escaped into the kitchen to bake. I knew that he'd been running away with his new reality, but I hadn't realized to what lengths he had run. He'd arranged to have hunks of his memory altered, rather than accept me as I was. The betrayal, the hurt, ran deep. "I'm sorry, Lucy," Esme said, her voice mournful. "Me too," I said, as grief almost choked me. Dad had chosen not to know me or Ben properly ever again. It was a bitter pill to swallow. My dad had always been a pillar of support in my life, and I'd expected that to continue when he knew what I truly was. But it had all been too much for him. I was too much for him. I left him to knead his bread, wishing it didn't feel like my heart was shattering into a million pieces. It was odd to feel betrayed by your parent. It wasn't his fault it was too much to accept, especially at his age. Yet no matter how much I told myself that, I couldn't help taking his decision personally. It felt like he was rejecting not just magic, but me, who I truly was. He'd seen into the soul of me, and he hadn't liked what he'd seen. So he'd wiped it from his memory. When I walked out of the kitchen, Greg's arms were waiting.
"What?"
Ben asked, as I buried myself in Greg's reassuring love.
"What happened?"
I took a shuddering breath and lifted my head from Greg's shoulder for a moment. Dad got himself cleared. He doesn't remember anything about magic anymore. I hid my face in Greg's calming scent again, as he rubbed slow circles on my back. "Not a damn thing," Mum confirmed, looking as heartbroken as I felt. "I didn't know he was planning to do that, darling. I would have stopped him if I had." She took a shuddering breath. "We did talk about it in the beginning. Once he found out that clearing minds was a thing, we discussed it at length. But I thought we'd put it to bed. I knew he was struggling to accept magic, but he couldn't see it as a gift, like I can. But—" She trailed off hopelessly, then shook her head as her eyes filled. "I really thought he'd turned a corner. I guess he was just masking it, hiding his plans from me so I couldn't stop him from interfering with his own memory. It's his life. His choice," I said dully. "It's my life too. And yours. He took away our freedom to be open as a family without even having a proper conversation first." She shook her head. "I won't forgive him for that." Her jaw clenched. "The first I knew of it was last night when he walked in after work with no triangle." She pressed her lips together. It soon became clear that he didn't remember a damn thing. Not about the werewolf attack, the magic, you as the werewolf alpha queen. Nothing. "I'm so sorry."
"Not your fault,"
Ben said. After a beat, he added ruefully,
"Not really his fault either."
"Mine," I said a shade pugnaciously, as I stepped out of Greg's arms. Ben's eyes softened.
"Not yours, love."
"Then whose?" I demanded.
"Let's blame the enemy,"
Noah suggested.
"The ones that started all this. The Domini."
I glared a little at Ben as Noah named the secret organization. The Domini were need to know, and only Greg, Jacob, Tristan, and I were supposed to be aware of them. Hardin had been there when Ramsay had spouted off about them, but he dismissed them as children's tales, and had said that Ramsay was just trying to disguise who he was truly working for. Noah wasn't supposed to know of their existence. Telling my brother about the Domini had apparently been a mistake, because he'd seemingly gossiped right to Noah. I still felt like Ben had deserved to know who was responsible for changing his life, but maybe I wouldn't tell him any more secrets if he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He had quit his job as a lawyer, and now he was the pack solicitor. Not to mention he now had Rohan, in his head, all because the Domini had wanted to teach me a lesson I had refused to learn. My dad had been a victim too, but in a different way. He'd been resistant to the ideas of magic from the start, and now he'd walked away from all things magic. I should have seen this coming. Dad hadn't wanted magic to be real, and I'd forced him to see it. Now he had his ignorance back, but I couldn't help but think that ignorance wasn't bliss. But each their own, I guess. I rubbed my eyes. They were gritty and sore. I hadn't had a good sleep with Greg absent from my side, and then I'd been woken abruptly by Operation Wing It, which actually seemed to be working out well. The birds had alerted me to the fires, and prevented a great deal of destruction. We'd lost some lawn and bushes, but that was it. It could have been far worse. I could have lost Nina. The thought filled me with dread. The mansion had a host of runes, including anti-fire runes, so the fire elemental intruder couldn't have burned it down even if he tried. But Nina and the gardens? They were vulnerable. We need to get Nina ruined, I said abruptly. Greg nodded.
I'll ask Amber to put a team together. Get out there today.
Thanks. I looked at Noah. You're right. It's time to dig into the Domini and take the fight to them. Ben snorted.
Easier said than done. They're called a secret society for a reason.
Yes, and I'd be having words with my brother later about blabbing about the secret society, because if he wasn't careful, he'd get himself killed. But that was a private conversation, for later, between siblings. They'll have left breadcrumbs, I said firmly, and we're going to find them.
We have another problem,
Tristan said. Oh, goody, I responded sarcastically. That's exactly what I want to hear.
You kissed manners in front of all and sundry. You may not have formally announced your intention to mate, but your actions said it quite loudly.
My skin reddened, and I avoided meeting Greg's eyes. So?
So, Alpha Elliot saw it too. He's got designs on you. If he wants to disrupt your plans, he's going to challenge manners.
I went cold. I hadn't even considered that. Why would he not challenge me?
Because you transformed your head into a wolf's and slayed your challengers with little visible effort. You've established yourself as a badass, and challengers are going to think twice before throwing down the gauntlet. Manners, though, he's just a wolf. And a beta one at that. Elliot's going to think he can take him.
Chapter 15. Tristan gave me one of his rare grins.
I have a solution.
I brightened. You do?
Well, more like something that gives us breathing space rather than a solution that solves the whole thing, but it's better than nothing.
I'll take breathing space. What's your idea?
I challenge manners,
Tristan offered. I blinked. That helps us how? You just be softening him up for Elliot. Tristan grinned.
Because you, my clever queen, introduced a one challenge a week law. If I challenge Greg, that gives us a week to work out what to do about Elliot.
He had a point. Maybe Elliot was just a sore loser and the rage I'd seen in his eyes would lessen once he'd had time to calm down. Maybe a week was all he needed to get his anger under control. Then again, maybe not. I turned to Greg. It was his life at stake after all. What do you think? He folded his arms.
I think I can take Elliot.
I nodded. I agree, you probably could. But that would make you alpha of the Staffordshire pack. I kept my tone as even as I could. I wouldn't stop Greg becoming alpha if that was what he wanted. God knows he'd be a magnificent leader. In the small hours of the night, insidious voices whispered to me that he'd be a far better king than I was a queen. He blew out a breath.
Oh, you're right, I don't want that. It's an extra complication we don't need.
Something tight in my chest eased. Greg nodded to Tristan.
Challenge me and we'll have a little roll around to first blood.
Not here, Ben said hastily. Dad can't see any of that shit. Not now. He's right, I agreed. We better take it to Black Park. We didn't want to go home without the challenge being completed, or Elliot might somehow pull the rug out from under us. Well, I'm glad you've got it all sorted, Mum sighed. But what am I going to do about Dennis? She asked unhappily.
Nothing.
Greg gave her arm a sympathetic squeeze.
He's made his choice and it's not for us to undo it.
But I'm the one who has to live with it, she argued grumpily.
Mum, Ben started, you can't blame him for this. It's not his fault. None of it is. Just don't do anything hasty, okay?
She gave him a wry smile. I'm not throwing away 3 decades of marriage for one mistake, she assured him. But it'll take some getting used to. We just started exploring the other realm together, and now... She paused, then made a visible effort to cheer up. Anyway, he wasn't interested in learning about the healing potions and things like that. Her eyes narrowed as she turned to me, which reminds me, your miraculous survival. It wasn't a new experimental drug, was it? It was magic. I stared at her for a moment. I'd forgotten we hadn't revealed the full circumstances of my mysterious recovery from near death. I told Mum that I'd been born a fire elemental, and that I'd been turned into a werewolf, but we hadn't actually gone through the ins and outs of the whole thing. When I didn't know about magic, I shagged an incubus, I started. I thought I loved him. Mum slid a glance to Greg before replying, carefully. That James chap? You talked about him before Greg came on the scene. I coloured. Yes, that's the guy. He broke some rules, and by sleeping with me and using his magic, he was slowly killing me. In the end, Jess saved me. What does Jess have to do with it? Everything, I said wryly. She also broke some rules, but that was to save me. Werewolves aren't supposed to be turned. We're supposed to be born. You can only turn a werewolf when they're dying from non-magical means. I was dying, but because of an incubus, so I couldn't be turned. Jess stabbed me with a magical dagger and brought me to Lord Samuel. I was dying from a non-magical malady, so he turned me and saved my life. And the rest is history. Mum's eyes were very wide. So we really did nearly lose you. Nearly, I admitted. But you're stuck with me now. She pulled me into a hug. Thank God, she murmured into my ear, giving me a fierce squeeze. Then she drew back. You said Jess stabbed you with a magical dagger. What did it do? It gave me the ability to speak to animals. Well, to anything that's alive, really. It meant I could speak to Esme back in a time when people couldn't speak with their wolves. She kissed me. I'd like to talk to Esme one day. And Rohan. I should know the wolves that are living in my children's skin. I would like that, Esme said warmly, and I could tell that she would. She longed for a maternal figure to stroke her fur, and the depth of that longing took me off guard. I should have asked her earlier if there was anything I could give her that she really needed. She would like that, I said aloud. Then I asked Esme, is there anything else you'd like that we haven't discussed? I would like Greg to pet me one time, she admitted. I tried to hide how much that surprised me. Of course. I'll ask him soon. We have a challenge to witness first, she reminded me.
We should go.
Tristan interrupted our conversation.
We need to get this challenge wrapped up, and the longer we remain here talking about magic, the longer we risk your father overhearing.
He was right. We were going to have to be careful from now on. Ugh. Ben went in to speak to Dad for a few minutes, and then we took our leave. Archie, Liam and Mac were waiting for us, talking quietly on the doorstep.
Everything okay?
Liam asked. Fine, but we're going to Black Park so Tristan can challenge Greg. Archie's eyes went wide.
What?
Why? I shrugged. Testosterone. As much as it sucked, Liam and Archie were still on my list of potential Domini moles. I really didn't think it likely, but I was going to be sparing with information just in case. I didn't need anyone knowing Tristan and Greg's fight was little more than a ruse. We folded into the 2 cars, and Mac took to the skies. It didn't take long to reach the pack's favourite hunting grounds in the forest. It was helpful that it backed onto a film studio because anytime common realmers saw weird shit, we could just yell, "And scene," and pretend we were in the midst of filming. It worked every time. We parked up and walked into the thickest part of the woods, to the place where we had a small shack for storing clothes. Next to the hut was a clearing. It seemed as perfect a place as any for them to have this little skirmish. Greg reached down to pull off his t-shirt, but Tristan held out a hand. "Wait, there's no rule that says we have to fight in wolf form. How about we do it on 2? Man to man. The wolves don't always have to get the fun." Plus, Tristan was a martial arts expert. Greg grinned. "Let's do it." Both men removed their weapons. This was a friendly bout, but it was clear they were taking it seriously. Tristan's smile faded, and as he circled Greg, I recognized his urge to prove himself. I understood it, but his need was misplaced. Tristan was a martial arts teacher, but Greg? Greg was a martial art. The only thing that Tristan was going to prove was that he bled red. I rocked back, waiting to see what would surely be a spectacular fight. The air was thick with tension as they faced each other. Their eyes locked, and they assessed each other. Impatiently, Tristan moved first, his body a blur of motion as he closed the distance with a swift, powerful roundhouse kick towards Greg's head. Greg was still grinning. He was enjoying himself. He ducked just in time to narrowly avoid the blow. Without missing a beat, he sprang back up and launched a hard jab at Tristan's ribs. Tristan twisted his torso, absorbing the blow with a grunt, but maintaining his balance. The 2 men broke again and circled, their feet shuffling on the ground, each looking for an opening. Tristan feinted a low kick in an attempt to draw down Greg's guard, but then he pivoted and launched a fierce elbow strike at Greg's temple. Greg didn't fall for the feint, and when Tristan struck, he'd already raised an arm to block the blow. He retaliated swiftly with a knee to Tristan's midsection, but Tristan was ready and deflected it with his thigh. Greg's grin had faded as fierce concentration took over. Oh boy. Despite my initial expectations, the men seemed to be pretty evenly matched, and they traded blow for several minutes. Then, in the midst of the fight, both of them started to smile again. They were enjoying themselves. "Come on," I called. "We don't have all day. Wrap it up." The smiles vanished. Greg stepped things up a gear, and they exchanged a flurry of punches. Then, he lunged forward, grabbed Tristan's wrist, and pulled him off balance. In one fluid motion, he spun behind Tristan and locked his arm around his throat in a chokehold. Tristan struggled, his free hand clawing at Greg's arm as he tried to break the hold. Greg tightened his grip, and his muscles strained, as Tristan's movements grew more frantic. It was all kinds of wrong that I was getting a little hot under the collar, watching how effortlessly Greg was holding his opponent in place. But Tristan wasn't done yet. He threw back his head and attempted to smash it into Greg's nose. Greg turned his head in time to avoid it. Tristan tried again to punch his beta, but Greg still didn't let go of his hold. Instead, he shifted his weight and dragged Tristan to the ground with him. They hit the floor hard in a tangled mess of limbs. Tristan bucked and twisted, but Greg's grip was still ironclad. Greg shifted his position to wrap his legs around Tristan's waist and squeezed tighter. Tristan's struggle weakened. His breath was coming in ragged gasps. "First blood," I reminded Greg. He gave a minute nod, transformed his hand into a claw, and nicked Tristan's skin. Blood welled up. I blinked in surprise. I didn't know Greg had also been working on achieving a partial shift. Nice work. He gave one last squeeze before letting Tristan go, then rolled away and got to his feet. Tristan lay on the ground, heaving air into desperate lungs. Respectfully, we gave him a minute to regain his equilibrium. When he stopped panting, Tristan did a neat little flip to a standing position. He nodded to Greg, and his eyes held a little more respect than they had before. They had fought in the past, but as wolves. And evidently he had thought he could beat Greg on two. With that question finally settled, any residual tension between them was completely gone. Something good might have come out of Elliot's presence, after all. Chapter 16. My phone flared to life as we drove back to the mansion. I didn't recognize the number, but I swiped to answer all the same. "Lucy Barrett?" a female voice inquired. It was vaguely familiar, but I struggled to place it. "Yes." "It's Pollyanna," she confirmed quietly. I had to resist the urge to side the glance at my brother, who was sitting awfully close to Noah in the back seat. "How can I help?" I asked mildly. "It's more about how I can help you," she said wryly. "Because of my time with Ben, I've seen some things. Things that you need to know about. Like needing the final defense potion to save him." "Like that," she agreed. "You broke his heart," I accused, keeping my voice low. "Didn't stay broken for long, though, did it?" she shot back, but I could hear the underlying hurt in her voice, and I winced. If the closeness between Noah and Ben was any indication, then no. I had told them to fake date, so maybe their closeness was exactly that. Fake, though right now they had a very limited audience to perform to, and their thighs were still touching. Pollyanna continued without waiting for a response. "You need to find Farrier or you won't survive the year." That wasn't the best news I'd heard. "Who?" "Clark Farrier. Jinx can tell you where to find him." She hung up without telling me who he was, or why I needed to speak to him. "Sears," I muttered, rubbing my forehead. "I swear they just get off on being mysterious."
"It's part of their MO, Greg agreed. "They're taught from a young age about the dangers of sharing their visions. They're only allowed to share in a very few specific circumstances."
"Which are?"
He shrugged. "Damned if I know. I'm no seer."
I looked in the rearview mirror, and inadvertently met Ben's gaze. His eyes were resigned.
"Pollyanna?"
he asked quietly. "Yes, sorry. She says I have to find someone called Clark Farrier." Greg frowned as he drove.
"Farrier's dead. He was some sort of werewolf rights activist back in the 90s, I think."
"What happened to him?"
"He was assassinated."
He paused.
"Probably by the Werewolf Council. He was spouting dangerous ideas like equality for women in the packs."
I sighed. Well, Pollyanna said Jess could point me in the right direction. "Maybe I'm supposed to go to his grave," I said aloud.
"Only one way to find out. Ring Jinx,"
Greg suggested. "Yeah, I suppose, but I don't want to bother her with all she's got going on."
"She'll probably be happy for a distraction. Besides, she's always happy to hear from you."
"I guess." Persuaded, I pulled out my phone and dialed my best friend. "Hey, Luce." Her voice wasn't quite as chipper as usual, but she was clearly pleased to hear my voice. "Hey, love. How you going?" "Emory's driving me up the wall. He's barely left my house and he's pretty much buying companies or exercising all day long." "Well, he could have worse vices." "Yeah, I know. But he's a doer, you know? He's not really the chill and watch movies type. You need to find him something to do or plan," I suggested. "You're right. I'll come up with something. Anyway, how are you? Everything all roses and kittens?" I laughed. "I'm an alpha werewolf. Nothing is ever roses and kittens. But a weird thing just happened. A seer called me and told me to find Clark Farrier, but Greg says he's dead." "A seer told you that?" she asked carefully. "Yeah." "Tell me exactly what they said." "She said, I need to find Farrier or I won't survive the year." The car swerved a bit as Greg glared at me. I had omitted telling him that part. Whoops. "Damn it," Jess muttered. "Okay, we can't risk that. I'm going to find out where he is and give you an address. But when you go to see him, you need to be low-key. Just you and Manners. And don't tell anyone his location. Don't tell anyone you're seeing him. I'm breaking a trust here, and I'm not happy about it. I promise, I vowed solemnly. No one will find out his location from me. Or the fact he's still alive, Jess pressed. Or that, I agreed. He's living under an alias. I'll text it to you. Lucy, be safe. I'm working on it, I said drolly. Love you. Love you, Luce. Speak soon. I'll text the address now. She rang off. Minutes later, my phone pinged with a name, Kane Stillwell, and an address. I plugged it into my phone. It was a 2-hour drive away, and we needed to drop off Ben and Noah. Mansion first, I said to Greg. Then you and I are taking a drive. He flashed me a grin. Road trip time, Peaches. I'm coming with you, Ben said firmly. No, you're not, I replied, equally firmly. I need you and Rohan and Noah here. I need you to schmooze with our guests, Tarkas and Wakadu, and Denby should be arriving soon too. I need you to keep everyone happy. Make friends, Ben. He grimaced but nodded reluctantly. Like me, Ben was a grade A schmoozer. He was used to socializing at work events, and he also needed something to keep him busy. And I needed someone to keep an eye on my guests while I went off to frolic with Greg to find a dead man. It was win-win. Chapter 17. The atmosphere around the mansion was tense. A team of witches was working on Nina, and David was helping them out, running around with ladders so they could rune across the breadth of the ever-growing structure. I couldn't spot Amber amongst the swarm, but I could see her in the organized and synchronized movements of the witches. They worked like a well-oiled machine. Nina would be safer than ever by the time they were done, which, judging by the sheer volume of runes already present, would be soon. Satisfied, I turned back to the mansion. Leaning against the front door were Maxwell and Grandy. Neither looked happy. Hey, I greeted my family lightly. What's up? What's up is that you were attacked by a fire elemental, Grandy growled. Maxwell folded his arms. You need to claim your heritage. I raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Claim my heritage? How, exactly? The Alessandro name. It's time you started using it. I bristled. I'm not abandoning my roots as a Barrett, even if it did feel like my father had abandoned me. Maxwell looked at me flatly. I'm not saying that, but why not double barrel? Lucy Alessandro Barrett. I chewed on my thumb as I considered it. Why Alessandro first? Alphabetical, he said blandly. And you know that people will be too lazy to say the whole thing and I'll end up just being called Alessandro. Maxwell gave a one-shouldered shrug. I'm not responsible for other people's choices or actions. Yet you're trying to inform mine, I shot back dryly. He flashed me a boyish grin, winked, then slung an arm around my shoulders. That's different, you're my cuz. I'm supposed to take care of you. Yeah, 'cause I'm so defenseless. He stilled and looked at me seriously. Not at all. But did you consider that accepting your name is a two-way street? You'll get the protection of our name. God knows any fire elemental worth their salt would hesitate to attack us. But we'll get an added heft, too, by being related to the Queen of the Werewolves. It's win-win, Lucy. Think about it. He gave me one last squeeze before letting me go. And just like that, I was going to be calling myself Alessandro. If my position could help my birth family and afford them extra protection, then of course I would give it to them, even if I knew that Maxwell was totally using my own emotions to play me. For now, I would allow myself to be played. I pulled out my phone and dialed Hardin, the Speaker of the Council. Eager beaver, he answered on the first ring. My queen, how can I assist you? Hi, Hardin. I wanted to let it be known that I should be referred to as Queen Alessandro Barrett. I'm embracing my roots. Your roots? He said, genuinely sounding shocked. You're an Alessandro. Born and bred, I said lightly. Let it be known. And also, if anyone harms my fire elemental family, there will be hell to pay. I'll amend the formal documents, he said, still sounding a bit flabbergasted. Wonderful. You do that. Do you have the ability to manipulate fire?
Your Majesty.
I hesitated, thinking of Torrance and the power he came with, but I didn't want to tip my hand too early. I was raised common. I evaded.
Of course,
he noted, letting the delicate matter slide like the consummate politician he was.
And can I ask, Your Majesty, are you any further along in claiming a mate?
The announcement will come at the appropriate time, I said tightly, then hung up before he could ask any more questions that I wanted to avoid answering.
The full moon rises soon,
Esme murmured. Don't I know it? I sighed. I'll talk to Greg on our road trip. In my head, Esme's tail started to wag. Grandy gave an approving nod, and Maxwell beamed at me.
I'm glad, cousin,
he said, as he clapped me on my back.
Makes all nice and official.
The smile dropped from his face.
Now, where's Boltergen?
Who? I asked.
The elemental that attacked you, John Boltergen.
Oh, he's probably still on the lawn. Be careful how you move him. He's crispier than a Chinese fried duck. What did it say about me that the thought of Chinese food made my tummy grumble? I loved Chinese food, but maybe I'd avoid crispy duck for a few weeks. Maxwell nodded.
We'll remove his remains and notify his family of his death.
His grim countenance suggested that the notification was going to come with a heavy slice of recrimination. Grandy phased into the shadows and away, presumably to pop out by the char-grilled corpse. It might not have anything to do with his family, I said softly. Other politics were at play with the attack. Have you heard of the Domini?
Shush!
Maxwell grabbed my arm and dragged me hastily away from the entrance to the mansion.
You can't throw that name around,
he hissed. So you don't think they're just children's tales?
I know they're not,
he said grimly. He moved us to the centre of the lawn where the words "burn bitch" could still be seen, then looked around to make sure no one was in earshot, supernatural or not. His voice dropped even lower, so I had to strain to hear him, even with my lupin hearing.
Roscoe's found evidence that Benedict was Domini. He's been working his way through the fire elemental's ranks, quietly questioning everyone in the pit. He's weeded out 2 other members of the Domini from the fire elemental ranks. Obviously, with Boltergen, we've found a 3rd.
Was Boltergen in the pit?
No, he was nowhere near powerful enough. He was only a level 3, but he has family that are 5s,
he warned. How has Roscoe been digging them out?
He got the witches to paint some truth runes, and then questioned his suspect on the chair. He spilled the other 2 names before he managed to kill himself.
I balked. That seems to be a common action. I told him quietly about Larsding getting killed, omitting by whom, and Ramsay stealing his laptop and handing it off to a mysterious ally, before he also killed himself when he was questioned. Maxwell looked grim.
I'll go and see Roscoe in Liverpool. He needs to know about this.
He needs to tread carefully. Voltaire is investigating the Domini too, although quietly. He said that if they know you're gunning for them, you'll be taken out. With the deaths of 3 Domini fire elementals, they'll know you're gunning for them. Maxwell nodded.
I know. We both do. Roscoe's being guarded by elementals who've all been questioned under runes, so we know we can trust them. Until we can bring down a big gun, we're just scurrying around like pigeons that are shooting.
They've invited me to join them, I admitted. I said no. The worry in his countenance intensified.
Then you're not just a pigeon. You're a prize stag, with a bullseye painted right over you. Be careful.
I smiled. I'm not the deer, Maxwell. I'm the one carrying the gun. They just don't know it. Yet. Chapter 18. The packed common room fell silent as Tristan and Greg walked in. Neither of them had shifted, and both were starting to sport some interesting bruises. What the heck? Daniela exclaimed, clucking over them. You should shift, she told Tristan as she examined the slice where Greg had cut him. The wound had clotted, but it was still red and raw, and the dried blood remained as a macabre reminder of the bloody battle the men had fought. I'd think that essentially it had been a friendly.
I'm fine.
Tristan shrugged, but his eyes were on Elliot. Men, Daniela huffed under her breath, hands going to her hips. I met her gaze and gave an agreeing nod. Men. My eyes moved on to Siren and Marissa. Siren was looking at Daniela, openly pissed off at her, fussing over Tristan. I knew Siren was deliriously happy in her new relationship with Marissa, so I wasn't sure what her issue was with Daniela. It certainly wasn't jealousy. Besides, Tristan was happily married to a seer. The instant we'd walked in, Thomas Elliot had surged to his feet, fists clenched.
I challenge you to a tourney to the death,
he snarled at Greg.
Too late,
Tristan replied before Greg could.
I challenge Manners for his position as second. As such, under the new law laid down by our Queen, he cannot be challenged for another week.
Elliot's nostrils flared.
This is an outrage.
He turned to me.
None of us ever stood a chance, did we, Lucy? You'd already made your choice when you arrived on my lands. Manners will be your mate.
His breathing was heavy, his words harsh. I have yet to claim my mate, I replied evenly. He snorted.
That's not what I saw on your fucking lawn. Speak to our Queen with some manners.
Wakadu's voice was low and dangerous.
Or I'll teach you some. I think she's already got quite enough manners.
Elliot spat. Wakadu sent him an assassin smile.
You haven't been challenged in a week, have you, Elliot?
Elliot's jaw clenched, and for a moment he looked at the large man with hostility. Taking in his size, his anger faded enough for common sense to assert itself.
I won't forget this. Any of it.
He stalked out of the room. Archie, Liam, make sure our guest leaves our lands with all his belongings, I ordered. They followed him out with matching grim expressions. Tarkas gave an exaggerated sigh.
Uninvited guests are the worst, am I right?
Well, a dry voice said from the corner.
I hope my invite still stands, then.
A man stood and made his way from where he'd been sprawled with some pups, including a giggling Bobby. He was a large man, almost 7 feet in height and just as broad. I thought Wakadu was huge, but this guy made Wakadu look small.
Richard Denby from Derby, my Queen.
He introduced himself, sinking to one knee in front of me. Even on one knee, he was taller than some women I'd met.
I am truly honoured to make your acquaintance.
His voice was full of fervent sincerity. You're more than welcome, Denby. Please, rise. When the monolithic man stood up, his head was barely a foot from the ceiling. This was Kern's Alpha? I spotted the Speaker of the Council sitting primly to one side. You wouldn't catch him sprawled on the floor with the kids.
If it pleases you, my Queen,
Denby said mildly.
My friends call me Debbie. I would be honoured for you to address me so.
I grinned. So I'd heard. Tarkas here has been filling me in. Debbie grinned.
You can't trust a word that man says, Your Majesty. He's a brigand and scoundrel.
But his eyes were laughing, and the glance he shot at the other man was full of affection. I tagged them immediately as having a wonderful bromance. Whilst I am very grateful for your presence here, I started, I have a small errand to run this afternoon that will keep me occupied. Perhaps in the meantime you, Tarkas, and Wakadu could run together on my lawns.
I'd enjoy that,
Debbie said affably.
We'll be waiting at your pleasure, Your Majesty. As always.
He bowed. I did so love a man with manners. He was going to fit right in. Excellent. Finley, get our guest some cookies. The salted caramel ones. I winked at Tarkas. Only the good stuff for you. He flashed me a grin in return, and doffed an imaginary cap.
Appreciate that, Your Maj.
I turned to my pack. Tristan, Siren, Marissa, I called. Join me in my office, please. The women had been sitting in a tangle of limbs on the beanbags near the game consoles, but they immediately stood up to follow me. Pack some bags, I said quietly to Greg as we left the room. Bring some weapons. You'll be the only one coming with me. Greg nodded and peeled off, no doubt to return more armed than Rambo. In my office, David was at the security console, looking like he'd rather be anywhere but there. I could relate. I hated security duty on the rare occasions that I did it. He looked more morose than usual as he watched the screens that flickered over the charred remains of his hard work. I winced internally. Poor man. You can go, I told him. Why don't you start putting together a new planting schedule? He brightened. I can compile a spreadsheet with costings. I grinned. Right there was the reason we got on so well. Like me, he'd been a fish out of water, a gardener in a werewolf pack, and, like me, he had a love of the fine details. You could, I said easily. Maybe Daniela could help you. He flushed a little, but didn't say anything else, as he slipped out of my office. Tristan, I said, once David had shut the door behind him. Shift and heel. You're favouring one side when you walk, and I saw you clutching your ribs when you thought I wasn't looking. He grimaced. I just need to recharge in the common, he admitted, unhappily, giving his arms a scratch. The wife won't be happy, he sighed. We were supposed to have dinner out. I gave him a sympathetic glance. I hated that itching feeling. No help for it. She'll understand, I'm sure. We were supposed to be going to a bagpipe concert. I blinked. Bagpipes? My dad was Scottish, he explained. Candace likes to make sure we're embracing our roots. What are her roots? I asked, nosily. She's of Irish descent. She enjoys anything Gaelic, really. She enjoys the bagpipes as much as me. I shall just have to take a friend instead. I nodded. I didn't suggest he attend the concert whilst he was in common. The political landscape was tense. It was far safer for him to be tucked up in Rosie's, and I found that I truly wanted him safe. He'd really grown on me of late. Tristan scratched again at his arm. Go on with you. We can't have you scratching half your skin off. Go with Maxwell when he leaves. Catch up with him. He's on the front lawn. Let me check if anyone else is due a recharge. I fired up my laptop and opened my recharging spreadsheet. Finley and Ethan are due, and Xander from the Devon pack. Take them all with you. Tristan gave me a bow with no hint of animosity or hesitation. Yes, my queen. Good man, I said. He graced me with a rare smile, and left me alone with the women. I'm glad to see that things seem to have settled between you, I started, making both women blush a little. Stability is important within a pack, and that's why I've asked you both here. I'd like you to start cultivating friendships. Friendships? Marissa asked, leaning forward. With whom? I'd like you to start with the loners, and I'd like you to get friendly with Ray, Wakadoo's third. I caught myself before I admitted she was his beta. Now wasn't the time to reveal that information. Speak to Daniela, I continued, looking pointedly at Siren. She and Finley have been here a while, but she hasn't found her place yet. Unlike Finley, who'd settled into the pack like a duck to water. I want you to work on that. She's part of our Battle 13, and she should be brought into the heart of the pack properly. Yes, Alpha, both women chimed, though Siren looked surly. Spit it out, Siren, I said briskly. What's your issue with Daniela? Siren huffed. She's always fussing over people's minor scrapes and bumps. It makes us look weak, especially with guests here. I sat back in my chair and debated how much to share. In the end, I went with a lot, because Siren needed to be shocked. She was still very young and very privileged, though she didn't know how much. You know Daniela is a nurse, and you know that she was lone. She comes from an abusive pack. Her alpha ordered her to train in medicine so he could hide the true extent of the abuse he was putting his pack through. She bandaged up women and kids until she couldn't do it any longer. Daniela's self-worth is tied up in helping others, and redeeming herself for her perceived failure in putting a stop to the abuse. She didn't report it, didn't put a stop to it. She just went lone. And she lives with that guilt every day. I paused. To be clear, I don't think any less of her for her choices. It's easy to sit here in my safe house behind a large desk and say that I would have done otherwise. But being raised in those circumstances no doubt inures you to them. That Daniela left it all is a miracle. I think she's very brave. But yes, After all she's been through, she's eager to help with every bump and scrape, because every bandage on you is another one on her wounded soul. Siren gaped. I didn't know, she said finally. No, I said mildly. You didn't. You don't know any of the loners' stories, but just accept that they are all dark. Nobody goes lone for frivolous reasons. Each of them, all of them, deserve kindness from you. Nothing more, nothing less. So extend it. I steepled my hands. Dismiss, ladies. Ask Elena to see me, and ask George to come and man the security desk, please. When the women slipped away, I took the time to Google Clark Farrier, the man Pollyanna had told me to find. Not much information came up, save for a few articles about his death. The common realm had put it down to a mugging gone wrong, but no doubt the other realm knew otherwise. Elena knocked on the door. You asked to see me? I did. Come in. She came in, sat, and looked at me curiously. How can I help, my queen? I leaned forward. I'd like you to start a newspaper. She blinked. What? A newspaper, another one, with other news. It needs to be ruined so that to a common realm it looks like an advertising leaflet or something. I've been learning woefully slowly that information is power in this realm. If we want to change the other, we need to start sharing some cold, hard truths. Too much of this realm is cloaked in secrecy, and without honesty we can't begin to trust each other. Without trust, there are no allies. It was a credit to Elena that she didn't balk at the tall order. What do you want me to write about? Inequalities, Elena. I want you to find them and report on them. Across all the species, even with the connection. I want to shine a light on issues that we should all be looking at. But to start with, I suggest an in-depth article on the depravities of the Black Tawny. Elena started to smile. My queen, you're talking my language. Good, because this is going to be a huge undertaking for you. I will pay you a salary, so you won't need to freelance anymore. I will pay your expenses, cash, so you can get the publication printed and ruined without leaving a paper trail. And you'll have to write under a pseudonym. It's time you got your very own pen name. You want me to stay anonymous. I need you to stay anonymous. Because if I was going to flush the Domini out of hiding, I wasn't going to paint a target on Elena's back whilst I did it. Everything must be done with utmost secrecy. Get vows of silence from everyone you work with. The printers, the witches. Do you understand? She grinned. Perfectly. We're going to rattle some cages. I shook my head. We're not going to rattle them, Elena. We're not going to rattle them, Elena. We're going to tear the things down. Chapter 19. Greg and I frowned dubiously at the brightly coloured sign. But this was the address Jess had given us, all right.
The other circus.
Greg read the sign aloud. Suddenly, I went cold. Nina kept talking about the circus. That's where she shipped off anyone who tried to take the crown of Tor. I licked my lips. What if she meant this circus?
It's a bit of a leap,
Greg said slowly. I shook my head, certain I was right. No, Nina said she sent some people to an underground circus, and this is where Jess said we'd find Clark Farrier, or Kane as he's now known. What are the chances that there are 2 secret magical circuses?
If this is a secret magical circus, then calling it other isn't exactly subtle,
Greg complained. Hiding in plain sight? I suggested. Who would think a hidden circus would be so brazen?
A double bluff.
Exactly.
Well, let's go and see if we can find ourselves a dead man walking.
We paid the entrance fee, though we were a solid half an hour before the next performance was due. Excuse me, I asked the young man on the gate. We're looking to speak to Kane Stillwell. Can you direct us to him? The young lad eyed us dubiously.
Follow me,
he said finally. He collared a colleague to take his place on the door and led us around the back of the circus, where a number of caravans were set out to the swanky new black one in the centre. He jogged up to the metal steps and knocked respectfully. Boss, he called, you got some people here to see you. You want me to let them in?
Who are they, Stu?
A grumpy voice called back. Stu flushed. I knew I forgot something, he muttered. He turned to us.
Who are you?
I'm Lucy, and this is Greg. We want to talk to him about wolves. Stu paled and started shaking visibly. I would have happily played poker with this kid all day long. He opened the door to Farrier's caravan and went inside. I couldn't hear what they were saying because they were whispering, but a moment later Stu opened the door and showed us in. The boy made a swift exit, leaving us to size up the man in front of us. He was sitting at a table dressed in a red military jacket, ready to go on stage in his role as the ringmaster of the circus. The dude was a handsome silver fox, but his glare was off-putting. Hi, I said in a friendly, perky voice. I'm Lucy Barrett, and I'm—
I know who you are, he interrupted. What are you doing here?
I blinked. So, were we being open about the werewolf thing or not? I'm here to see you, I said finally. Jessica Sharp sent me. I'm her best friend, and I was told I'd die without your help.
By whom?
A seer. Farrier grunted, took out his phone and made a call.
Victoria, come to my caravan.
He paused a beat before belatedly adding,
Please.
He hung up without waiting for a response. Oh yeah, this guy had alpha energy all over him, and yet, according to Jess, he'd been one of the good ones. There was a rap on the door, and in strode a woman, dressed as a fortune-teller, complete with a starry robe and matching starry turban. Neither she nor Farrier had the mark of the other realm on their heads, yet I was still somehow certain that they were magical.
He's an alpha,
Esme agreed. And her? She snorted.
A seer, of course.
How much can she see while she's in common?
The strongest can still wield a little magic in common. Don't touch her,
Esme warned. Farrier shuffled up on his bench seat so that Victoria could perch next to him.
Sit,
he finally said to us, pointing to the seat opposite. We sat. So, I said lightly, are we being open about the fact we're all other, or not?
Just say your piece,
Farrier growled. I just did. A seer told me I needed to see you or I'd die, so here I am. I sent him a finger wave. May I? Victoria held out a hand to me. I balked, but one glance at Farrier's glowering visage told me he wasn't going to help me worth a damn unless his pet seer told him to. Sorry, Esme, looks like we're getting touchy with a seer. I felt her reservations, but she didn't try to stop me. I laid my hand on Victoria's. She gave an audible gasp, then clasped her other hand on top of mine and held me in a vice-like grip. I had to fight the urge to pull away as she stared off into the middle distance, but I was here because I needed help, and I couldn't afford to piss them off just because they were getting handsy. She gasped again, and I clenched my teeth. Could she just not do that? What was it with seers and all the drama? Finally, she released my hand and sat back, looking stunned. You need to tell her about the Domini, she said to Farrier. Farrier's jaw dropped.
Jesus Christ. That's a name I hoped I'd never hear again.
He licked his lips and shook his head.
Nah, I can't. They took everything from me. I can't put my head above the parapet again. Not even for my supposed queen.
You know it's less of a title when you put supposed in front of it, I said wryly.
I don't know you and I haven't sworn fealty to you. I'm not in a werewolf pack.
My eyes narrowed. Did you hear me when I called the Lones to me? His jaw worked, but he didn't answer. I wasn't sure if he'd heard the call whilst he was in the common realm. After a beat, he turned to Victoria.
Leave us.
You still don't trust me? She asked softly, looking crushed.
It's not that. Never that. I won't risk you. I won't risk you knowing what I know. I'm not painting a target on your back for anyone. Not even her.
He jerked his thumb at me.
Go, Victoria. Please.
She grimaced and shot him a hard glare, but she didn't walk out. Instead, she turned to me. Candace is a strong woman, she said obliquely. She'll be perfect for him. Who the hell is Candace? I asked. Victoria smiled. You'll find out. With that last piece of cryptic advice, The seer stalked out without so much as a backward glance at Farrier. She slammed the flimsy door as she left, making the ringmaster's poster of himself that was tacked to the door flutter. Wow, a life-size poster of yourself in your own caravan. That was some narcissism. I refocused on the man, rather than his smiling picture. You look friendlier in that, I muttered, gesturing at the image. He grunted but ignored my comment.
I don't know what to do,
he said finally.
What would your wolf do?
Greg asked.
I don't know.
Farrier sighed.
I haven't shifted in a very long time.
My eyes widened. I've restored the Great Pack.
The what?
Farrier looked at me in confusion. The Great Pack, it's like a hive mind, but for wolves. The witch's curse tore it from us centuries ago, but I've restored it.
So what? You want a medal?
He asked flatly. It was my turn to glare. Clearly he didn't understand the implications, so I'd have to spell them out for him. It means you can communicate with your wolf. Talk to him properly. His jaw dropped.
Are you serious?
With all that I am. Shift, and you'll see.
God, I'm tempted, I really am, but I can't risk going to a hall. Not now. Not ever. If the Domini catch wind that I faked my death, well, I really will be pushing up daisies.
Pipe him, Esme suggested. What?
Pipe his wolf and loop them together. He'll be able to talk to his wolf then, even if he doesn't have magic enough to shift.
Will it work with him in common? I asked dubiously.
He may be in common, but you're not.
But his wolf is wherever you go when you're not with me.
Esme snorted. You pipe Roan from death. I think you can manage this.
She was right. I could. I looked up to meet Farrier's eyes, which were watching me curiously, and with no small amount of jealousy.
You're talking to your wolf now, aren't you?
He asked. I nodded slowly. She thinks I should use my magic on you to link you to your wolf, even while you're in common. His eyes went wide.
You could do that.
I think so, though I'm not certain. And even with that link, I doubt very much you'd have magic enough to shift without going to a portal. He studied me.
You try your best to let me talk to my wolf. Really talk to him. And I'll tell you what I know about the Domini.
Chapter 20. I pulled my magic up from my stomach and reached out first to Farrier. I looped him easily enough, but his wolf wasn't there to do the same to. I closed my eyes and looked with my magic rather than my physical vision. Desperately, I hummed Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star as I searched for the man's wolf. There was a tendril, like a silver contrail left by an aeroplane. I followed it, plunging away from my body as I reached out to the wolf. He wasn't alone, but with many others. The Great Pack. Mindful of the price if I spoke to the Great Pack, I silently looped my magic around him alone and gently tugged him back to Farrier. Since I wasn't using the Great Pack's magic to speak to them, but my own piping skills, surely that meant that the wolf's soul wouldn't be forfeit. Nervously, I closed the loop around Farrier and the wolf, trying it off with my best Girl Guide knots. I opened my eyes and swore a little as an itch started on my skin. I'd used too much magic. That wasn't ideal. I had guests, and now really wasn't the time for an overnight stay at Rosie's. Farrier's mouth was still hanging open, but it snapped shut as tears suddenly filled his eyes. He closed them whilst he spoke to his wolf properly, for the first time in his life. I reached out a hand to Esme and gave her a full-body cuddle. We were so lucky to have our relationship, to have been able to speak to each other from the beginning. I couldn't imagine being reft from her, even after our recent disagreements. Poor Farrier, to be a werewolf yet to be stuck in common forever without his wolf. I shuddered. It was the stuff of nightmares. Finally, he opened his eyes, and they were shining.
Thank you,
he breathed.
This is the greatest gift you could ever have given me. If the Domini do find me, we'll die happy.
They won't find you from me, I vowed.
You don't know their strength,
he warned.
They've existed for centuries, pulling strings from behind a curtain.
Why not just seize power? I asked. Why let the connection have the final say? He snorted.
The connection can be steered in the direction the Domini want. This way the Domini have no responsibility, no one to answer to. If they came out in the open, their atrocities would spark outrage. People would rise up against them as they would against any dictatorship. Sometimes it takes years, but eventually the regimes are toppled. This way, no one knows to topple the Domini. Far better to lurk in the shadows. Cowards they are. What's their agenda?
Greg asked. Farrier shrugged.
Wealth, power. I suppose those things come hand in hand. They believe that they should have more of both, no matter how much they already have.
I leaned forward. So, do you know the identity of any of them? He nodded slowly.
I suspect a few of them, but one I know for sure.
How?
He was the one who was sent to kill me,
he said dryly.
He left me for dead, but a loner found me and saved my life. He stitched me up and dragged me to the witches who sent me here to their little safe haven.
The witches? I said, startled. They run this place.
Yeah, it was set up centuries ago, but really came into its own with the advent of the connection. If you make a powerful enemy and death is on the cards, you can run away to the circus. You have to stay in the common, but you're safe.
Does Amber know about this place? I asked curiously.
He snorted. Does she know about it? She runs the whole thing.
Now it was my mouth that dropped open. I loved Amber, but I often thought what I didn't know about my reserved friend could fill a whole grimoire. As I closed my mouth, I wondered if raising the whole circus thing with her would get me into trouble. Probably so. Secret circuses wouldn't stay that way if I blabbed about them. I wondered what other secrets Amber was withholding from me. Farrier continued.
It was Amber Delia's mum who healed me and sent me here. It's my job now to look out for those who are lost.
I realized that he was a good man, and God knows I needed more of them in my life. Come back with me, I said impulsively. We'll protect you. Come back, Farrier, and be a werewolf. He sat back and closed his eyes.
You don't know how tempted I am, he whispered. I would love nothing better than to come with you. But my time here isn't done. The next ringmaster isn't ready. You got your eye on someone?
Greg asked.
An ogre, actually. He's a good man, but he's only been here a couple of years. He's not ready to take over. Not yet.
And you're not ready to leave, I asserted.
An astute observation, my queen. I'm like a prisoner, too used to the walls around me.
He patted the caravan's flimsy walls.
I'm institutionalized.
His smile was bitter. The offer stands, I said finally. When you're ready. He nodded, but his eyes told me he didn't think he'd ever be ready.
Let me tell you about the Domini, and then you'd best be on your way. I have a show starting soon.
Course.
Do you have any suspects?
He asked.
I'm just asking out of curiosity. Larsden and Ramsey, maybe Aitken.
Greg listed.
I'd say you're on the nose with Larsden and Ramsey.
Farrier looked impressed.
They were on my suspects list. But as far as I know, Aitken's just an ordinary arsehole. I don't doubt he'd accept an invitation if one landed on his door, but, to my knowledge, he isn't one of them. He's a garden variety twat.
So, who else? I asked, praying that Larsden and Ramsey weren't the only ones he knew about.
Look to key positions of power, he suggested. For example, the one I know for sure, the man who tried to kill me, was Kearns.
Kearns? Speaker of the Werewolf Council. I groaned. Oh, come on, not Kearns. He's the one guy that likes me.
I imagine he's practicing a bit of keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer,
Farrier observed. Quite possibly, I conceded. I stood. For a moment I wanted to hold my hand out to Farrier before I remembered that wasn't the done thing. Instead, I pressed a hand to my heart. Thank you for your help. My honour to meet you. He stood and returned the gesture, giving me a deeper bow than I would have expected.
You're welcome. I wish you the best of luck.
I squelched down the urge to say we'd need it. Farrier watched us leave, eyes coolly assessing as we climbed out of his caravan.
Kearns told Abaddon to challenge you.
Greg pointed out grimly. Yes, but he said it was because Abaddon was a threat to me and he hoped I would eliminate him. I said weakly. Damn it. It did sound implausible now that I said it out loud.
Kearns is in our home,
Greg growled.
We should destroy him,
Esme agreed. I grimaced. Well, this isn't the best timing, but I am itchy as hell. I need to go to Common to recharge. Greg swore, clearly torn between heading home to deal with Kearns or staying and protecting me whilst I was in the Common realm. I licked my lips. Kearns thinks he's flying under the radar. As far as he knows, he and Debbie are our honoured guests. Besides, we need to find some way of stopping him from killing himself before he's questioned properly.
Bastion,
Greg grunted.
We get Bastion there while we question Kearns, and he can coax the bastard not to kill himself.
I looked at him. You're a genius.
I have my moments. I'll message Bastion, and in the meantime, we'll go to Rosie's.
What about the pack? I asked worriedly. We can't just leave a threat walking around unchecked, and Tristan, Finley, and Ethan are already at Rosie's.
We clue in Archie and Liam,
Greg suggested. I brightened suddenly. Oh my God, yes! We were worrying about a Domini mole in the pack, but Kearns was one of the council members that stayed late during the whole rose and mantelpiece debacle. If Kearns is Domini, then we've found our mole.
There could be others, Greg cautioned, but Archie and Liam have shown their trustworthiness over and over again. I say we bring them up to speed and tell them to go and make nice with Debbie and Kearns, ostensibly because they've just arrived. Archie and Liam can stick to them like glue, under the guise of good hospitality.
You're right, I agreed. Do it. You fill them in while I drive us to Rosie's. And once we were there, it was time for a certain discussion between Greg and me that I couldn't put off any longer. God help me. It was time to talk about my feelings. Chapter 21.
Alpha,
Tristan said as we strode in.
My queen. I didn't realize you were due a recharge.
It sneaked up on me, I admitted. I turned to Greg. Can you fill Tristan in on the latest whilst I grab a shower?
Will do.
He nodded. Tristan raised an eyebrow.
Scram,
he said to Finley, Ethan, and Xander.
Make yourself scarce.
Xander stood up to leave straight away. Obedience threaded through every inch of his young being. But we could help, Ethan started. Obedience was not threaded through every inch of his young being, and I took a moment to be grateful for that, no matter how annoying it could be at times. I didn't want yes-men, but people who would think for themselves, though admittedly right now Ethan's back-talk was annoying. Scram, I repeated firmly. Finley reached out and cuffed him lightly around the head.
Less talking, more moving. Those are our orders.
Ethan sighed, but got to his feet and followed him out of the living room. Tristan and Greg waited a beat, until they knew they were in their own rooms.
Beer?
Tristan asked Greg.
Sure, he agreed. Just the one.
It made me smile. Even a few weeks ago, the thought of the two men kicking back with a beer had been ridiculous. The tension between them had been ever-present. But now, it had vanished. I guess the fight had finally settled something, and they had accepted that they were brothers in arms. Men were weird. I'd already strode through the portal on my way into Rosie's, and Esme had already been ripped from me. I felt solitary, but for once, not lonely. I needed to be alone to talk properly to Greg, though I rarely minded that Esme was with us a lot of the time. Today I really did want privacy. I didn't need any witnesses to this conversation. The hot shower wasn't as relaxing as it could have been because I kept rehearsing the conversation in my head. When I stepped out in a towel, Greg was lying in our bed, boots kicked off, fingers laced together behind his head, showing off muscular arms that I could kiss all day long. I had a thing about his arms, and it temporarily derailed all my carefully practiced phrases. Hi, I said dumbly instead. He sent the smile that was reserved only for me.
Peaches.
His eyes trailed lazily down my towel-clad body, and the heat in his eyes let me know exactly what he was thinking about. Talking, I blurted. We need to do some talking. Like a switch was flipped, he banked his desire and flipped his gaze to my face.
What do you need?
He asked. All business. We need to talk about the mating thing. He stilled and I bit my lip. I didn't realize it was up to me to raise it with you. Stupid Wolfie rules. So, the mating thing. And this was why I didn't need Esme to witness this. My tongue felt as thick and stupid as my brain. Thing is, I need to pick a mate. I thought I needed to actually mate formally this full moon, but I don't. I just need to pick a mate, so that's not so bad, is it? I guess it's like an engagement. But, there's this other thing that I wanted to discuss with you because we haven't, talked about it. Oh, God, save me now. Babies, I blurted. Esme wants babies, pups, and I realized I have no idea what you and Red...
We'd love to have kids with you.
Mercifully, Greg interrupted me. He slid off the bed and prowled towards me, his movements so fluid that he could never be mistaken for anything other than a predator. You would, I said, shoulders sagging in relief.
We would,
he confirmed, wrapping his arms around me.
Lucy, how long have you been trying yourself up in knots over this?
A while, I admitted. I didn't know that I was supposed to ask if you'd be my mate, so I was kind of waiting for you to ask me, and then you didn't. I thought that maybe you didn't want to, and then I didn't want to bring it up and, trap you. You know. Tension left his shoulders.
That's why you haven't asked me.
Yeah, I'd better do it, hadn't I? You can't really propose through inference. A slow smile crossed his face.
Asking properly would be nice.
Great. Okay, I don't know how you guys do this shit all the time. I swallowed, feeling absurdly nervous even though I was all but certain of his answer. And, because it was tradition, I slid to one knee in front of him and took his hand. Though I had no ring to offer, I cleared my throat nervously, but the pretty words I'd practiced in the shower had fled. Damn it, I'd have to wing it. Greg, when I met you, I fancied the pants off you, even though you wouldn't let me into the church to speak to the gargoyles. And then we both became werewolves, and I was so grateful I had an ally, I taught myself to table that attraction. I was your boss, and you were forbidden to me. But like all forbidden fruits, I couldn't resist a little taste. That kiss after we'd rescued Ares changed everything. The chemistry was off the charts, and I couldn't pretend we were just co-workers anymore. And then you kept being there for me, not just with work, but with finding my birth family. You held me while I cried about the loss of my parents. My emotions were so near the surface that my eyes welled up. You've become as essential to me as breathing, I said, as the tears started. Greg slid to his knees and pulled me onto his lap.
God, Lucy, don't cry.
His voice was suspiciously thick. This is why girls don't do this, I half laughed, half cried. Greg Manners, will you do me the honour of becoming my mate?
Yes, Peters. I absolutely will.
He crushed his lips to mine, his tongue invading my mouth with practiced ease. Urgency gripped me, and I reached down to try and rip off my towel. I'd wrapped it round me tightly so it didn't fall off when I strode out, but now my hands were fumbling as I tried to get it off.
Allow me,
Greg purred, his hand stilling mine. Before I could blink, he had removed it. How did you do that?
I'm feeling very motivated right now,
he admitted with a wolfish grin. Well, you're also very dressed. Remedy that. Now. He gave me a slow, sexy smile.
Yes, my queen,
he murmured as he stood to do just that. I expected him to peel off his t-shirt, but instead he grasped it by the collar and ripped it off. He stood there with its remains bunched in his hands and his magnificent abs on display. My brain went blank, my mouth went dry, and other parts went very wet. Show off, I said, but my voice came out breathy and panting, wanton with need. The man knew what he was doing.
I live but to serve,
he teased, as he picked me up and threw me onto the bed.
You remember my PowerPoint presentation on making you scream?
I nodded. I'd made notes.
We're going to do slide 3 and then move on to slide 4.
Yes, please, I managed. He hooked his fingers into his combat trousers, and they followed the same path as his t-shirt. I hoped he brought spare clothing with him to Rosie's. Then again, maybe not. Chapter 22. Alas, Greg was fully clothed when we left Rosie's. It was probably for the best. His naked form was good enough to start riots. When we arrived back at the mansion, Finley immediately disappeared to go and rescue breakfast, as he muttered. I wasn't quite ready to face Kearns. I'm going to see Ares, I said to Greg. You want to find Kearns? Subtly.
I'm on it, he promised. Bastion's due any minute, so I'll wait for his arrival before I do anything.
Good idea. Feeling much lighter, I kissed him fleetingly. I'd been dragging that mate stuff around my neck for weeks, and I felt so much happier knowing it was sorted. He was mine, and I was his. Soon it would be official. The full moon was tonight. You asked him to be your mate? Esme shrieked in my head. Why wasn't this the first thing you told me? She demanded, outraged. I laughed a little. You deserved a little delay for all your meddling. Meddle? She sniffed. No, I don't meddle. Uh-huh. And I'm not a queen. Her tone when she spoke was puzzled. You are, though. You have a crown and everything. It's called sarcasm, when you say a thing you don't mean as if you do mean it. That's the one. A very odd tradition, she growled. The point is, Greg and I are engaged to be mated. I'll announce it tonight. I'm so pleased. Why you were so duck-headed about the whole thing, I do not know. Pig-headed, I corrected for the millionth time. Duck-headed works better. Their brains are small. Pigs are clever. Ouch. She shot me a wolfy grin. I am getting good at smack talk. Am I not? Very good. I laughed. If anything, too good. I tapped the still invisible crown on my head. Terence, are you good to keep my clothes when I shift? Of course, Your Majesty, he confirmed warmly. Wonderful. Thank you. We let the shift roll over us, and then we were on 4. The colours of the world were muted, but the smells were sharper as we trotted towards Nina, on the way to visiting Ares and Ivy. The morning weather was bright, and the loners were out in force, eating breakfast together on the grounds around Nina. I'd have to speak to her about her building a room big enough for them to dine together. Perhaps because of their time lone, they now seemed desperate to spend time together as a group. Maybe they felt there was safety in numbers, but I suspected it was something more. There was a deep-seated need to belong to a pack, and now that I brought them together, the loners had almost inadvertently formed their own pack. The only problem was that they needed their own alpha, and none of them fit the bill. I thought again of Clark Farrier. His past would make him ideal for the role. I'd approach him again after he'd had a little while to get used to the idea of coming out of hiding. If I dealt the Domini a blow or two, maybe he'd seriously consider it. Laughter caught our ears, and we looked around to see the cause of it. Reed, our little lone toddler, was in fits of laughter as Debbie, the alpha of the Derby pack, pulled silly faces at him. Nearby, his mother Nova was watching, with a soft smile on her face. I mentally gave several points to Debbie. He was definitely good people. We trotted through the dewy grass, scenting unicorn on the air, then followed our nose. Ares gave us a happy whicker as he spotted us, but Ivy instinctively stepped closer to him. Sadness pulled at both Esme's and my hearts, and, in total agreement, we shifted back onto 2. Just us, I said softly to Ivy. Now we were in our human form, the skittish foal gave a happy neigh, and trotted closer. I dug out a mint from my pocket, and held one out to her, and one to Ares. Both unicorns took my meagre offerings gratefully. I greeted them both, stroking their fur, and watching indulgently while Ivy gambolled happily at our feet. She might still be a little wary of werewolves, but at least she was no longer terrified of us. She was happy with Ares, and that was something. The sharp bite of loneliness was gone from her. Her grief at the loss of her mother was ever present, but a little fainter, like a painting viewed through gauze. The grief would probably always be there, but it wouldn't be quite so raw with the passage of time. The loss of her mother would always cut, but at least Ares would make her a fine father figure. It brought to mind the loss of my own parents, and I sat on the grass next to the unicorns, and let myself feel it. Nina's gift of my childhood memories had been a two-edged sword. Much as I delighted in having the many memories back in sharper detail than any ordinary 3-year-old would have, they also made me grieve in a way that I hadn't been able to do before. I knew my birth parents now. Lucas and Maria had loved me,
and they'd raised me in a warm and loving home full of laughter and joy. I'd been their only child, and they had revelled in me, lavishing attention on me whenever I wanted it. Without the need to balance other children's requirements, most of the time I'd got what I wanted, when I wanted it. I'd had a very privileged few years, and I could recognize a lot of ways in which they'd contributed to my adult self. My bossiness probably came from those early days. My parents had often capitulated to their tyrannical 2-year-old, and from a young age I'd learned how to get what I wanted. But oh, how I wanted to please them, bringing them bright scrawl after bright scrawl, declaring this mass of scribbled colours was a unicorn, and that was a butterfly. And they had gasped and oohed and ahed over every piece. My eyes were hot, and the tears started to fall before I could stop them. "You love Greg," I sniffled aloud to my long-dead parents. "I'm sorry you never got to meet him." Aries nuzzled my shoulder. He didn't understand where my grief was coming from, but he knew I was sad, and he was sorry about that. I swiped at my eyes and told myself to get a grip, then patted his lowered neck. "I'm okay," I said softly. "Just wistful." Ivy nuzzled me as well, and I had the feeling that she was sending me a hug. Young as she was, she also knew about sadness. I cuddled her. "Thank you," I murmured. She sent me a picture of me in fur. Human me in fur. It made me snicker, but I understood what she wanted, so we shifted onto 4. To my surprise, she didn't shy away. Instead, she sat down next to us and looped her neck round us in a hug. It was a huge sign of trust, a trust I would never betray. Aries stood to attention at the other side of us, on guard so that we could relax and cuddle. He was such a cute, deadly, carnivorous unicorn. Eventually, I had to get to my feet and reluctantly say goodbye to my Iguan friends. I had things to do, magical artifacts to find, and murderous bastards to interrogate. A queen's work was never done. Chapter 23. I refreshed myself in my rooms before going back down to my office, because a short crying jag required a light sprinkling of makeup. Nobody looked queenly with puffy eyes and a red nose. I plaited my hair to get it out of the way, then jogged down to join the others. Greg was making small talk with Kearns, Liam and Archie were at the security desk, and Tristan was pacing by the window. Bastian was sitting in my chair. "Cheeky bastard," I said to him by way of greeting when I strode in. He gave me a barely there smile in response, but didn't get up. I made my way around the table and gave him a kiss hello. "You've been briefed?" I asked quietly. He gave a small nod.
"Ready when you are."
"Great, just keep him alive."
"The opposite of my usual assignments,"
he quipped. He looked like hell, and I really wanted to push him again about seeing Amber, or any witch for that matter. But it would have to wait. Murderous bastards took priority. I let Bastian stay in my big boss chair and, after giving Kearns a friendly smile, took the seat next to him. "Have you heard the good news?" I asked. He offered a mystified smile.
"No."
I grinned. I asked Manners to be my mate. Happily, he agreed. Without hesitation, Kearns smiled broadly at us both.
"That is great news. The werewolf's position will be strengthened further."
"It will indeed. So, as you are Speaker of the Council, I want to talk to you about the Black Tawny. We know Larsden and Ramsay were involved. Things have gone quiet on that front. Do you think we've seen the last of them?" He nodded decisively.
"I think so. It is another great victory for you, my queen."
Ugh. Knowing what he was, his obsequious behaviour was hitting me all wrong. How had I ever thought he was on my side? I was done pussyfooting around, and so was Esme.
"Ask him about the Domini,"
she ordered impatiently. "Great," I said to Kearns, as if I believed his assurances. "Well, that's one less thing we have to worry about. What about the anti-Cree?" He blinked.
"Well, we're on the human side, so we're not in their crosshairs."
"So you think we should let their bigotry slide?" He shrugged.
We have plenty of enemies already, without picking a fight with an organization that has nothing against us.
You're right about that. I agreed evenly. I have enemies everywhere. What do you know about the Domini? He swallowed reflexively before making a visible effort to relax. He sat back into his chair.
Children's tales.
He shrugged.
Like the bogeyman.
We both know that's not true. Don't we, Andrew? He licked his dry lips.
What do you mean?
I mean, you were the one who killed Clark Farrier, weren't you? At the Domini's say-so? And you were the one watching for the rose, or lack of it, on my mantelpiece, when I refused to join them. You arranged to have my family attacked, and you're responsible for my brother now being a werewolf. You have a lot to answer for, Andy, and I'm not feeling very charitable. He gave a little laugh.
Well, it looks like you're not as incompetent as I expected. That's a shame, because we were really hoping to do this the easy way. But no, you had to turn us down.
His voice held no warmth.
They're going to kill you, you know. They can try,
Greg snarled.
They won't get past me.
Andrew Kern snorted.
You're a brawny one, that's true enough. But you of all people are going to be conflicted when the chips are down. My loyalty is to Lucy, always. There is no conflict. We'll see.
Kern said. Then he opened his mouth. It stayed like that, frozen wide.
He's trying to bite down onto his back tooth,
Bastian said.
I'm stopping him because it turns out he really doesn't want to die. Well, we'll see about that.
Greg snarled. He pulled a pair of pliers out of his pocket.
Gently,
Bastian said.
Or you'll crack the tooth as you extract it and kill him anyway. This isn't my first rodeo, Sam.
Greg grunted.
Hold him.
Mouth still wide, Kern surged to his feet. He was looking for an escape route, but Tristan and Liam were on him in a blink. Tristan shoved him back into the chair whilst Archie tied him to it, and Liam held his head still.
I can pull out the tooth if you tell me which one it is,
Greg said conversationally to Kearns.
Or I can pull out all your back teeth, just to be safe.
Bastian grunted.
He has zero inclination to talk, so I can't coax him to speak. He knows if he blabs, the Domini will kill him and his family, and he's not risking that. Sorry, but we're not going to be able to coax the answers out of him. That's okay,
Greg said grimly.
We can do it the old-fashioned way. Hold his head still,
he ordered Liam, then leaned in to extract the poison-filled molar tooth from somewhere in the back of Kearns' mouth. He removed the same one that Ramsay had bitten down on first, and then, just to be sure, he removed the other bottom back teeth while Kearns screamed. When the bloody teeth and roots had been removed, Archie untied the ropes holding Kearns to the chair and retied his arms behind him. He unshackled Kearns' ankles, leaving them unencumbered so that he could walk. Together, Tristan and Liam heaved the man up.
Take him to the dungeons,
Greg ordered. Wait, we had a dungeon. It was on days like these that something told me I wasn't the good guy. Not anymore. Chapter 24. We have a dungeon? I asked Greg when Kearns had been hauled out.
More like a couple of small cells,
Greg admitted.
That doesn't have the same intimidation factor as calling them a dungeon. Used to be a proper dungeon,
Bastian volunteered.
Back in the day, that's where Reynard held the witches he found who cursed the wolves. Things are a little more civilized now, at least on the surface.
But beneath the surface? I asked.
Oh, it's as hellish as ever,
Bastian promised darkly.
Worse in some places. Human rights are slipping further than ever, particularly for women. I take a certain pleasure in accepting contracts on the worst misogynists because, as a father, I feel like it's my duty. But for every bastard I kill, there's another waiting to take his place, to spout hatred and darkness.
Fantastic, I said faintly. It's a wonder you get anything done when you're shoveling around all that optimism, I added dryly.
I prefer to consider myself a realist.
Bastian stood up, swayed slightly, and reached out a hand to steady himself. That made me grimace. Bastian, if you're a realist, you have to be honest about your condition, I admonished. The Black Witch's curse is killing you.
Every day we're all a step closer to death.
Oh, jeez. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Please stop spouting all this flowery positivity.
He's right. We'll all die eventually,
Esme said.
And if we don't restore the artefact, I'll be going to the afterlife rather than to the Great Pack, just like the other wolves that have died since it was stolen.
Her comments hit me hard. She was right. I was messing about with Cairns and the Domini, when my focus should be on the darned orb. With our rightful air power restored, the werewolves would stand much more of a chance against the shadowy Carder. Bastian stood.
Let's go question our guest.
Greg nodded. Wait, I intervened. We all know that information obtained under torture is sketchy. I could pipe him. Force him to tell us the truth. I tried to avoid doing that because it was a horrific, slippery slope. Once I'd forced someone to do my bidding, where would I stop? Where would I draw the line? I'd done it once before to force a guard to let us into the room where Ares had been locked away at the Black Tawny. And it had been easy. Far too easy. Greg studied me.
Let us rough him up a little first.
He knew how I felt about my piping. No torture, I said finally.
Just a bit of white noise,
he offered.
Some light deprivation,
Bastian added.
We're military, both of us. We'll crack him without using your powers. We can't risk you using them willy-nilly, or sooner or later the connection will find out and come knocking at your door.
And that was the other reason piping wasn't my go-to solution. I had nightmares about the connection arresting me and taking me to a black site where they poked and prodded me and worked out what made me tick. I could tell them that already. It was spreadsheets. I licked my lips. You have a couple of days to get answers from him. After that, I'm up. The men gave me grim nods and walked out. Yep, I definitely still felt like the bad guy. I picked up my phone and dialed Hardin.
My queen,
the Staffordshire Pack Beta answered. Hardin, has Elliot found his way home? There was a pause.
He has.
Is he still steaming?
Yes,
Hardin admitted.
But he'll get over it. He's one of those quick to anger, quick to forgive types.
We'll see. I have formally announced that Greg Manners and I are to be mated. Let it be known.
It's the Speaker's role to disseminate information amongst the wolf packs, my queen,
he said tactfully. It is, I agreed. You've been promoted.
What did Cairns do?
He asked, surprised. He plotted to kill me, I said dryly, which was true. He'd planted the seed for Abaddon's challenge.
Oh, that'll do it. Is he dead?
He's in my dungeons.
He should be dead,
Hardin said firmly.
If he's alive and imprisoned, there's always a risk that the connection will step in and interfere.
This is pack business, so they won't wade in. He has information that I need.
Still, I'd be happier if he were dead.
I'm sure Manners agrees with you on that score, but for now, Cairns breathes. And you're promoted. Don't F it up. I was so good at motivational speaking. I should probably give classes. I could get one of those cute cat posters that showed a kitten up a tree with the slogan, "Keep hanging in there."
No cat posters,
Esme growled.
What is it with you and cats? Are you trying to offend me?
I snickered. Sorry, a dog poster then, with it swimming in a river with a slogan saying, "Embrace the journey."
Much better. Anyway, who needs to hang in there? Where are they talking about?
Still laughing, I looked around my office and envisaged pranking Esme with wall-to-wall cat posters. God help me if she discovered the existence of funny cat videos on the internet. I focused on my computer and toyed with Googling some of them, but in the end I decided I wanted to live. I pulled up some spreadsheets instead, but for once they didn't appeal to me. I must be ill. Restlessly, I went to my private sitting room and through the bookcase to the hidden room beyond. I pulled out the Samuel family journal and started reading, looking for any mention of the orb. It was open at the last entry I'd read, and I immediately wanted to do a facepalm. Things worse than still. Without the artefact, the seat of power has gone quite mad. Any who stray into her domain are never seen again. The Staffordshire Pack have been tasked with keeping her alive, but no longer can we entrust her with our dead. Who knows what she would do with them? Okay, so we knew the artefact was stolen by the 11th of August, 1846, which was when that particular entry was made. I just needed to work back from there. Last time I looked through the journal, I'd been searching for references to the seat of power. Now I needed to scan it for references to the orb or the artefact. I browsed through the pages, trying not to think about Kearns and the Domini, but even though I leafed through the whole thing, I came up with nothing. Damn it.
Call Elvira,
Esme suggested.
She might know more about a theft. She's the police.
I snorted. The theft was hundreds of years ago, so it'll definitely be a cold case. And the connection was only formed 80 years ago, so they won't have records about the artefact.
You might know someone who can point you in the right direction.
I didn't share Esme's optimism, but there was definitely something Elvira could help me with. Surely the connection had a file on the Domini. I took out my phone and dialed her number. The last time I'd seen her, she'd been storming out of Jess's hen-do after finding out that Jess had identified who was responsible for some crimes that she hadn't told Elvira about. Before that, we'd been having a total blast. Hopefully, Elvira wouldn't hold a grudge against me for Jess's actions. Jess and I might be besties, but that didn't mean I had any influence over her behavior. The phone rang and rang. I was just about to give up when she answered.
Hi, Lucy.
Her voice was cautious. Hey, I wondered if I could pick your brains about a few things.
Sure, shoot.
What do you know about the werewolves having air powers? I asked.
Well, we all know you used to have them and now you don't, she said levelly.
And
that's it.
No mention of an artefact being lost or stolen?
No, nothing like that.
Bugger, I cursed. I'm trying to pinpoint when a particular orb was stolen, but I really haven't much to go on.
Is it important?
I think finding it will restore the werewolves' lost air powers, so yeah, it's pretty important. There was a pause.
Okay, well, if it's that important.
Off the record, I'd go and see the librarian. It'll probably be worth it, regardless of the price. Why do I get the feeling that the librarian doesn't work in a normal library?
Because he doesn't. He works at the Bodleian Library in Oxford, in a specialist other wing.
I wanted to do a head thunk. Amber had told me to go and visit the great library in Oxford. I wasn't fool enough to ignore the advice a second time. Okay, you mentioned a price. Rumour has it he asked for a favour in the future. Word any promises you make very carefully, she warned me.
Wonderful, I said dryly.
So I just need to drive to Oxford and then what? How will I find him? If he thinks your question is interesting enough, he'll find you. And if he doesn't, then you get to enjoy a tour of a library that holds some of the oldest and rarest manuscripts in the world. The place is 400 years old and houses more than 12 million books. My jaw dropped. Wow, you know a lot about it. The librarian didn't find my question interesting, she said laconically. So I took the common tour. It's a magical place, even if you're not in the other section. Cool. That's been really helpful. I have another thing to ask you.
Yeah?
What do you know about the Domini?
Enough not to talk about them on the phone,
she hissed, and hung up. Huh. Okay, then. I'd have to find a space to fit in some face-to-face time with Elvira. But first, I had a library to go to. Chapter 25. My brother Ben was a smarty-pants. So smart he'd gotten into Oxford University. He was just the guy I needed. I knocked on the door to his room.
Hang on,
he called from inside, sounding flustered.
Wait a minute.
There was muttering from inside and a flurry of activity. A minute later, Ben opened his door looking mussed. Behind him, sitting with his legs crossed, was Noah. Ben was casually holding a folder in front of his crutch. I was grateful for that because I suspected it was hiding my brother's hard-on, and I did not need to see that in my lifetime. Am I interrupting? I asked, faux sweetly.
Nope, not a thing, Alpha,
Noah said, blushing. My smile widened. Fake dating my arse. I turned to Ben. I need to go to Oxford, to the Bodleian. Do you want to come with me? He blinked.
Sure thing.
Wonderful, let's go.
Now?
Do you have somewhere else to be? Ben licked his lips. Slidder looked to Noah, then shook his head.
I Guess not.
Fab, let's go. Because I was feeling a bit cowardly, I texted Greg rather than going to find him in our so-called dungeons. I didn't want to see Kearns being tied up and beaten. It was easy to let bad shit happen if you didn't have to see it with your own eyes. So there I was, firmly looking the other way. And if it felt like my soul was shriveling a little, well, wasn't that what happened to all leaders and politicians? Compromises had to be made, right? We went around the back of the mansion to find a car. As we climbed in, Tarkas rounded the corner and frowned.
Your Majesty, you're not leaving Packlands with only a newly turned wolf for protection, are you?
I blinked. No?
Great, I'll come with you.
He gave a sharp whistle, and Debbie appeared.
We're going with the Queen,
he explained. Debbie nodded.
Cool. Where to?
Tarkas shrugged.
Wherever she needs to be.
Cool, Debbie said again, and slid into the back seat of the Range Rover. Ben got behind the wheel, and I climbed into the front passenger seat. We're going to the Bodleian, I said.
Nice, said Tarkas. Are we going to see the librarian?
That's the hope, I agreed.
He won't see you if your question is shit, Your Madge.
I gave him a flat look. I'm aware of that. Thank you, Tarkas. The Weasley man gave me a thumbs up.
As long as you're prepared for disappointment, we won't fail.
What a wonderful outlook, I responded sarcastically. The 50-minute drive flew by as Tarkas provided a running commentary on everything we passed. The amusing man was really growing on me. We pulled up in the park and ride and waited for the bus. Luckily, one arrived promptly, and we headed into the old town. At the Bodleian, Tarkas took charge of buying us 4 tickets for another tour of the library.
We start off with a common tour, he explained. Then we sneak off and leave it when we get to the other wing.
There's an other wing. My brother looked excited.
There's another everything.
Tarkas grinned.
We like to have our own toys. We don't play nicely with others.
You can say that again, I muttered. His expression grew serious.
You need to focus, Your Madge. Walk around thinking your question and nothing else.
So I don't get to enjoy the tour, I complained.
You can enjoy the second half if the librarian doesn't think your question is worthy.
I grimaced. It would be a pain if we come all this way and my question didn't qualify. But what was my question? Did I ask about the Domini or the orb? I bit my thumb for a second. The orb. It had to be. I needed to find out precisely when it was stolen, and then I could go back in time and prevent the theft. Simple. Besides, I already knew that Nina had seen me in the past. She wasn't clear on precisely when in the past, just that it had been a long time ago. I supposed my question needed to be precise. I didn't want to accidentally ask about some other stolen orb. For all I knew, orbs were a dime a dozen. When did the orb, the artefact that gives the werewolves their lost air powers, get stolen? I walked around the Bodleian, gaping at the vaulted ceilings. A tingle ran down my spine to be walking around a building with just so much history, and I wanted to find a quiet corner, dive into its musty books, and never leave. No one would kill me for being queen of the werewolves here. I could lose myself in some good old escapism and hide from my real-world problems in the pages of a damned good story. The yearning was real, and I realized abruptly that I'd stopped thinking of my question. Damn it. When did the orb, the artefact that gives the werewolves their lost air powers, get stolen? Tarkas grabbed my arm. Here, he hissed.
If the librarian wants to answer your question, the door will appear here.
And if he doesn't,
the illusion of the wall will remain, and you won't be able to walk through.
He'd barely finished speaking the words when the wall in front of me transformed into a heavy dark wood door. A door! I squeaked, pointing to it. Tarkas grimaced.
I can't see it.
Debs? Debbie shook his head.
Nor me,
Ben said.
Looks like he'll just see you.
Tarkas looked worried.
You shouldn't go,
Debbie said.
We don't know what threats you may face, and we won't be able to keep you safe.
He's a librarian, I sniffed. What is he going to do? Shush me to death?
I don't know.
Tarkas' voice was grim.
No one knows exactly what he is. Anyone that speaks to him is bound in secrecy.
Of course they were. And by an oath, no doubt. No one's word was good enough, not unless it was backed up with a magically binding vow. Looks like I'm going in alone. You're mad, Tarkus started. I shot him a steely glance. Did you forget that I killed my challengers? I may be going in without you, but I'm not going in alone. I have Esme, and she is probably deadlier than the rest of you put together. Why, thank you,
she purred.
It's nice to be appreciated. I sent her a hug. I do appreciate you, I promised, especially now that this mating misunderstanding was behind us. Great. Let's rocky roll. I giggled. Rock and roll. Why would you rock and roll?
She complained.
In my head, she swayed from side to side. Rocking is quite enough, she muttered as she stilled. Focus, I chided her. We need to face the mysterious and potentially deadly librarian. If he's deadly, he needs a new nickname. The librarian doesn't inspire fear. There's nothing dangerous about books. No contraire, my dear wolf. The written word has more power than you know.
She huffed.
Come on, then. Let's walk into the lion's bookish den. I couldn't have put it better myself. I reached forward, pulled on the heavy metal ring to open the ancient door. And then I stepped through it. Chapter 26. Some sort of magic tingled over me as I walked through. Hello, I called. There was no answer, so I grimaced and started walking down a corridor. I'd been walking for a minute or two when I noticed that I'd passed the same painting twice. I kept on moving forward and saw it for the third time. I was trapped in some sort of illusory loop. We're not really walking anywhere, I said to Esme as I panicked a little. At least, I don't think so. We're just moving down the same stretch of corridor over and over again. I felt her frown. No, it's not the same. Our centre's not here, and if we'd walked it before, it would be. Be that as it may, we've walked past this painting 3 times. We stopped and examined it. It was humorous, quite at odds with the ambiance of the Bodleian. It was a painting of a red dragon sprawled under an apple tree, neat glasses poised on the end of his nose, and a book clutched in his claws. Its title was A Bookworm. Someone thought they were a comedian. As I stared at the picture, the dragon set down his book and looked at me. Only 3 goes, the thin, reedy voice of an old man warbled. Not too shabby, my dear. Not too shabby at all. I gaped. Had I watched too much Puff the Magic Dragon as a kid? Come on in, the dragon invited me. And suddenly the painting was hanging on a door, rather than a wall, as it had appeared moments earlier. I pushed it open, strode through, and stopped. This red dragon wasn't painted. He must have been 20 feet long, and the room I just walked into was absurdly hot. I'd be sweating in minutes. I'd met dragons before, but mostly in their human form. On the rare occasions I'd seen Emory as a dragon, he'd been busy raising zombies for me, so it wasn't like I'd had a lot of time to examine him in detail. What I noticed first about the librarian was that his teeth gleamed. Do you use teeth whitening? I blurted out. He looked amused. Ah, you're one of those, he said. A moment later, he shifted into his human form. Despite the heat, he was dressed in a jumper, with leather elbow patches, and he had wire-framed glasses perched on his nose. I wondered if they were necessary, or an affectation, like David's. One of those what? I asked belatedly. I'd say you're new to the other realm. Are you? Don't you know who I am? I asked curiously. Surely if he knew my question, he knew who I was. Should I? He asked. Well, there went my overinflated ego. I gave him an awkward finger wave. I'm Lucy, Queen of the Werewolves. For the UK, I mean, not the whole world. Ah, that must be nice for you. Not really, I admitted. Most of the other alphas want to kill me. And is that why you want to recover the orb? To kill them first? I looked at him, horrified. Absolutely not. We don't need air to kill them, Esme snorted. I want to help them, I explained. All of them. I want to strengthen the werewolves' position in the other. At the moment, no one really considers us a threat. And you want to be a threat? The librarian raised a bushy eyebrow. No, but I want to be taken seriously, to have a seat at the table and an equal voice. He nodded, slowly. Well, that, my dear, is something of worth. Ask your question. When did the orb, the artefact that gives the werewolves their lost air powers, get stolen? I repeated. On the 1st of January, 1846, he said decisively. I'd expected some showy magic, or maybe I'd expected him to rummage around in some dusty tomes before he gave me an answer, not just blurt it out. It was a bit of a letdown. Thank you, I said politely. He looked amused again. You're welcome, Lucy Alessandra Barrett. So the cheeky dragon did know who I was. He leaned forward. Now, ask me how I know that date. I decided to play ball. How do you know that date? He smiled. I can't tell you that, but you're a smart girl, so I'm sure you can work it out. I gave him a flat look. You were there. I hazarded a guess. Alive at the time, I mean not there. Oh, I was most assuredly living at the time. I'm a good few centuries old, and add a few more for luck. He winked. But no, I was not on the Staffordshire Pax lands when the orb was stolen. I suppressed a grin. Well, that was helpful. He'd inadvertently confirmed the location of the seat of power at the relevant time. I felt a tingle of excitement. He looked at me seriously. You had another question? I licked my lips. Yes. Ask. How do I take down the Domini? He studied me. Ending their attack on you is one thing. Taking them down completely is another. What do you really want to do? I want to end them, I said firmly. It's not enough to stop them attacking me, because I don't want them to simply pick a new target. I want them to stop, and I don't think they'll do it if I ask nicely. You need to cut off the head of the snake, but you need to do it correctly. If you cut it off wrongly, it'll be like a starfish and grow back 2 limbs for the one you chopped off. I was momentarily distracted. They do that. Starfish? Oh, yes. They all start life with 5 limbs. When they lose 1, 2 grow back. If you see a starfish with 10 arms, you know it's seen some shit. Huh. So what you're saying is that I could end up making the Domini even worse if I don't destroy it properly? Exactly. Cut off the head, not the arm. How do I find the head? He smiled humorlessly. You follow the orb. Your 2 guesses were intertwined. The road ahead is messy, Lucy. Have a care. I will. Thank you. Good. And tell your brother the answer to his question is yes. What was his question? I asked nosily. The old man wagged his finger. That's for him to know. Now, to the business side of things. I answered your questions, 2 of them, and one day I will require a favour from you. Before I could object, he held up a hand to forestall my objections. For now, I require your vow of silence. About what you are, I clarified. About everything that has been said and seen since you walked into my corridor. I grimaced. I'll agree to the vow of silence, but I won't agree to an open-ended favour. I've read Rumpelstiltskin. Plus, I need to be able to tell my brother the answer to his question. The dragon smiled. Good for you. A favour to be called within a year, which will not bring any harm or loss to anyone. And, yes, of course you must tell your brother his answer, or else
There was no point in answering it.
I tried to think of a way that his words might be tricking me, but I came up blank. Okay, I agreed. Done. I vow not to communicate with anyone the events that have transpired since I walked into your corridor and walked back out of it, save for the answer to my brother's question. The dragon smiled.
Marvellous. I do appreciate a well-constructed oath.
I glowed yellow as the vow's magic took hold. Things were cooking nicely. I knew the date and I knew the location. Now all I needed to do was go back in time and stop the thief. Easy peasy. Tarka's face slackened with relief when I walked back out.
You're alive.
I grinned. I seem to be. Let's roll.
No rocks this time?
Esme asked mischievously. Let's keep our rocks to throw at people that annoy us, I suggested.
Good idea.
She paused.
But not at glass houses, right?
You're getting the hang of these sayings. I grinned. I turned to my brother. So apparently the answer to your question is yes. I nudged him. What was the question? He glared.
None of your business.
I nudged him again. No, come on, just tell me. Is it a good yes or a bad yes? He smiled faintly.
Yes is rarely bad.
I can think of a few examples. I disagreed. Saying yes to bigotry is always shitty, for example. He rolled his eyes.
I'll trust you to rain on my parade.
I'll stop if you tell me what we're parading for, I said, hoping to entice him into spilling some beans.
None of your business, Lucy Caboosey,
he huffed. Fine. But you know I'll get it out of you eventually.
We'll see.
He slung an arm around my shoulders.
Did you get an answer to your question?
I got even more than I bargained for, I admitted.
In a good way?
In a good way, I confirmed, hoping I wasn't lying. As we walked out of the Bodleian, a familiar figure caught my eye. Elvira was dressed in a black pencil skirt with a white shirt and black jacket. As always, she was wearing skyscraper heels and enough kohl eyeliner to outline the whole of the United States on a map. Her warm Mediterranean skin tone was complemented by dark red lips. The only flaw in her otherwise perfect appearance was the tiniest kink in her nose. I had no doubt that many women saw her and automatically thought, bitch. That was jealousy speaking and showed zero knowledge of the woman herself. Elvira was smart, fiercely loyal, and had suffered from a broken heart when she was very young. Despite that setback, she still kicked ass. I beamed at her. Elvira! I called, giving her a wave. A smile tugged at her lips. She pushed off the wall she was leaning against and sauntered over. And I mean sauntered. Next to me, my brother breathed. Wow. Elvira was a knockout, in all meanings of the word. Hey, Queenie. She greeted me with air kisses. She was carrying 2 cups of take-out coffee. How are you doing? I asked. I'm good. I thought we could have that chat we talked about. I blanked for a moment and then my brain caught up. She wanted to chat about the Domini. And hold up. How the heck had she found me? How did you know I'd be here? I asked. Honey, I told you to come here. Remember? You did, but how did you know I'd be here now? I had a flunky watch out for you on CCTV. She waved a hand, still holding a take-out cup, at a street camera. Huh, I said. I wasn't too thrilled with the idea of connection flunkies tracking me. Don't freak out about it, she half pleaded. Half ordered. She handed me a cup. Here, use this to hide your lips. That way no one can lip-read our conversation. Let's walk and talk. Give me some space to speak with Elle alone, I told the others. Tarkas and Wakadu grimaced but fell back, whilst Ben was more than happy to trail behind Elvira's bum. Ugh, men. Elvira and I walked and talked, using our cups as cover. The Domini is an ancient organization, she murmured. They've existed for hundreds of years, way longer than the Connection. Rumor has it that some of the Domini leaders set up the Connection to help leverage other species appropriately, but It got out of hand. It's a universal presence. Wherever there are clusters of others, the connection will be there too. Has the Domini partnered with the Anti-Cree? Elvira shook her head. We don't think so. The two seem to work together when their needs align, but nothing more. I suspect that one or more of the Domini may be pulling Anti-Cree strings, but that's a gut feeling. Historically, the Anti-Cree have always been a slow, lumbering beast. Like all bigots, they have problems with original thought, so the connection has assessed them as being a low threat level. But lately, things have ramped up. A few connection officers are suspected of being Anti-Cree, and I've been tasked with making friends with them. You're going undercover? Kind of. I'm not pretending to be anything I'm not. I'm still just an inspector. She grimaced. There's nothing just about your role. It's a hard one, so don't downplay it. I chewed on my thumb. So you don't think the organizations are supporting each other, but there might be a few bad apples in both camps? Is there anything else you can tell me about the Domini? There's rumour of a special group of vampires tasked with bringing them down. I don't know who heads it, but if you can find out, you might be able to pool resources. I grimaced. Voltaire. He'd want to pair with me about as much as a horny man would want to pair with syphilis. Still, like syphilis, I might make myself a constant irritant to him if he didn't play ball with me. Thanks for that. Any suggestion that the connection is looking at the Domini? She shook her head. No. We're looking hard at the Anti-Cree, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Domini pulling our strings to make us do so. But we have such limited numbers that we can't split our focus too far. You think the Domini are deliberately throwing the Anti-Cree under the bus? I think the Anti-Cree have stirred up things too much. They've shucked off their restraints from their masters. And their masters aren't happy about it. I mused. That would be my guess, Lucy. The Domini are master manipulators in positions of power. If you stick your head above the parapet, make damn sure you're wearing a helmet. Her eyes were serious, but then an impish grin curved her lips. Love the shirt, she said, as she air-kissed me again. This? I pulled at my top. I got it half price. I love your pencil skirt. Looks amazing on you. This old thing? She shrugged. Just part of the uniform. I laughed. What? She demanded. We are shockingly shit at accepting compliments. We are. Elvira agreed with a frown. Next time, let's do better. You got it. I must go. I hope the librarian helped, because God knows I wasn't much use. But maybe you can at least tug on that vamp lead. I will. Thanks. And Elle? Be careful. Her eyes softened at the nickname. You too, Luce. As she swayed away, Ben sighed lustily. I thought you and Noah... I trailed off. Oh, yeah, of course. Ben protested. I'd never do anything, but a man can admire beauty when he sees it. She's like Eva Longoria, and she's totally on my list. I am not digging into that, I declared. But I want you to know that Noah is one of mine. He's more than just part of the pack. If you're not really into him, then... I am, he insisted. I'm taking it slow, but I am. I promise. I nodded and let it go. Sometimes you have to trust people to live their own lives. As we walked to the bus stop to get a ride back to our car, my brain was bursting with the information I'd gained on my little trip to Oxford. One thing was for sure. That information meant a trip to the past was a necessity. I really hoped that strolling into it wouldn't mess up anything important. Chapter 27. I'm going with you, Greg said flatly. To Maxwell's? Sure. I agreed readily. To the past. His tone made it clear that he would brook no argument, and, to be honest, I wasn't feeling all that inclined to argue with him. I was all kinds of edgy about strolling into history. I'd done it twice before, so this little stroll would be my third and final trip. More trips than that, and the third realm started to take a hole puncher to your brain, removing all sorts of important bits like memories and your personality. I was sorely tempted to send one of my wolves instead, but I was terrible at delegating, and it seemed like a shitty thing for a good leader to do. I shouldn't ask anything of my people that I wouldn't do myself. Besides, Maxwell might be willing to let me break the rules by using the hall as a time portal, rather than just to get in and out of the common realm. Accessing the third was a huge no-no. He'd do it for me because I was family, not just any old flunky. It was me or no one. And if it was me, I really wanted Greg by my side. Okay, I confirmed.
Okay,
he parroted, startled. Did you expect an argument? I slid him an amused glance.
Well, yes, actually.
Nope, I said cheerfully. I want my wingman for this.
You already have a wing woman.
Esme pouted a little. I do, I said gratefully. But this is one of those occasions where more is more,
as opposed to the occasions where more is less.
You're getting it.
I hope we catch the thief red-handed and we can feast on their entrails,
she said eagerly. What is it lately with you and entrails?
I'm peckish,
she admitted. I leaned forward and picked up an apple from my fruit bowl.
Not that, don't you dare. I need meat, Lucy. Honest to goodness meat. The salty one.
I snickered in my head.
What?
There was some nice innuendo in there, I explained.
She huffed at me.
Focus on feeding me. Pig, please.
As you wish, my canine dictator. I stood up from my desk. I'm going to the kitchen for a moment. Esme wants a bacon butty. Greg looked hopeful.
Grab me one?
Sure thing. I looked at him. You know you can delegate watching the security cameras to others, right? He smiled softly.
I know, but I like the excuse to spend lots of time with you.
My own smile widened. You don't need an excuse, love. Anytime you want me, you just say. He brightened.
Free use.
I gave him a flat look and flicked him on the forehead. No. I paused. Maybe one time on holiday. He grinned.
Good to know. I'm going to make a colour-coded spreadsheet of potential activities for when we go on holiday.
Be still my beating heart. That's just plain dirty, I muttered. He winked.
I know.
With effort, I wrenched myself away from Greg's smutty flirtation and hauled myself down to the kitchen. Xander was there, helping Noah and Finley with dinner service. Since he joined us, I'd found that Xander was a helpful soul. He needed to be doing. Finley was more than happy to have the help and, I suspected, the companionship as well. The three of them had formed a warm camaraderie. There were huge cauldrons of stew bubbling away, and enough garlic bread to slay a horde of vampires, if garlic really did anything to them. Maybe I could ask Voltaire about that. Xander had come to me from the Devon pack, painfully eager to please, and any hint of displeasure from me made him flinch. For that reason alone, I did my best to always appear sunny around him. But it wasn't hard. He was a sweet lad. Hey, everyone, I said warmly. Can an alpha get a bacon sandwich? The stew smells great, but Esme wants bacon. Right now. She's very particular.
I'll do it.
Xander almost tripped over his own legs in his eagerness to serve.
I can do bacon.
With an amused nod, Finley gave him permission. One for Greg too, please, I added.
You got it.
Xander was almost bouncing in place. That's a lot of food, I said to Finley, gesturing at the many bubbling pots.
We have a lot of loners,
he fired back. True. How do you think they're settling in? He beamed.
Well, Alpha, very well. I'm grateful.
I didn't do it for you, I said, but I gave him a grin to take any sting out of the words.
I know it. You did it because it was the right thing to do.
Uh-oh. His gaze was full of admiration. Finley had always liked me, but the look in his eyes was akin to full-on worship, a Xander level of adoration. I shifted uncomfortably. It wasn't long since I'd felt like I was just an accountant who tumbled down a rabbit hole and had been trying to swim the right way up ever since. I had existed in a constant state of perpetual near-drowning, the queen of fake it till you make it. I'd found all the false confidence exhausting. But now I truly was queen, and I didn't need to fake anything, and I was starting to accept that. Esme was fast, strong, and deadly. I was smart, and I paid attention. We were a good team, worthy of admiration. Adoration, though? That would take some getting used to. Baby steps. I'd grow accustomed to it, just like I got used to being an alpha. Small, incremental changes added up to a huge improvement overall. Luckily, Xander chose that moment to present me with a cup of tea. He'd made it milky but strong, exactly to my taste. Thank you. I grinned at him. I appreciate a man who makes a good brew. He blushed a little and mumbled something indecipherable, which may or may not have been, "You're welcome." I sipped my nectar from the gods and waited patiently for him to fry my bacon to crispy perfection. "Sauce?" he asked. "Oh, yes, please. Tommy K for me, brown sauce for Manners." He made up 4 rolls, 2 with ketchup and 2 with brown sauce. "Cheers, Xander," I said, as I piled the food on my plate. I paused before carting my baps out of the kitchen. "Everything okay with you and the Devon pack?" He hesitated for just a second, but I pounced on it. "Tell me." He grimaced. "Well, some of the others want to go home, and they want their alpha to go with them. I'm pushing back on it, I promise. I know you need us here to strengthen the mansion." I bit my lip. "Would it help if we called more of the Devon pack to us instead?" "It would," he agreed, brightening. "We just want to be together, but where would we house them all?" Perhaps the seat of power could do some more heavy lifting. "Leave it with me." I dutifully trotted back to my office with the bacon butties. I handed Greg his 2, sacrilegiously coated in brown sauce, and sat down to eat mine, whilst I stewed over the best way forward. "What's up, Peaches?" Greg asked. "I can hear you thinking from way over here." Xander said the Devon pack is feeling homesick, I guess. Half of them are still in Devon. It's a long way away. I'm thinking of calling the others here. Greg frowned. "If we call more of their fighting wolves, it'll leave their home vulnerable." "I know. I was thinking of calling everyone." "Pups included?" "Yes," I confirmed. "That's a lot of disruption," Greg said slowly. "They'll have jobs that the adults will miss. School the pups will miss." "I know," I grimaced. "But it just feels right for some reason." "It is right," Esme said approvingly. "Packs should be together." "Yes," I agreed. But I was unhappy about it. What do we do about the Dorset pack, the East Riding pack, and the Essex pack? We've killed all their alphas, but we haven't done anything about assimilating their packs. "One thing at a time," Esme said firmly. "We'll turn our gaze on them once we have the orb. We can only do so much." "You're right. They'll have to wait." I wasn't happy about that either, but I'd send them each a letter promising a visit soon. That would give them time to prepare, and also forestall matters. "You're right to call the Devon pack to us. Strengthen the mansion." I looked up at Greg. "Have you got a snow day-style phone tree plan in place for the Devon pack?" He grinned. "Peaches, this is modern times. I can text every member at the click of a button." "Well, click that button. Let's get them up here, pronto." I pulled out some of the heavy cream paper that Lord Samuel had favoured, and took my time to pen a letter to each of the betas of my new packs. I put the missives into fancy envelopes and wrote the packs' addresses carefully. Yes, email would be quicker, but it lacked the gravitas. There was no email equivalent of 150 GSM paper. Once I was done, I checked the time. "We'd better move. You and I have a date with Maxwell." I grabbed Torrance and settled him on my bed. Having access to some firepower seemed like a good idea when I was sneaking through time like a ninja in the light. "Good evening, my queen." Torrance greeted me somberly. "Torrance, how are you?" "As well as ever," he said, a trace of amusement in his voice. "Wonderful. Are you willing to undergo a spot of time travel?" "Of course, Your Majesty. I'm here to serve, and I'm willing to serve, as I have ever been." His words seemed a little odd to me, but I waved them off as him being a product of another era. George arrived to take over Greg's position at the security desk. "Can you arrange for these letters to be posted?" I asked, and handed him the mail. "Recorded delivery, please." "Of course, my queen." George all but bowed to me. Since saving the life of his son, Noah, he'd been another wolf that bordered on worshipping me. It was uncomfortable. Be careful what you wish for. All I'd wanted when I joined the pack was their devotion. But now I had it, I wish we could go back to the irreverence they'd shown before. But I couldn't go back. Like everyone on this earth, I could only go forward. Unless I used the third, in which case time was my bitch.
Let's rock and roll,
Greg said.
Him too. You are all obsessed with geology,
Esme groused, making me giggle. I could always rely on her to lighten the mood when I was busy crapping myself with anxiety.
It was time to mess with time. He was hoping we didn't muck anything up beyond recognition.
Maxwell had closed Rosie's. Last time I'd wandered into the third realm, I'd been with Grandy Sandy, and he had been the one focused on getting us to the right time and place. Now it was all on me.
Maxwell looked somber. You sure you need to do this?
He studied us. Greg and I were dressed in dark clothes, as close to a Victorian style as we'd been able to find, albeit our clothes had zips. I grimaced. I can't think of any other way of identifying a thief when the theft took place hundreds of years ago. Can you?
More than likely the orb will have changed hands at least a couple of times since then. Many would want that sort of artefact.
I shook my head. Nina closed it down. It's inert, nothing more than a pretty trinket, so it's not going to fetch hundreds of thousands on the black market. The thief probably had difficulty flogging it in its closed state. But even if they did manage to sell it, it gives me a starting place. At the moment, I'm staring into the abyss of the whole of the other realm, and the orb could be literally anywhere. Finding the original thief at least gives me a lead. Maxwell grimaced, but nodded reluctantly.
Okay.
He licked dry lips.
As you know, the portal isn't supposed to connect to the third, so what I'm about to do is highly illegal. The longer it's connected, the more likely it is that the connection will detect the unauthorized portal and come knocking. When I open it, go through quickly.
He leaned against the unobtrusive door that served as the portal to the common realm. When he laid his hand flat against it, his fire magic ran along it, and it caught light, glowing with an iridescent magic. Flames in shades of purple and blue danced along the door, and then faded until there wasn't a mark to be seen.
Hurry,
Maxwell said tightly. I grabbed Greg's hand, thought the date firmly, 31st December, 1845. Then opened the door, and we strode through, together.
Chapter 28. Alessandro, Ali, looked the same age, but his eyes were older and colder. "Hi, Grandad," I greeted the portal keeper. He folded his arms, clearly in a huff.
You turned me into a vampire.
"No, not me. That was all you," I said emphatically. "I needed him on side. I helped save you, and I helped you keep your fire magic. You're welcome." His jaw worked as he stared at me.
"Who's this?"
he asked finally, gesturing to Greg. "Oh, this is Greg Manners, your future grandson-in-law."
"Nice to meet you,"
Greg said loudly.
"Again,"
he muttered. I looked around the rustic room. Ali was alone. "You're on portal duty, huh?"
"It's New Year's Eve and everyone else is getting ready for the celebrations. When the portal connected to the third, I knew the chances were good that it would be you strolling through."
"And you were right. Give the man a cookie," I replied irreverently. My expression sobered. "Listen, Ali, I need your help."
"Course you do,"
he said gruffly, his hard expression not changing an iota. "We're family," I entreated. A half sigh slipped out.
"Oh, what do you need?"
"I need to get to the Staffordshire pack. Pronto." He looked amused.
"Nothing in this time is pronto, Lucy."
"I thought of that, and I allowed a day for travel." Ali snorted.
"It'll take you 4 days of carriage travel to get there."
As I started to swear, loudly, he relented.
"That's some vocabulary. So a carriage is out, but you could use the trains."
I heightened. "Brilliant."
"Not really. There'll be reduced service for New Year. You'll need a night's stopover in Birmingham."
Okay, that's not so bad. I kind of like the accent there.
The accent isn't the problem. It's the gangs you'll have to contend with. The Peaky Blinders, the Cheapside Sloggers, the Gun Quarter, Garrison's Lane, 10 Archers and Bishop Riders. The Sloggers are your biggest concern. They're run by Timmy Krieg. He's other. And so is his little crew. What are they?
Greg asked, looking grim.
Besides lawless hoodlums, there are all types of other folk under the sun. Krieg is happy to use you as long as you're a deadly, immoral prick. And there are wolves, vamps, dwarfs, dryads, and ogres. It's a melting pot of the other, and none of them gives a shit about the law, other or otherwise.
So we avoid them, I said simply. Ali shook his head.
Not possible. They've got eyes on the station. When you roll in with the triangles on your forehead, they'll be all over you demanding a protection fee.
Greg grimaced.
So we pay them and then we move out. If you can. If Timmy gets curious about you, you'll be taken to him regardless of your wishes.
How do you know so much about it? I asked nosily.
A fire elemental came to us from there. He's still pretty scarred from his time with the Sloggers. We had to pay Krieg a ransom to get him to forget about Torrance. It was worth it because Torrance is a good kid. And Krieg is anything but. Tor ran away from a life of privilege and he still hasn't found his way back. His teenage rebellion lasted a shade too long with dangerous results. He's still working up the courage to rejoin his family, but he doesn't want to bring scandal to their door.
Telling my story for me, Ali? A very familiar posh male voice asked. Chills ran down my spine as I turned to face the newcomer. It's you, I whispered to the crown on my head.
One and the same, Your Majesty.
Terence agreed, his tone oddly regretful. How?
My parents created me the usual way, I assume.
He sounded calm, unruffled.
Huh,
Esme said.
I assumed he'd been in the crown for a very long time, given that it's been called the Crown of Tor for hundreds of years.
Yeah, me too. Assumptions, I muttered.
Makes us asses.
Esme noted. I realised I was still gaping at Torrance's human form. Torrance Hargreave was handsome, brown-haired, with a dash of freckles and a devil-may-care smile that was looking a little strained as I continued to stare. Oops. Hello, I finally managed. I'm Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
He bowed and touched a hand to his heart.
It is my honour to meet you.
It was odd to hear my name from his lips because Terence called me my queen or Your Majesty. He'd only once spoken my name, and now that I thought of it, it had been with some reverence. I'd assumed that was respect for my position, but now I wasn't so sure. My fiancé, I said faintly. Greg Manners.
My honour to meet you, Torrance.
Greg was looking at me weirdly. He knew that I was freaking out, but not why. I hadn't told him that Terence had been renamed by Nina and that his original name had been Torrance. Neither could Greg recognize the stiff speech pattern of the crown, since Terence spoke directly into my head. Torrance bowed again, his eyes flashing over Greg in a quick evaluation. His body tensed. He had correctly assessed that Greg was a threat.
You're in need of a guide, he said finally. I'll go with you. I can assure no harm comes to you from Timmy.
Ali frowned.
Are you sure? She is your family, is she not? If she is, she's an Alessandro.
Torrance bowed to him.
I am indebted to the Alessandros, so allow me to assist. You cannot leave your post, and I cannot in good conscience let these two stroll defenceless into the ogre's den. We're hardly defenceless,
Greg growled.
Perhaps not,
Torrance agreed.
But you won't have allies there, and you'll need them. She will catch Timmy's eye. She's his type.
This time Greg's growl was loud and rumbling. I sighed. Well, this is all a bit more complicated than I'd envisioned, I admitted. I just need to get to the Staffordshire Pack.
Tomorrow?
Ali confirmed. Tomorrow, I agreed.
Then you have no choice. You'll have to go through Birmingham and risk meeting Timmy Krieg.
Ali spoke the name with a whisper and a shudder, the way you might speak of the devil. How awful could this Timmy Krieg be? There was no doubt in my mind that he was a relative of Robert Krieg, the High King of the Ogres, and if I'd handled Robert, I could surely handle Timmy. I can deal with one ogre, I said confidently. Ogres were some of the deadliest bastards in the other realm, second only to griffins, but Esme was confident she could kill one. Faced with two, we'd probably die, but one, we'd probably be fine. Maybe.
I hope so, for your sake,
Ali muttered.
But Torrance is right. You stand a better chance if you take him with you. He can smooth you away if Krieg wants to see you. Torrance was always a favourite of his, which is why it costs so much to free him. Anyway, take the cart to the station. Best of luck. I'll be here when you're ready to return.
Thank you. I hugged him, careful not to call him grandfather in front of Torrance. Ali squeezed me back.
Go on now.
His eyes settled on Greg.
You keep her safe.
It wasn't a request. Greg nodded.
Yes, sir.
Satisfied, Ali led us out to the back. He hooked a cart up to a horse. No unicorn this time. Torrance swung up into the driver's position, and we were off. Ali watched us go, his expression full of foreboding. I wanted to tell him everything would be all right, but I wasn't sure if I'd be lying. Chapter 29. For some unknown reason, I wasn't prepared for a steam train. The old thing looked just like the trains I'd seen in the dozens of museums that I'd been dragged around as a result of my brother's love of all things transport. Ben had grown out of the obsession, but I still remember tolerating the trips with many an eye roll. Dad had bribed me with cookies and treats to minimize the moaning as I'd been pulled unwillingly around the vast halls filled to the brim with trains, planes, or old automobiles. Dad. A shard of hurt ran through me at the thought of him. I was trying very hard not to feel bad about his decision to remove the other from his memory and his life, but it felt very much like he had chosen to remove me. The other was at the heart of my being now. It was in all I did and all I was. And he'd chosen to wipe me out. It stung, it bloody well stung.
It is his flaw, Esme said dismissively. He is not strong enough for the other. That is his problem, not yours.
I made noises of agreement, but I wished that I could see it like that. We all want our parents' approval, whether we admit it or not. And with that one action, it felt like Dad had removed any chance of me gaining his. I have Mum, I thought firmly. And I wasn't a teenager looking desperately to my family to approve my life choices. It would be nice, sure, but I didn't need it. Not anymore. I'd get over it. In my head, Esme nuzzled me to offer silent support, even though she didn't really understand the source of my distress. I cuddled her back, clinging to her as my physical body swayed to the movements of the train. Greg reached out a hand.
Okay,
he asked softly. I dredged up a smile. Thinking of my father, I admitted. He pulled me into a hug and kissed my temple.
I'm sorry, Peaches,
he murmured. And I knew he was. He was sorry for me, and he was also sorry that my dad had chosen to throw away Greg's solution. Greg and Bastian had wrangled an adoption for my parents, and for what? In an instant, Dad had thrown it all away for nothing. Snuggled in Greg's arms, I looked out of the window as the miles passed. Victorian Birmingham was smaller than the present-day city, but no less chaotic. There was a thrum of people all around, and the station platforms were heaving. Well-to-do people were catching trains to go off to celebrate the new year. This wasn't yet a place for the hoi polloi, but solely for those who could afford first-class travel.
Shine your shoes, Governor,
a young boy asked Greg. He was dressed in shabby clothes, and he couldn't have been more than 10 years old. His frame was skeletal, his legs were bowed, a symptom of rickets. Child labour was alive and well in the 19th century, but knowing it and seeing it were two very different things. The worst thing was that it hadn't been eliminated in the 21st century either. My stomach churned as I watched the small child look hopefully at Greg. I needed to do more. We all did. Greg shook his head but tossed a coin to the kid. The shoeblack's eyes widened at the sight of it, and he flashed Greg a huge grin as he pocketed it. Then he turned and fled into the crowd, before Greg could realize he'd given him the wrong coin. "Is that the right currency?" I asked in a low voice.
"Of course."
Greg looked amused.
"Did you think I'd bring modern currency with me?"
No, I didn't. Greg was nothing if not prepared. I was just annoyed with myself for not thinking of it myself. He sure ran off fast. Greg shrugged.
"They probably usually earn a penny and I tossed them a pound. In these times it's the equivalent of 100 quid or so."
I nudged him. "Softy."
"These kids live a hard life."
We'd barely made our way off the bustling platform when an ogre approached us. Greg tensed next to me. Behind the ogre were another two, plus a troll and a dryad, sporting plenty of visible weapons. I plastered on a friendly smile, careful not to hold eye contact for long, and gave the first ogre a shallow bow. "My honor to meet you," I said. The formulaic greeting seemed less out of place in the times I now found myself in. He bobbed me a markedly shallower bow, held a hand to his heart, and uttered the phrase in return. With so many minions lurking behind him, I was pretty sure that we weren't getting away with a quick nod to each other. Besides, part of me was curious about Krieg's granddaddy, or whatever he was to my High King. I decided it was best to seize the bull by the horns. "You and bulls," Esme muttered. "I would love to pay my respects to Mr. Krieg, if he's available." Next to me, Torrance made some strangled sounds. Apparently I was off-piste again. Poor Torrance. He didn't know that was my M.O. Snafu. Greg knew me, though, and his face was studiously blank. We played strip poker once, and needless to say, I'd ended up in my birthday suit, whilst he'd remained fully dressed. Still, I'd enjoyed rectifying that after the game was over. The ogre looked faintly surprised, like he didn't normally get people who were actually willing to meet Krieg. I met his gaze long enough to show him a flash of Esme and my backbone, before looking away so as not to formally challenge him. I was a queen, damn it, and I wasn't going to cower in front of anyone. In my head, Esme bared her teeth. The ogre gave me another glance, this one a little more respectful.
"Follow me," he said brusquely. "No bags."
I hadn't been planning on an overnight stay, I admitted, as we followed him through the busy station. He grunted. When we got outside, a carriage was waiting. The ogre in charge sent the rest of his gang back to watch the platforms, whilst he escorted us to Krieg. To be honest, the huge ogre looked somewhat comical as he folded himself into the carriage. He was much too tall, and he had to sit hunched over with his head bent forward. It was late, and evening was drawing in, but the streets were still busy as people left work and readied for the New Year celebrations. The carriage took us to a relatively new building that remained iconic, even in my era. We were not taken to the front, but to the seedier rear entrance.
"This way,"
the ogre grunted as he climbed out. The three of us followed obediently, as he led us through the servants' door and into a small room.
"Wait here,"
the ogre said. We waited. 10 minutes passed, and Greg started pacing. Torrance, meanwhile, was casually juggling fire, passing it from hand to hand and chucking it into the air before expertly catching it. Show off.
"I miss being able to do that,"
Terrence said quietly. "Maybe I can learn to juggle," I suggested. "Would it help if you could do it vicariously?" He chuckled.
"I appreciate the offer, my queen, but you have better things to do with your time than master the art of juggling flames."
I was about to disagree, when a servant woman bustled in with a huge blue dress over her arm. "Out, gentlemen," she snapped. "You can wait in the hall whilst I dress the lady appropriately." After a moment's hesitation, they left. The woman had no marks on her forehead, and appeared to be wholly human. "Let's get you undressed," she said. "Oh, I'll do it," I said hastily. At least that way she wouldn't see my zip. I got out of my dress quickly and stood in front of her in my underwear. "Unusual garments," she commented, with a scandalized glance. "They're from Paris," I blurted. "They had racy underwear in France, right?" Her expression cleared. "Of course." She helped me into a corset. "Not much bust," she muttered, as she tightened the laces. "So have to make your waist your feature." She grunted with effort as she pulled at my middle section. "Don't I need to breathe?" I asked weakly. She ignored me. If anything, she pulled harder to punish me for my sass. After she finished removing my ability to breathe, she helped me into a veritable ton of petticoats and pulled the blue dress onto me. The material was heavy, a rich, bright blue inlaid with elaborate golden embroidery. The neck plunged to a deep V, and the arms ended at my elbow in a ruffle. There was no mirror in the tiny room, so I couldn't see myself, but I was fairly confident I looked awesome. The woman grabbed a hairbrush, and I discreetly removed Torrance while she wasn't looking. Then she started pulling at my hair. Oh, Lord, I really was getting a full makeover. Chapter 30. The maid had created a multitude of plaits in my hair, tied them in a low bun, and decorated with some flowers. Then she'd applied some white powder to my skin, and a light rouge to my cheeks. I dreaded to think what the makeup was made of. Fingers crossed for beetroot as opposed to crushed beetles. She applied some sort of oil to my eyelashes and my eyebrows. I longed for a swipe of mascara, but it wasn't to be. When she was finally done, I wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but I couldn't, because I didn't want to waste what little air I could fit into my lungs. I slipped Torrance back on and stepped out. Greg was leaning against the wall, and Torrance was still juggling. His hand stilled when he saw the maid step out behind me. Without her being able to see the fire he was casually tossing, the movement of his hands would look odd in the extreme. Greg blinked at the sight of me.
"Wow," he said finally. "That's a look."
I gave him a flat stare, and he recovered some of his aplomb.
"I mean, you look amazing, but it's not an everyday look."
I grinned. "Oh, thank God, I can hardly breathe."
"Breathing is overrated,"
Torrance quipped.
"This way,"
the maid ordered, her voice prim with disapproval at our familiarity. She had glanced at my hands, and seeing no rings adorned them, could only assume that Greg and I had some sort of scandalous relationship. To be fair, she wasn't wrong. We followed her through the back corridors out to the main doors, where the ogre we travelled with was loitering. He pushed off the wall when he saw me and grunted.
"Thanks, Mary. I'll take it from here."
Mary sniffed and left. The ogre pushed open the double doors, and deafening noise exploded into my ears. "Too loud," Esme complained. The huge hall was full of people. A string quartet was playing, and people were dancing. Others had gathered in clusters around the edges of the hall, talking and drinking. Bursts of raucous laughter occasionally came from the assembled guests, and I thought, rather jealously, that at least they were having a good time. I longed for a glass of bubbles, but knew better than to take one. It was best to keep my brain switched on and engaged. I need all my wits about me, and I couldn't afford to drown any of them in alcohol. If Timmy Krieg's progeny was any indicator, then Timmy Krieg was indeed a dangerous man. I took a moment to remind myself of the ogre rules of proper conduct. No prolonged periods of eye contact. No letting my shadow touch his. We followed the minion ogre to where another ogre sprawled on what was clearly intended to be a throne. Was Timmy the High King, too? You'd think Torrance or Ali would have mentioned that. Maybe he just had aspirations. I didn't mind that. I had aspirations, too. As we strode towards him, the ogre on the throne brightened. He had blue-black hair and two monstrous horns protruding from his head. His left arm was sizably larger than his right, like it was always an arm day for him, but he only trained on the left-hand side. "We can take him," Esme said confidently. For the first time, I seriously doubted her. This man was huge, and the metal mace resting casually by his throne was all kinds of spiky. We'd be like a pincushion when he was done with us.
"Tor,"
Krieg called. He surged to his feet, grabbed his mace, and swung the mighty thing, casually resting the instrument of death on his shoulder. He swaggered forward to clap the fire elemental on his back. I was tense, ready to shift at the first sign of that mace swinging at me, or at Torrance. A casual observer might have thought that the men were friends, except that Timmy used a shade too much force with his backslap and rocked Torrance forward almost off his feet. No, they weren't friends, but for some reason Timmy was happy to play make-believe. If Ali was right, then Torrance was the one that got away, not from a romance, but from a criminal organization. Once you joined Timmy Krieg's sloggers, you didn't leave. Yet Torrance had done so. I'd bet that show of affection was because Krieg had pretended he'd let Torrance leave willingly, and not because he'd been paid a king's ransom to do so. He didn't want the others getting ideas.
"Timmy," Torrance replied, a shade stiffly as he regained his footing. "Good to see you, my man." Timmy shot him a sly grin. He laid a little too much emphasis on my, and Torrance swallowed hard. Timmy seemed to relish making him uncomfortable. He winked. "You're always welcome back, you know. I still haven't found another elemental that fits in as well as you did." "No, thank you," Torrance said primly. "My marauding days are behind me." "Maybe so," Timmy said with quiet menace. "I guess we'll see." He turned to the ogre next to him. "Fred, grab a knight of the napkin and get me some fizz." Fred stepped away and collared a waiter to bring us a tray of drinks. "So," Timmy said as he sipped, the glass looking like a thimble in his oversized fist. He turned to me with a condescending sneer. "What's a nice little wolf like you doing in a place like this?" I smiled faintly. Who said I was nice? I let that sit for a moment, and in our head, Esme bared her teeth. I let all my regal authority build and show in my eyes. Then I held Timmy's gaze for a beat too long. Before he got too riled, I deigned to answer his question. Kind of. "I'm here because your man Fred brought me." Fred had seen the predator in me too, and he balked a little at the suggestion that he'd manhandled me in some way. "Didn't resist," he muttered hastily. "Came right along, asked to see you, by name." I rather gathered that resistance would have been futile, I said laconically. Timmy's eyes swept up and down me, lingering overly long on my meagre bust. There wasn't much for him to linger over, so I was pretty sure that he was doing it to make me feel uncomfortable. It was an amateur power play, but he didn't know that I came from a time where women weren't just bed warmers. I was more than a pretty face. He could learn that the hard way if he needed to. He leered at me. "You're a fine filly." "She's taken," Greg growled forcefully, his jaw working. Only an idiot would have missed seeing him move his hands closer to his waist where, no doubt, various weapons were hidden. Timmy shot a questioning look at Fred, who shook his head guiltily. He'd been so focused on me that he hadn't checked Greg for weapons. His jaw tightened, but when he spoke, his voice was still light. Devil may care. "Is she? I can't see a ring, fella." He took another slow sip of his champagne and looked Greg over. "It's being made." Greg shot back tightly. Timmy smiled unpleasantly. "All the same, I could just get rid of you." "You could try," I interjected with a laugh. "But if you succeeded—" I let all the humour leave my voice. "Then I'd get rid of you." Timmy looked startled for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Could you now?" he said between chuckles. "Now I like you even more. Tell me, little wolf, what brings you to my town?" "We are not little," Esme snarled. "He's trying to rile us." "Well, it's working. I am riled. And we should shift and eat him." "Not today. We have the orb to save, remember?" Esme sank back into my head, muttering mutinously, but nevertheless she lay down. "We're just passing through," I said. "We're not here to interfere in your business." Timmy laughed again. "As if you could, if you tried. I'd kill you with my own hands."
I'd wring that pretty neck quicker than you can say 6 feet under."
Before I could respond with a retort, a seer approached. Her dark hair was piled in an elaborate updo, and she was dressed in lilac couture, which served to accentuate the dark purple of her skin. She jostled me as she joined the group. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said with faux sincerity. "No, you're not," I sighed. "You did it on purpose. I'd rather you own it than pretend it was an accident." I took in the strength of her shoulders and set of her jaw. "You're not a feeble woman, so don't pretend that you are. Now, did you get a good read off me?" The seer smiled. "Just a little taste. A handshake would give me more." She held out her hand optimistically. I shook my head and gave a short bark of laughter. "No, thank you. I'm no fool." She pouted.
"Enough flirting, Candace,"
Timmy growled importantly.
"What did you get from our guest?"
"Not so much what as when." Oh, fiddlesticks. That wasn't good. I was obviously shit at keeping a low profile, and this was Candace, the strong woman that the seer at the other circus had told me about, the one that would be perfect for him. But who the hell was the him? Timmy raised a questioning eyebrow at Candace, and her smirk widened. Her eyes were warm as she looked at the ogre. "She's in the future, Timmy, and she can definitely help us with our little problem." Double fiddlesticks! Chapter 31. Timmy fixed his beady eyes on me. Not for a moment did he doubt his seer.
"Leave us,"
he said to Fred. Fred didn't look happy, but he pulled back a few meters.
"The future?"
Timmy breathed.
"What can you tell me about it?"
"Not a darn thing," I said firmly. "Unless you want us to muck it all up." He looked at me reproachfully.
"Such language from a lady's mouth."
"What makes you think I'm a lady?" I shot back. I wasn't a lady, I was a queen. And he could take his priggish attitude and shove it where the sun didn't shine. He could hardly throw stones, since he was running an illegal gang and extorting protection money from people. "She's a queen," Candace asserted eagerly. "Queen Lucy of all the werewolves."
"Is she now?"
Timmy looked fascinated. He was reassessing me in the light of this new information.
"And what precisely would make a queen step back in time?"
I contemplated lying, but Esme's honesty first policy was contagious. "A theft," I admitted, "of something I need to get back."
"Isn't that interesting?"
Timmy pursed his lips.
"I have a problem not dissimilar to yours, so it seems like fate is trying to bring us together, my wolfy ruler. Someone took something of mine, and I need to know who snatched it from me. The only problem," he continued, "is the only witness to the theft was my horse."
I blinked. "Okay. Seek out a piper," I offered weakly, without admitting that I was one. He snorted.
"Obviously, I've already tried that. They are, by their nature, elusive pricks. The pipers hide their talents, deny their talents. The last one I thought I'd found ended up not being a piper at all, just a useless brethren." I bristled inwardly at the description. Greg Manners had been far from useless, even when he'd just been brethren. Timmy grimaced as he continued. "Jamie had to die before I accepted his word that he really couldn't help me."
Yikes.
"Candace thinks you can help me."
His eyes were hard and unyielding.
"You'll come with me to my lands tomorrow."
He wasn't issuing an invitation. To emphasize the unspoken threat, he lightly caressed the handle of his mace. "As I said," I picked my words carefully, "something of mine has been stolen. My return to this time was for a specific reason, and my mission is time-sensitive. I cannot help you tomorrow, but I can come back later."
Timmy snorted. "You will not return, of that I am sure. No, Queen Lucy, you must come with me tomorrow."
I sighed. This was going to get messy. When I glanced at Greg, he read my intentions,
and his stance shifted to that of a fighter. I turned back to meet Timmy's eyes. "No," I said firmly.
"No?"
The ogre seemed genuinely taken aback that someone could dare refuse him. He gave a whistle, and several men stepped out of the crowd to surround us. I recognized their liquid movements. Werewolves. One of them was the biggest man I'd seen, especially in these times when poor nutrition stunted growth. He looked like he could snap us in half, like a twig. Plus, the theft of the orb hadn't happened yet, and these wolves around me had full access to their air magic. Worse still, the witch's curse had happened, and I didn't have the great pack to come to my aid, convince them to roll over and show me their bellies. More ogres stepped out behind the werewolves, and these ones weren't being shy about their maces. They were brandishing them aggressively. This was about to get even messier than I'd anticipated. I held up a hand before the situation deteriorated further. "I can't come with you to your estate," I said firmly, "but maybe I can help in another way. Let's you and I talk privately." I had an idea, although it felt a little crazy. It was better than being forced to miss the theft that I travelled back in time to prevent. Timmy hesitated for a beat, but Candace gave him an encouraging nod. She had seen what would happen at the meeting, and she was weirdly eager for it to take place. "Stay here," I ordered Greg and Torrance, as if they had any choice. I followed Timmy out of the vast space into a small room just off the ballroom. Even though he closed the door, we could still hear the music and the laughter. The lack of soundproofing was reassuring. If the ogre had intended to kill me, he would have taken me further away, where his guests wouldn't hear my dying screams. Unless he doesn't care if they hear, Esme said pointedly. "Do you think we're about to die?" I asked her, exasperated. "Of course not," she snorted. "Then hush and let me concentrate. He's a wily prick and he needs my full attention." I refocused on the man in front of me. "Do you have any animals here?" I asked briskly. He raised an eyebrow at the odd question, but went to the door, opened it, and peered out. "Get me Aristotle," he ordered gruffly to whoever was on the other side. We waited for Aristotle's arrival in uncomfortable silence, but luckily we weren't kept waiting long. There was a quiet knock on the door. "Come," Krieg said gruffly. The door opened hesitantly, and in came a male servant, with the green skin of a dryad, carrying a white bird, in a large, ornate metal cage.
"Rah! Hello, idiots,"
the bird said, then made a rude noise. The servant blanched, like he might be held responsible for the bird's uncouth language. I blinked in surprise. I hadn't used my piping skills. The servant had clearly heard the bird swearing, and, by the exasperation on his face, so had Timmy. Whatever Aristotle was, he was magical. "Hello," I said finally. "Nice to meet you, Aristotle."
"Rah! Nice to meet your ass, too,"
the bird squawked back, hopping to and fro on his perch.
"Let me out of the cage."
His tone was entreating, and a little pathetic. My heart twanged.
"No,"
Timmy said firmly.
"As you can see, he's a caladrius."
I had no idea what a caladrius was, but I did my best to hide my ignorance. "I didn't anticipate you bringing a creature that can talk out loud," I admitted.
"Does it matter?"
"I'm not sure," I said finally. "We'll find out, I guess." I closed my eyes and concentrated, reaching into the well of piping magic that existed within me, pulling it upwards until it filled my every cell and vibrated with magic. Then I reached out to Timmy and did my best to pass him my magic, to tie him not just to the caladrius, but to all animals. I was trying to give him my ability to pipe, but not to allow him to pipe humans. I didn't want him to be able to take away people's free will. He was a crime lord, so I couldn't exactly rely on him to exercise his moral code. Or maybe I could, but his moral code would be vastly different to mine. It was the only thing that I could think of that would result in him releasing us. We were literally running against the clock because the theft would happen tomorrow, and I had to be there to stop it. If Krieg needed to speak to his damned horse, I'd make sure he could. Maybe then he'd let us go and we could stop the thief from taking the orb. I accepted that the werewolves had lost their air powers for a couple of centuries. That couldn't be undone, But if I could grab the orb from the past and bring it back to the present, voila! Air powers for all wolves, the restoration of the link to the Great Pack for Nina, and proper access to the Great Pack without werewolf souls being sacrificed. Was I nervous about giving Krieg any extra power? Yes. Could I think of something else to do? No. So Krieg was going to learn piping, but I'd keep it to animals, if I could. When I was done with the complex magic, I was exhausted, and not even sure if I'd done it properly, or at all. I'd fumbled through the whole thing, and besides, I'd never heard of people passing on their piping skills, even temporarily. But I'd been made into a piper by a freaking magical elven dagger called Glimmer, so the normal rules didn't seem to apply to me. I opened my eyes. Try and speak to the bird, but in your head, not with words out loud. You might need to hum a little tune first to get the power working. Timmy Krieg was staring at me, wide-eyed.
What have you done to me? Did you make me a piper?
I shook my head. Not a full one. I gave you the ability to speak to animals, but I don't know whether it'll be permanent or not. It might only be temporary. If it is, you need to get to your estate pronto to speak to your horse. Timmy licked his lips and hummed a soft ditty that I didn't recognize. As the song fell silent on his lips, his eyes widened even more, and he stared at his magical dove-like bird with his mouth hanging open. He closed it with a snap and turned to me.
Fine, you can go. You'll take my man Langston with you. If your magics are gone by the time I reach the estate, Langston will bring you back to me kicking and screaming. Are we clear, your majesty?
As crystal, I replied. We're done here?
We're done.
I hesitated. Can I ask you a question? I figured I might as well, after all. This Krieg was dead and gone in my time, so if I offended him, it wouldn't really matter. He raised an eyebrow, reaching up a hand, and tugged on one of his horns.
Ask. I might not answer.
There was humour in his voice, so I decided to go for it. Have you heard of an organization called the Domini? He grimaced.
Well, that's a damned shame. I hope that the bosses will be disbanded in the future. But if you're here sniffing after them, then I guess the order is still going.
The order? I asked. The name tugged at something in my memory. I'd heard the phrase before, and it was important, but I couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd heard it.
That's what we call ourselves,
he explained. We. My stomach dropped. Timmy Krieg was Domini. Esme and I concentrated, and hastily shifted our hands to show sharp claws. The ogre waved at me casually.
Don't get your legs into twisted hose,
he said.
I'm not going to attack you now. I might need you if this piping magic fades again.
But otherwise you'd kill me? I asked dryly.
No, not for now.
He frowned.
I got weary of the Order's yoke. I'm not a man to be dictated to.
Do you know who runs it? He looked at me for a long moment before barking a laugh.
Why not?
He murmured to himself.
I believe it's run by an immortal. Over the years I've sought to identify the leaders. Surreptitiously, of course.
To become one? I asked.
To kill and replace one,
he said honestly.
There are only 9 seats at the table. To lead the order, you have to sit at the table. And right now it's full.
What makes you think it's run by an immortal?
Because for as long as I've heard, it's been led by V.
V?
His sole designation. We're all given letters. I'm K.
K for Krieg? I asked. He snorted.
No, the last K's surname was Fielding.
How do you know that?
Because I killed him.
Of course he did. What else can you tell me about the leader, besides the fact he's called V?
Nothing else. He's a murderous bastard. But no doubt you got that already.
I had. A chill was sweeping through me. Voltaire had tried to warn me against investigating the Domini. Was that because he was the ruler? He was immortal, after all. Could the V be for Voltaire? I licked my dry lips and looked at the man who served my enemies. Is there a way to tell if someone is Domini?
Like what?
He demanded. Like a badge or a tattoo. Secret societies loved insignia, right?
Sorry, love, we aren't as obvious as that. You want to find us, you're going to have to work harder.
I'm not afraid of hard work.
Good for you. I like a woman with stamina.
His gaze was turning flirtatious.
You'd forget your wolfie mate in no time at all with me between your thighs.
No, I said firmly, waving my silk-clawed hands. I wouldn't. Krieg sighed lustily.
What a woman.
You'll find your own woman, no doubt. I paused, as inspiration struck. Candace is a strong woman, I said, half to myself, parroting the other seer's words. I thought of how eager she'd been for Timmy and me to have this conversation. Was it for this? He blinked.
Candace? We grew up on the streets together.
It would be perfect for him. Well, who was I to say no to fate? I'd seen the look in her eyes when she turned to him, and I could be honest about that. She doesn't feel sisterly towards you.
Huh.
He sat back in the chair.
Well, then.
He tapped his lip thoughtfully. Oh boy, what was I doing playing matchmaker in the past? I hoped this was what Victoria had meant. If not, I really was going to screw things up. Why couldn't seers just be clearer? I'll take my leave. I stood abruptly. Thank you for your hospitality. I managed to say it without any sarcasm. As I went out of the room, Krieg still had a thoughtful expression on his face. The knot in my stomach told me that I had probably just pushed him and Candace together. High King Robert Krieg owed me more than he knew. Without me, he would never have been born. Chapter 32. The inn Torrance directed us to was clean but lacking in bells and whistles. Greg and I took one room, and Torrance grabbed another. The werewolf who joined us, Langston, the ridiculously large one I'd seen in the hall, had said he would remain in the corridor. Torrance glared at the hulking man before he stalked off. Langston watched him leave, his expression full of loathing. I wasn't sure if there was an issue between wolves and fire elementals in this day and age, or whether the beef between them was personal. But my money was on the latter. We'd grabbed my clothes from the judgmental maid before we left the town hall, and when we got to the inn, Greg helped me get out of the monstrosity I'd been thoroughly tied into. Despite the relative comfort of the bed, I tossed and turned relentlessly, and sleep remained annoyingly elusive, partly because of the terribly scratchy Victorian bedsheets, and partly because of the gargantuan creature loitering at our door. Neither was I certain that Krieg wouldn't have us killed, even when he found he could speak to his horse. Greg cuddled me close.
I'm guarding you, Peaches,
he promised, giving my bare shoulder a kiss.
Sleep. I won't let anything happen to you.
He slipped out of the bed, shifted into his wolf form, and sat pointedly facing the sole point of ingress and the huge enemy werewolf on the other side of the door. With him guarding me, something in me eased, and I tumbled into a restless sleep, filled with dreams where I was constantly running late for a meeting for which I didn't know the time or place. When I was dressed again in my Victorian clothes with a modern zip, we set out for the station. People around us were decidedly bleary-eyed and hungover, their expressions rueful. They had celebrated New Year in style. My own constant yawns fit right in, though mine weren't from letting the good times roll. More's the pity. Torrance and Langston were still eyeing each other with open hostility. I was certain that there was history there, but I was too tired to unpack it. Torrance sorted out the tickets, and before long, we were boarding a train bound for Staffordshire. Contained in the train carriage as we were, Greg took the opportunity to have a light snooze. Torrance once again took to juggling fireballs, whilst looking pointedly at Langston. The threat was obvious, and the tension in the air increased. Just once, I wanted to be stuck with people who didn't want to kill each other. With all my heart, I wanted people to get along. Was it so much to ask? If we were all kind to each other and let conflict slide, the world would be a far better place. Live and let live was my philosophy.
Kill and eat is mine,
Esme interjected. Yeah, I sighed ruefully. I know. Esme and I were truly yin and yang. The journey took longer than I'd anticipated. I was feeling edgy. What if the thief got there before we did? I'd taken for granted the sheer convenience of cars, and although I had factored in ye old travel time, I'd not allowed enough of it. If I'd gone back into time and missed the damn theft, I'd be beyond annoyed with myself. Finally, the train pulled to a stop. Langston looked out of the window, and his broad shoulders relaxed when he spotted something.
The boss has arranged a carriage, he said. Follow me.
We disembarked and followed him to a carriage with 2 horses, hooked up and ready to pull it. We need to go to the Staffordshire pack, I told Langston, but subtly. We mustn't be seen.
You got it,
Langston snapped.
Get in.
I climbed in with Greg and Torrance. Langston sat outside to drive us, giving us some privacy. What's your problem with Langston? I asked Torrance, since we now had the luxury of time. Torrance stared out of the window, and for a moment I thought that he wasn't going to answer me.
We were friends once,
he said morosely.
Good friends. Boyhood friends. It was Langston that pulled me into Timmy's sphere. Lang took to it like a violent duck to water. Like a goose, I guess you could say. He didn't warn me beforehand that once you're in Timmy's gang, you can't get out.
But you did get out, I pointed out. He grimaced.
I was bought out. The Alessandros paid a king's ransom to get me out from under Timmy's thumb. Apparently, I was damaging the reputation of fire elementals.
He gave me a bitter smile. That surprised me. Without the connection ruling things, it was up to each faction to sort themselves out. I guess that my relatives had got wind of a fire elemental thug and decided to take matters into their own hands. Torrance was lucky they had bought him out, rather than just killing him. He read my thoughts by the expression on my face.
I have a powerful family, he admitted. They would have retaliated if the Alessandros had given me a cremation.
Yet your own family didn't rescue you from Krieg's clutches.
No,
he said bitterly.
They didn't.
So you're mad at Langston for pulling you into Krieg's path? For not warning you there was no exit?
Yes, but it's more complex than that.
He paused, visibly struggling with telling this part of the story. That's how I knew I needed to hear it. I'd poked Torrance's old wounds, so now I might as well rip the scab right off. Tell me. Torrance grimaced and blew out a long breath.
Lang was mad that I left. He began courting a lady friend of mine, as a screw you to me.
His nose pinched, his jaw clenched, and when he spoke it was through gritted teeth.
He took her honour and then refused to take her hand. She wasn't a wolf, you see. She was good enough to bed, but not to wed.
I reached out and touched his hand. I'm sorry. That's horrible. Not just for Torrance, but for the poor girl, too. I'd already seen firsthand from the maid that perceived loose morals weren't acceptable.
It was.
He licked his lips and stared out of the window so that we wouldn't see his tears, but the thickness of his voice gave them away.
She took her own life when she realized she was with child,
he said tightly.
His child.
Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I really was, though saying sorry really didn't cut the mustard. Still, my sympathy was all I had to offer. You can stay here when we go to the Staffordshire pack if you want. You don't have to carry on working with him. Torrance looked affronted.
You're an Alessandro. I will guard you until my final breath.
He shot me a distinctly wobbly grin, though if I could also kill Langston, I'd be grateful.
Understandable,
Greg said.
I'd do the same. What a prick.
Torrance looked moodily out of the window, no doubt thinking of his lost lady love. The carriage fell silent as we swayed on our way. I wondered if we would have the same fate as Torrance's lady when we reached the Staffordshire pack. Screwed and dead. I couldn't help but feel like we were either riding to our salvation or to our doom.
There was no middle ground for us today. It was do or die. And I'd kill to keep that orb where it should be.
Of course.
With the wolves. Chapter 33. Can you keep my clothes? I asked Torrance quickly.
Of course.
The spirit residing in my crown assured me. Esme and I let the shift roll over us. Langston frowned.
You'll have lost your clothes,
he muttered.
Silly girl.
Showed how much he knew. I'd relish his shock later when I shifted back fully dressed. If I hadn't been on a mission, I'd have done it right then, but I wanted Langston focused, not wool-gathering about how the heck I'd retrieved my outfit. So I resisted temptation. Langston and Greg both stripped before shifting and left their clothes neatly folded next to the carriage and tethered horses. I kept my eyes away from Greg. Now wasn't the time to get distracted.
I guess I'm jogging,
Torrance said dryly, looking at the 3 wolves next to him.
Lead the way.
We turned and plunged into the woods. Staffordshire Pack's lands were sizable, but the woods around the seat of power weren't vast. We padded through them carefully, mindful of our 2-footed companion, and the pack of wolves that might be lurking not far from us. As we slunk closer to Nina, I almost gasped. She looked well, not like the tattered state I'd found her in some 2 centuries later. We watched her for a moment. I wasn't sure what I'd expected, but I couldn't see a thief. There wasn't anyone dressed in black and sneaking around with a bag marked swag. Finally, we hunkered down to wait and observe. The last thing we wanted was to draw attention to Nina right now. We sat there for more than an hour, Torrance in an uncomfortable crouch, until suddenly we heard yips of alarm and howls of aggression on the wind. The Staffordshire Pack were on high alert, and judging by the increasing volume of their cries, they were heading our way. Uh-oh. That wasn't what we needed. Shit was about to go down. As we tensed for the wolves thundering towards us, a man burst out of the seat of power. God damn it! I hadn't seen anyone go in. Had he been in there since before we'd arrived? The thief was small and skinny, with narrow eyes and a prominent aquiline nose. He had a bag on his shoulder. He was trying to pull it off with one hand, but it had caught on his head and he was getting flustered as he pulled at it. All the while his other hand was stubbornly clutching the glowing orb. Presumably he was planning to shove it into the bag once he got it open. His fear of the approaching werewolves was making him clumsy. He was a clumsy, scaredy thief. My favourite type. Greg shifted to human to speak to us.
That's a go bag,
he said urgently. I shifted too. What's that, like a bug-out bag? I asked.
No, if he puts the orb in it, it'll be transported to a linked bag that could potentially be hundreds of miles away. Don't let him put it in the bag.
Greg shifted back, and we raced towards the fumbling thief. At the same time as we broke through the cover of the trees, the Staffordshire wolves came over the brow of the hill. Langston braced himself, and his golden eyes turned blue. He blew a hard gust of wind at the unprepared wolves that sent them tumbling. It bought us a few seconds, but not much more. Maybe air powers were overrated. Then again, maybe Langston wasn't proficient in using them.
If we had air powers, Esme growled, we could use the air itself to slice our enemies in two.
Well, we don't, so claws will have to do, I shot back. Greg and I thundered towards the thief, as Torrance grew a fireball and rolled it towards the wolves. It was huge and ponderous, so it was easy for the agile wolves to leap out of its way, before it fizzled out uselessly a few paces away from them. The thief had pulled the bag off his shoulder, and Esme and I leapt to stop him from putting the orb inside it. As we landed on his chest, we didn't hesitate. Esme never hesitates. She bit down on his forearm, tearing through muscle and sinew, and even chomping through bone. He gave an unearthly scream, and dropped the orb as he clutched at his ruined arm. Torrance sent another fireball rolling towards the attacking wolves. Before it could reach them, the eyes of one of the Staffordshire Pack wolves turned blue, and it used air magic to blow the fire back at him. Torrance didn't blink. He knew he could absorb the flames easily. I hate this bit, Terence muttered into my mind, and winced. Before I could ask what he meant,
The thief pulled a packet of something from his pocket with his good arm and threw it into the fire. I saw Torrance's eyes widen in panic, but he could do no more as the fires hit him. And this time, he didn't absorb them. Lit up like a beacon, he stood there, screaming. Langston ran towards him. "Tor!" he shouted in anguish. I shifted into human. "Drop and roll!" I screamed at Torrance. But he didn't drop and roll. He just ran around in circles, still screaming as his own flames burned him alive. "Torrance, call the fire to us and then throw it somewhere else," I suggested urgently. He did as I bade, pulling the flames from himself and tossing them away. In his haste to end his suffering, he tossed the spare flames towards the seat of power, where they instantly caught on the wooden structure.
This was a total mess.
"Get water!" I screamed at the Staffordshire pack. "Hurry! Save the seat of power!" The wolves stared at us, frozen by indecision. They'd been braced for an attack, and we were interlopers, but now we were talking about saving the seat of power. Were we friend or foe? "Do it!" Esme barked. After a moment's hesitation, half of the confused wolves loped back to the mansion to get water. They'd been whipped into action by our alpha command, even if they didn't understand how that was possible. The other half stayed and watched us, growling threateningly, but not taking any steps to attack us. I looked around, torn. I wanted to help Torrance, but, sick as it made me, I turned back to the thief. He was the reason I'd come here. I'd helped Torrance after I had the orb. I was just in time to see the orb's light flicker, pulse, and go out. The man in black frowned, but still dropped it into his go-bag. Son of a bitch. The Staffordshire wolves staggered and fell, and Langston gasped and dropped to the floor, like he'd been punched. He lay there dumbly in his wolf form, slowly blinking his golden eyes. Then he shifted into human form. He sat up slowly and turned to me, his eyes wide. "My air power. I can't reach it," he panted in panic. The Staffordshire wolves must have reached the same conclusion. Feeling weakened, they beat a hasty retreat back to their stronghold. Recriminations boiled through me. I had screwed up and I had failed. The orb was in the go-bag being sent to who knew where. Torrance was covered in severe burns that he couldn't possibly recover from, and Nina was on fire.
God, I'm so rubbish at this. Everything that could get mucked up had gotten mucked up.
"Beat yourself up later,"
Esme snapped.
"Fix it. Now."
She was right. Feeling sorry for myself wasn't helping anyone. God knows, there were plenty of people in need of help. Abruptly, Langston spotted Torrance, staggered to his feet and collapsed next to his former best friend. Torrance's skin was a mix of blistered skin and blackened flesh. Not an inch of his alabaster skin remained, not that I could see anyway, and his clothes had melted and meshed with his scorched torso.
"Oh my God, Tor."
Langston reached out and cradled his head.
"Tor, you'll be okay. We'll get you to a healer."
I shook my head. Torrance wasn't going to be okay. Not by a long shot. He had minutes left of his life, if that. The shock of the wounds were killing him, and we didn't have time to waste. If I was going to save him, I had to do it now. The orb was lost to me, for now, but at least I could do this, hopefully. Torrance was hanging on to consciousness by the barest thread. He mumbled something I couldn't make out. I turned to Greg. "Put out that bloody fire!" I ordered, pointing to the smoke pouring from Nina. And then I ran headfirst into a burning building, because I couldn't save Torrance without a little help. Chapter 34. "Hello?" I called out as I walked into the seat of power. "Nina?" The house shuddered around me but didn't reply. I pulled my piping power up from my gut and reached out to the house. "Nina, honey, I need you to focus." "I'm on fire!" she screamed,
It was a fair point. "Help is coming," I promised. "I've sent the wolves to get water. You're going to be okay." I tried to reassure her. "I'm burning! I'm dying!" Panic laced her thoughts, but I didn't have time for histrionics, however justified they were. I sent her an image of us together in the future, in which I was sitting with a cup of tea in the cosy room she created for me, and she was much bigger and full of lone wolves. "I promise you're going to be fine, Nina," I soothed. That's me," she said slowly, her tone perplexed. "But I've never been that big." "That's you," I confirmed, "with me in the future. So you have to accept that you're going to be fine." "I know it hurts, honey, but I really need your help right now. Focus, please." "Even if I'm not dying, the orb is gone." She was still panicking. "I closed it, but I failed." "We all did, not just you. This muck-up was a team effort." "I managed to close it," she repeated, anguished. "But it's gone. We need to get it back." I sighed, suddenly weary. I knew we wouldn't get it back, not for the next couple of 100 years or so. "It's gone," I admitted unhappily. "We'll get it back, but not any time soon. For now, I need your help with something else. I need the crown of Tor. I had the crown from my time with me, but I needed the crown from the current timeline to fix things the way they needed to be." "I'm only supposed to give that to the next king or queen," she said doubtfully. "That's me, Queen Lucy, at your service." To speed up the conversation since Torrance lay dying, I showed her my memory of her dropping the crown into my hands, and the image of me wearing it in front of a mirror. The house hesitated a second. "Oh, please, Nina," I entreated her. "I need it. I need to save Torrance." The ceiling above me opened, and this time I caught the circlet of gold. "Thank you. I'll come back in a minute after I've saved him." I ran out of the seat of power and skidded to Torrance. His chest was rising and falling shallowly. He had succumbed to the pain and was unconscious. Langston was cradling him, tears pouring down his face as he gently rocked him to and fro. I'm so sorry," he said, over and over again in an agonized, mindless litany. In my mind, Torrance sighed. "It's okay, old friend. We all make mistakes." Langston's ill-thought-out seduction and one-night stand had resulted in the young lady's death, but he couldn't have foreseen this outcome. It was rare for wolves to be able to procreate, and he would never have expected Torrance's young lady to fall pregnant, let alone take her own life. You never knew what darkness lingered within another person. Depression and mental illness didn't come with a marching band and a banner. Langston had failed to act kindly, and I suspected he'd spend the rest of his life trying to make up for it. I sank into the grass next to Torrance. "I need him," I said softly to Langston. "Give him to me."
"Can you save him?"
he asked desperately. "Yes, but not in the way that you mean. Hurry, Langston, he's fading fast." Langston carefully manoeuvred his unconscious friend into my arms, and I laid the circlet of Tor on Torrance's chest. I licked my lips and pulled my piping magic up from my stomach. I needed to do more than tie Torrance to the crown. I needed to bind them irrevocably. I hummed Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star as I reached out to Torrance with the wave of magic that was building inside of me. I'd shied away time and time again from using my piping powers to force action on others, but I didn't know of any other way to achieve what I wanted. "Bind with the crown of Tor," I ordered Torrance, pulling his soul from his body and shoving it forcefully into the crown. I wove them together tightly, tighter than that cranky bitch had fastened my corset. I sank his soul, his life, and his magic into the gold itself. As I did so, I noticed that the crown already had its own magic. A sluggish sentience reached out greedily to take Torrance into its being, for it was always longing to be more. In panic, I tried to pull Torrance back, but Terence spoke into my mind.
"It's okay,"
he reassured me.
"Together we are more. It's okay, Your Majesty. It is meant to be. Finish it."
In my mind, he pointed to his body, and I reached out with my magic and severed the link between him and his flesh. With a soft sigh, The last vestiges of Torrance sank into the crown. I couldn't have separated them now if I tried. You said you were cursed, I accused Torrance.
And I lied,
he admitted.
I could hardly tell you that you were the one who shoved my soul into the crown, could I?
I didn't argue because in my arms the body expelled its last breath, and its chest did not rise again.
You said you'd save him,
Langston cried. And I did, I said wearily, but not how you expected. As I lifted the crown, I fancied that somehow it weighed a little heavier. He's in here. I tapped the gold. And he'll outlive you, and probably me too. He's not tied to the mortal plane any more. I laid Terrence's body down.
They don't find my body,
Torrance said, his tone surprisingly clinical.
Tell Lang to step back.
Step back, I parroted to Langston, and he did so. Torrance called forth his fire elemental powers and set Torrance's body on fire. In silence, Langston and I watched Torrance's body burn. Ashes to ashes. I'm sorry, I said to Torrance miserably. I shouldn't have let you come with me.
I don't regret any of it, my queen. And after all, Nina needs a companion.
He was right. His companionship had saved Nina's sanity. To be alone and hungry in the darkness would have been too much for anyone to bear. Torrance had saved her as much as I had. I looked at Langston. He forgives you, you know. He looked up.
What?
Torrance. He forgives you for what happened with the girl. Langston's eyes were agonized.
He may well do,
he whispered.
But I will never forgive myself. I will carry it with me forever. If I had known she was pregnant, I would have married her. It would have been difficult getting out from Timmy's yoke, but I would have done it for her. I will regret her death and my actions that led to it until my dying breath.
He licked his lips.
Is he really in there?
He nodded at the crown. Yes.
Prove it.
His harsh statement surprised a laugh out of me. What?
Prove he's in there.
I sighed. Torrance, tell me something only you would know about Langston.
He's a rogue and a brigand,
he said with humour.
But once he rescued a kitten, stuck in a crate, and he fed it his own supper.
He says you once rescued a kitten that was stuck in a crate, and you fed it your dinner. Langston froze.
What did I call the kitten?
He asked finally.
Big Boss Meow.
Torrance snickered. Big Boss Meow, I repeated dutifully.
Cats are not the big bosses.
Esme sniffed. Langston was staring wide-eyed at the crown.
Wow, he really is in there.
Yes, he's really in there.
He forgives me?
He asked brokenly. He forgives you. I clapped the large man on the shoulder and left him, as his tears started to flow again. It would take him a while to accept that Torrance had forgiven him, and I suspected it would take him even longer to forgive himself. Forgiveness from others could be earned. Forgiving yourself was significantly harder. Chapter 35. Greg and the Staffordshire pack were working together to put out the fire in Nina. Look at him, making friends everywhere he goes, I thought. Then left them to it, and took the crown with me back into the seat of power. Nina, I called, I have the crown for you. And the orb? She asked eagerly. I grimaced. Not the orb. Sorry. As I set the crown on the floor, the planks moved, and in a moment, it was gone. So, I cleared my throat. There's a spirit in the crown now, and his name is Torrance. He can keep you company for a while until the Great Pack restores your ability to talk to the wolves that visit you. The Great Pack? She sniffed. If it's so great, then why has it abandoned me? A tingle flew across my scalp, and a sense of déjà vu crashed over me. We'd had this conversation before. When I'd first met her, she'd seemed ignorant of the curse. Did that mean I shouldn't mention it? Had she forgotten? Or was she just a great actor? In the end, I decided to risk it. The witches cursed the werewolves and turned anyone that went feral, golden-eyed, into gargoyles. They intended the curse to separate the wolves from the humans and end them forever. But it didn't work like that. Instead, they separated the wolves from the Great Pack. The Great Pack has been silent to all of us. "Then how come I can talk to you?" she asked nosily. "In for a penny, in for a pound. I'm a piper." "Ah, how will I talk to Torrance?" Good question. I knew that they could talk, so it had to be possible. But she couldn't exactly wear Torrance on her head like I did. "I'll link you. 1 second." I hummed a ditty and reached out with my piping magic. It was sluggish and hard to work with, and for a second, I almost bound her to Terrance instead of Torrance. Whoops. I hummed the tune again and tied her to the correct crown and spirit. When I'd finished, I was bone-achingly tired. I'd used a heck of a lot of magic on this trip and done plenty of things that should have been impossible. The impossible was becoming my speciality. "All done, I hope," I said. "I'll introduce myself after you go," Nina said primly. "The fire is nearly out," she noted with satisfaction. "It is." I let the moment stretch, wondering what to say. "Tell her the truth," Esme suggested. It was often her advice. She had no duplicity, and I loved that about her. I licked my lips. "Nina, I have something else to tell you." "You're from the future. You use the third realm." "Well, yes," I admitted, "but that wasn't what I was going to say." I collected my thoughts. "The truth is that the next few years will be hard for you. You need to protect the crown and yourself, so you'll have to cultivate a deadly persona. You need to convince everyone that they should leave you alone. Even me when we meet for the first time in the future." "Ah," she said. "I'll be a swashbuckling pirate house." She sounded excited at the prospect. "Less piratey," I suggested. "More sinister and lethal. Slamming doors and windows, creepy lights, people disappearing if they venture inside you. That sort of thing." "I can't disappear people," she objected. "I deliver the dead to the Great Pack, but I don't make them dead. I couldn't kill anyone if I tried." "I know, Nina, but people have to believe that you do. Torrance will help you." I felt her uncertainty, so I went on. "You know the chap in the crown I just linked you to? He's very nice. You'll be good friends." "I bet he's snooty," she sniffed. "He's not," I promised. "With a name like that. We can't help the name we're given." I paused as I thought about it. "Do you know why it's called the Crown of Tor?" I asked. The house gave a light shudder, her equivalent of a small shrug. "A seer named it, I think." I grimaced. I bet they did. "I've got to go, Nina." We needed to make tracks before the Staffordshire pack started asking inconvenient questions. "I'll be back, but not for a while. Just be patient, honey. Okay?" "Patient and deadly." "Pretend deadly," I amended, and patted her walls. "Look after yourself and Torrance." "I think I'll call him Terrance, or maybe Terry," she mused. I slipped out of the house as I heard her introducing herself. "And thus begins a beautiful friendship," Terrance said warmly into my mind. "Thank you for that. We would have been very lonely without each other. We had our moments, of course, but generally we got on very well." "I'm glad," I sent back, and I knew that he felt that I was. "Who the hell are you?" a naked man asked as I exited the seat of power. "And how do you still have your clothes on after a shift?" I smiled at him as I answered the second question first and waggled my fingers. "Magic. Who I am is not important right now. What is important is that the orb has been lost and our air powers with it. I vow that I am here to track down the thief and restore the orb to the seat of power. I hold no ill will against the Staffordshire pack." I glowed yellow as the oath took a hold of me. It was the quickest way I knew to get them to believe me, because if I were lying, the oath-breaking magic would kill me as surely as they would. My companions and I will track down the thief and restore the orb. You have my word. In the meantime, you must protect the seat of power. I paused. I supposed it was best to sow some seeds. She's not herself at the moment, cut off from the great pack, lost to the orb. She's unstable. You must keep others from entering her walls until we can restore it. Where's your alpha? The man, the beta I was guessing, frowned.
He's away on business,
he said gruffly. He frowned. He was thinking that heads would roll for this fiasco, and the first head to bounce would be his. I looked at him with sympathy. You couldn't have prevented this.
That's not how he'll see it.
He swallowed.
Go, find the thief. Maybe you can restore the orb before he returns. That's the best I can hope for at this point.
I didn't tell him that his hopes were overly optimistic. I just took the opening he gave me and left, with Langston and Greg in tow. We stumbled our way back through the forest, all feeling the metaphorical shade of Torrance stalking us. Talk to me about this go-bag, I said to Greg, as we walked back to the carriage.
Go-bags are incredibly expensive. It takes a witch weeks to ruin a matching pair. But basically, you put something in one and that object pops up in its paired twin. They've fallen out of favour in modern times because now you can courier stuff almost as quickly and without paying the witches an arm and a leg. The only dragons that still use them are old school fussy ones like Leonard.
Who's Leonard?
Leonard was part of Emory's dragon court. He handles the court's finances.
And you've seen him and his brethren use go-backs?
Many a time.
I've never seen one before. He sighed.
You wouldn't have. They're almost exclusively a brethren trick. A way for those of us who have no magic of our own to secure treasure for our dragons.
Oh, boy. Does that mean... He nodded, looking grim.
Oh, yes. Our thief is brethren. The orb is being held by a dragon. And I can probably tell you who.
Who? His jaw worked.
I worked as one of the leaders of the brethren for a couple of years. To do that, I had to know all the prominent families.
And this guy was from one of the families?
I'm not certain, but near as damn it, I bet a year's wage on it. Some traits breed true, like those narrow eyes and aquiline nose.
Yep, I could see how those would be distinguishing features. So who is he? I asked impatiently.
He's part of the Hunter family.
And that means? I coaxed.
It means the dragon his family serves is Geneve.
Chapter 36. I stewed all the way back to Birmingham. Geneve. Freaking Geneve. She's stolen the orb from the werewolves, hidden it from us for centuries. Why? Did she just want us to be weaker? Again, why? I remembered her supercilious glances whilst I'd been giving evidence to support Emory. Her dislike had seemed so strong. Was there something else there? Had some werewolf done her wrong a few centuries ago and she'd been holding a grudge all this time? Because if so, I had to say that it was Olympic-level grudge-holding, and that really wasn't healthy. She needed to learn to let it go, assuming, of course, that this was about a grudge and not some other reason. I toyed with that thought. What else could it be? The only answer that came to mind was power or riches. If the orb was working, maybe she could sell it for a pretty penny, so riches were a distinct possibility. Shut down, it was nothing more than a pretty paperweight. That left power. Had she wanted the air power for herself? That seemed unlikely. She had wings, so she could generate a fair amount of wind. Plus she had her firepower and her slice of invulnerability. Did she want nothing more than to take power from us? Was it that simple? She'd taken power from Emory. Had she taken power from us too? For some reason, that struck a chord. She was exactly the sort of pretty bitch that would trample all over someone far prettier sandcastle. Whatever her motivation, the solution remained the same. It was time for us to steal it back. Not now, but when we were back in our own time. It was well documented that the werewolves' air powers had been lost for centuries, and I didn't want to mess with the timeline any more than I already had. And I really had been toying with it. I'd whispered sweet nothings in its ear whilst I thoroughly shafted it from behind. Hopefully, The intervening centuries had made Genevieve complacent and lax, so maybe stealing back the orb would be cakewalk. Of course, there was every possibility that it would end in fiery death for us all. It was always important to make a list of pros and cons. The train squealed into the station, and we stood to make our way out of it. "After you," a passenger said politely. "Thank you," I responded as I climbed out, automatically giving a reserved smile to the kindly gentleman. And then my insides froze. The librarian looked exactly the same. He was wearing small, wire-frame glasses, and his beard was neatly trimmed. I stared at him open-mouthed. He winked. "It's not considered polite to gape in this century, Lucy Alessandro Barrett. Perhaps in the next. Don't forget about the prophecy." With that, he disappeared into the crowd. "Wait!" I called after him. But he didn't. The prophecy. Unbidden, the words rose in my mind. Born to fire, wolf torn, bridge the chasm, end the forlorn, curse be lifted, wolves be whole, destroy the order, pay the toll. A queen alpha, past before seen, reverse what was, and shouldn't have been. Oh my God. The order. That was where I'd heard that phrase before. It wasn't destroy the order, it was destroy the order. I wasn't just destined to destroy the status quo, but the Domini themselves. Lost as I was in my own head, I didn't notice Timmy Krieg until he was right in front of me. He looked at our little group and frowned. "Where's Tor?" he asked. My mouth went dry. "He didn't make it," I said finally. Krieg frowned, clearly not believing me, and switched his gaze to the monolithic man beside me. He quirked an eyebrow in tacit question, and Langston nodded sharply. "We burned his body." Absolutely true. The man was a smooth talker. "Why did you come to meet me?" I asked Krieg abruptly. My heart was aching, and tiredness was swamping me.
"What makes you think I'm here for you?"
He tutted.
"Such arrogance." "I'm here for Denby."
He nodded at Langston. I whirled around to the huge man next to me. "Denby? Langston is your first name?" The large man looked amused.
"It is. Denby's my family name."
Of course it was. He was a spit of Debbie, so why hadn't I seen it before? Gosh darn it. Debbie wasn't alpha of the Birmingham pack. He was alpha of the Derby pack. Langston was in the wrong flipping place. "You need to go to the Derby pack," I blurted abruptly. I turned to Krieg. "You need to let him go." Krieg's eyes narrowed.
"Need to?"
he said, his voice low and dangerous.
"I don't need to do anything you tell me, Queenling Lucy."
"No, I had no time for this bullshit. We were boarding a sleeper train to London and from there going to Ali, the portal, and home. God, how I yearned for home. I wanted to see Ben and Liam and Noah. Heck, I even wanted to see Tristan. I wanted to have one of Finley's Danishes, and I wanted to see Nina to apologize for leaving her hungry and miserable for 2 damn centuries. I was drowning in regret and fresh out of patience. I also wanted to shower. I was so filthy that my skin felt like it was crawling. Scratch that. My skin was so filthy it was doing the conga down my spine. I hadn't moisturized my face for 2 days. My skin was drying up and wrinkling, and I was standing here arguing with a power-hungry megalomaniac. An idea struck me. If it was power he wanted. I'd already done so much damage to the timeline. What would one more tap dance over it matter? I stepped closer to him and whispered in his ear. Send him to Derby, and in the future, your grandson will be the High King of the Ogres. The High King of all ogres. The Krieg name will be one to fear, not just now, but for centuries to come. As I moved back, I saw a slow smile cross his face.
"Well, now,"
Timmy Krieg said, rubbing his chin. He turned to Langston.
"I have things for you to do here, my man. But after that, you're bound for Derby."
Smirking and clicking his fingers for someone else to leap to his aid, he walked away. I exhaled with relief as he left. Things were coming together. They had to. I gave Langston a quick hug goodbye. Highly improper in those times, no doubt, but I didn't care. I'd seen the sadness in the man's eyes, and he deserved a freaking hug. "Take care," I murmured. "Forgive yourself." He looked at me, eyes suddenly sparkling with admiration and fervour.
"You've freed me,"
he murmured wonderingly.
"Freed me from him. When your reign comes, the Denby family will be waiting."
I looked at him, shocked.
"Werewolf hearing,"
he murmured, tapping his ear.
"I heard what you said to Krieg. You're from the future, and in the future you'll need my family in Derby, so that's where we'll be."
He gave me a low bow full of respect. Then he followed Krieg and melted into the crowd. I collapsed against Greg. "Take me home," I begged, "before I tell anyone else something they shouldn't hear. I cannot keep a damned secret. Take me home."
"I'm working on it."
He pressed a chaste kiss to the shell of my ear.
"Let's go."
He took my arm and gently tugged me to our platform. Our train couldn't come soon enough. Shitty Victorian transport. Chapter 37. I awoke when the carriage pulled to a stop, pushed myself up from Greg's shoulder, and stared around bleary-eyed. I spied a dark stain on the shoulder of his shirt. "Did I drool on you?" I asked, mortified. My hand flew to my mouth to, wipe away the spit gathered there. I was so sexy.
"It was cute,"
Greg said with a smile.
"And funny."
I glared.
"But mostly cute,"
he added hastily. A laugh started out of me. "Please, God, tell me we're nearly home." He winked.
"You don't need to call me God. Greg is fine."
I rolled my eyes and he relented.
"We're at Ali's,"
he confirmed.
"and a shower is moments away."
I wondered if he needed one as much as I did. Even though he hadn't been buried under hundreds of layers of petticoats, I had been sweating. The Victorians may have been prim and proper, but they knew bugger all about personal hygiene. A weekly bath was not enough, and whatever had passed for dental care had been totally lacking. Krieg didn't need any more weapons than his noxious breath, and mine wasn't much better. I could knock down Big Ben with it. "Let's go." I threw myself out of the carriage as Greg followed me, laughing. We knocked loudly on Ye Old Rosies, and Ali answered the door. He looked as tired as I felt.
"Did you achieve what you wanted to?"
he asked. I sighed. Kind of, and more that we didn't know we needed to achieve. I'm going to call it a success, but one that I want to end right now. I need to bathe. Ali looked faintly amused.
"You really do,"
he agreed.
"Come on, let's get you out of my time."
Gladly. He did his thing and cast iridescent flames over the portal. I hesitated before I stepped forward and turned to him. "I'm not always kind to you, Grandy, but I do love you with all my heart. We all do. You're important to us." Feeling oddly tearful, I gave him a hug that he returned awkwardly.
"Take care, Lucy,"
he murmured. I nodded against his shoulder and took a moment to memorize his younger, carefree face. This was my last time in the third, and I would never see Ali again. I barely knew him, but he was family, and he'd helped me without question. For some reason, knowing I wouldn't see him again hurt a little. I was just tired. So tired. I was always more emotional when I was tired.
"Rest will be good,"
Esme murmured.
"We have earned it."
Damn right we have. I turned to leave, still turning over how I could help Ali in return, when an idea came to me. I started talking before my brain had consciously agreed that it was a good idea. I blurted, "We do get Jason back. He's okay. I just want you to know that—" Ali raised a supercilious eyebrow.
"And Jason is—"
I smiled ruefully. Jason was his great whatever. Randy Sandy probably wouldn't remember this. But then again, maybe he had. During Jason's kidnapping, he hadn't seemed overly concerned. He'd even gone so far as keeping the restaurant open. Ugh, maybe that was my fault because he already knew the boy would be safe. Speak in haste, repent at leisure. I didn't answer. I'd already said way too much, and then some. Goodbye, Ali, and thank you. I gave him a tired smile, then reached for Greg's hand. Thinking of modern times, We walked back through the portal. Maxwell jerked in surprise at our sudden appearance.
That was quick, like really quick. Did not work.
He frowned, then flashed me a grin.
Never mind, I can smell you. Oh, it worked.
Arsehole. I stuck out my tongue at my cousin.
He winced. Well, that's even worse. For the love of God, close your mouth. Jeez, did you not brush your teeth while you were away?
The Victorians didn't have minty fresh toothpaste, I complained. I need to shower and clean my teeth. Can't even wait for home. Can we use one of your flats?
I have someone in the main one, but you're welcome to the smaller one.
Thank you so much. It can be postage stamp size for all I care, as long as it has hot water.
Go on up. There'll be fresh clothes and toothbrushes waiting for you when you've showered.
You are a god amongst cousins, I declared extravagantly.
Maxwell winked. Your flattery will get you everywhere.
I laughed and flew up the stairs. The shower was calling to me, and I couldn't ignore its siren song any longer.
Oh, yes,
Esme said happily, when I turned the water to hot. I stripped off my foul-smelling clothes and stepped under the jet of water, then winced at the colour of the liquid that sluiced off my skin. Steam-trained smoke and petticoat-induced sweat made for a rank combination.
Room for one more?
Greg asked hopefully. The shower cubicle was tiny, but it seemed churlish to make him wait his turn. Besides, now I was blessedly clean, I was getting impure thoughts. I'm sure we could fit you in, I purred, though we might need to do some shower Tetris. Tab A might need to go into slot B. I winked. He grinned.
I love you so much that I even found that sexy.
Come here and I'll show you sexy, I promised, but no kissing. I haven't brushed my teeth yet.
If you're not kissing me, he said with a wicked glint in his eye, what shall we do with your mouth? I don't want it to feel neglected.
I have some ideas, I assured him. I'm adaptable. We might need to utilize slot C instead of slot B, but I can work with it. I slid down his body and proceeded to shower affection on tab A. Chapter 38. Significantly cleaner, dressed in nondescript jeans and t-shirts, we thanked Maxwell and left Rosie's for home. What are we going to do about Genevieve? I asked as Greg drove. Accusing her of the theft is presumably out of the question. Greg nodded.
We can't accuse her of the theft because we have no real evidence she was involved. Even if it was one of her hunter family that stole it, we have no proof that she ordered the acquisition.
Theft? I interrupted. Call it what it is. He ignored my input.
And besides, even after everything she's done to him, and even though Emory is head over heels about Jinx, Genevieve still has a place in his heart. He wouldn't let us go after her. He'd want to wade in and investigate first. He'd need to be certain of her culpability.
I snorted. With respect, this has nothing to do with Emory, not anymore. He's not even the prime.
Greg winced. Ouch. Kick a man while he's down.
I just mean this isn't really Emory's business.
No, but he could have been a resource we could have used. You're right, it's nothing to do with him, but we can't let him or Jinx know what we suspect. Emory's honour is a millstone around his neck, and he'd want to deal with it. And if we tell Jinx, she'll tell him, and we'll end up with the same problem.
She wouldn't tell if I asked her not to, but I wouldn't ask her to do that.
Okay, so we're agreed. Until this is done, we can't mention our suspicions of Genevieve to either of them.
Agreed. I paused. So what can we do? He slid me a sidelong glance.
Well, firstly, we need to verify that Genevieve still has the orb.
And how do we do that? He grinned.
The hunters have always loved their drink. Perhaps it's time for me to make a social call.
You think they'll spill it when they're drunk?
I know they will. A brethren's favourite drinking game is my dragon's hoard is bigger than your dragon's hoard.
I raised my eyebrows. That doesn't seem particularly discreet.
We only play it with brethren,
he assured me.
It's not a drinking game we play in a pub.
So how are you going to get yourself invited to a private drinking session with one of the Hunter family? He licked his lips, and his hands tightened on the steering wheel.
You're not going to like this bit.
Uh-oh. Tell me.
You remember I had a friend called Mindy?
Bloody Mindy, how could I forget? Half the reason I'd been in hot water with Mark Oates' death was because of Greg sneaking out to see Mindy. Consequently, I'd had no alibi, and neither did he. At the time, it had burned thinking of them together. and the jealousy still raged.
Do you trust him?
Esme asked quietly. Of course I do.
Then there's nothing to be jealous about. What is done is in the yesterdays. He would not harm us now by mating with her.
Oh, to see the world so black and white. I forced a smile. You're going to go drinking with Mindy, and you're going to see if you can get her to admit she's seen an orb in Geneve's treasure trove. Is that right?
In a nutshell. If a brethren relative of Geneve stole it, Mindy will know. We all tell stories about our contributions to the hordes. She'll know,
he repeated confidently. Being a queen sucked. I hated having to choose duty over my sanity. Fine, I huffed. Call her.
I'll call her when we're home.
I nodded, but fell silent and looked out of the window. I was feeling uncomfortably amped up. I was emotionally and physically tired, but my magic was full to bursting and almost buzzing beneath my skin. A recharge in common was like a trickle charge, but a recharge in third was like hooking yourself directly into the grid. I was full of power and it was spilling out of me.
We need to run some of it off or you won't be able to sleep,
Esme warned. You're right, I agreed. Plus a run always cleared my head in the best way. When Greg pulled up in front of the manor, I set out without saying goodbye. Maybe that would make it easier for him to schmooze with Mindy. I knew that I was being a ridiculous twat, and yet I still couldn't quite stop myself. I stalked into my office and jumped when I saw Jacob, Debbie and Tristan talking in there looking dour.
My queen,
Debbie greeted me, dropping instantly to one knee. How could I not have immediately spotted the relationship between him and Langston? Same build, same jawline. I needed to find out how much Debbie knew about my jaunt to the past, and to make sure he understood the need for discretion. If the connection got wind of my frolic through time, it wouldn't be just me who would suffer. Maxwell would too, and I couldn't have that. Tristan, Jacob, out for a moment, please. They left immediately, and I looked at the gargantuan man who was still on his knees in front of me. Debbie, does the name Langston Denby mean anything to you? His eyes lit up.
You've been back, finally. Langston's my great-great-grandfather. Your name has been recorded in our family lore for centuries. The Denby family owes you a great debt, and I'm honoured to be the one to repay it.
Then he grimaced.
Well, kind of. I have bad news, my queen.
Of course he did. Hit me.
Kearns is dead.
I dropped my head into my hands and blew out slowly through my fingers. Son of a gun. How? He shook his head.
That we do not know. He was laying on the bed, locked in darkness and being exposed to white noise. He was still for a long time. It was only when Finlay complained that the prisoner hadn't eaten any of his meals that we checked on him. He was dead. Stone cold. His meals had been posted through a slot on the door, so he might well have been dead for most of the time he was in the dungeon.
What a bloody mess. I dropped my head into my hands.
Nose up, Lucy,
Esme said sympathetically. What? A laugh bubbled up as I caught her meaning. Chin up.
Nose, chins, whatever facial protuberance you want to pick. It's all the same. You humans are very angular.
No more than a muzzle, I shot back.
The better to eat our enemies with,
she sniffed.
Your pathetic teeth struggle with toffee popcorn.
Hey, shall we focus here? I lifted my head and looked at Debbie. Do we have CCTV cameras in the dungeon?
We do, yes, but because of the...
He cleared his throat.
Delicate purpose of the room. The security footage records in a loop and is never preserved for more than 24 hours. There's no cloud backup because we don't want incriminating evidence out there where it can be hacked.
So what you're saying is that someone sneaked in and killed Kearns, and our CCTV recorded it over the incident, so we have no idea who killed him. Or when? Debbie licked his lips.
Not quite, Your Majesty. Jacob, Tristan and I have checked the mansion's footage for the last 2 days. There haven't been any intrusions by any third parties. Not a single one since Kearns was seized.
Spell it out for me, I said tightly. Even though I knew what he was driving at, I needed to hear it.
The killer didn't come onto the lands to kill Kearns because they were already here. The killer's someone from your pack, Your Majesty. Someone who could get access to the CCTV and the dungeons without raising an eyebrow.
The conclusion seemed unavoidable. I had another Domini spy in the mansion. I thought it was Kearns, but while he may have been one spy in my midst, he clearly wasn't the only one. I had another Domini agent in my home, and they'd killed Kearns. I needed to find the prick and teach him or her some basic hosting etiquette. Killing your guests was a huge no-no.
God's sake, what a mess.
Chapter 39. After the heavy conversation with Debbie, I had a text from Greg telling me he was heading out to meet Mindy. I could only hope that her nose was as prominent as her forebears. I summoned the other men back in. I need a run, I grunted to Debbie. Tristan, are you okay to take charge of the security console? Greg is off-site.
Of course.
He bowed quickly. His eyes were curious, but he didn't ask where Greg was. If I hadn't volunteered that information, it was because I didn't want him to have it. The fewer people who knew that Greg was schmoozing with another woman, the better. Not least because I didn't want Genevieve to see us coming. I didn't need her to connect the dots until I was ready for her to. And also, it was embarrassing. I was being knowingly cuckolded, and that wasn't a kink of mine. The thought of seeing Greg with someone else made me want to rip whoever she was into teeny-weeny parts. There were no threesomes in our future. I looked at the dark seraph soldier. Jacob, will you keep watch over us whilst we run? Greg would have my hide if he found I hadn't taken appropriate safety measures. Knowing now that the Domini were very much here to stay, it seemed a good idea to have an escort. Look at me, all grown up and sensible. Jacob bowed low.
It would be my honour, Your Majesty.
Fantastic. Debbie, would you like to run with me? I rolled my shoulders. I didn't want to be alone, and Debbie was fantastic company. Like Wackadoo, he knew when silence was truly golden. He nodded.
I would love to.
Great. I'll put my head into the kitchen and make sure they've got some food ready for us when we return. Jacob, ask one of the other seraph to do a quick recce before we go out. I took the crown off my head. I needed some mental space, quite literally. 3 was a crowd. Back soon, I murmured to Torrance, giving him a light pat. Then I walked calmly through the mansion like I didn't yet again have a goddamned corpse in the building.
This one really isn't our fault,
Esme assured me. Then why does it feel like it is? I shot back.
Because you like assuming responsibility for occurrences that are nothing to do with you,
she said, her tone matter of fact. I didn't have a comeback, so I remained silent as I opened the kitchen door. Noah, Ben, and Finley were laughing together, and it warmed me to see Ben assimilating so easily into pack life. Hey, I said, I'm going for a run with Debbie. Can you make sure there's some warm food ready when we're back? I might ask others to join us too, so go for it. A full feast. Finley pushed off the side, all seriousness.
Absolutely, my queen. I'll get right on it.
I'll help, Noah offered. Ben slid an uncertain glance at Noah before saying quietly to me,
Perhaps Rohan and I could join you for a run?
I smiled at him. The first full smile I'd given since I got back. Absolutely. I'd love that. Truly. I needed it. I returned to my office with Ben trailing behind me. Reluctantly, I put the crown back on to ensure I wouldn't appear naked in front of my brother. It also gave me extra firepower. Real fire. So I couldn't afford to be precious about wearing it. Especially when Greg wasn't there. He'd be cranky if he learned I'd taken silly risks. And only one of us should be cranky at a time. I was currently wearing the cranky pants for all I was worth. Freaking Mindy.
Her nose is sure to be as big as an eagle's beak,
Esme promised, startling a laugh out of me. Thank you, Esme.
Come on, a run will do us good.
Her excitement was palpable, and her enthusiasm contagious. I let myself get swept up in it. Let's go. I shifted and trotted out of the front door, leaving Ben and Debbie to undress and shift before they joined me. We padded onto the front lawn, where Nina's lights blazed, warm and inviting. Laughter poured out of her. Everyone was in good spirits but me. I stifled the whiny thought. I was starting to annoy myself, and no one liked a moaner. My mum came from the, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, school of thought. To my surprise, Esme threw back our head and howled. Come and play, she shouted joyfully, as she turned in circles and chased her tail in excitement. Nina's door was flung open, and after a beat, a wolf walked out. Somehow I knew that it was Nova. A beat later, Another loner joined us, and then another. We all howled with happiness as more and more wolves poured out to join us. Lone wolves at first, but then wolves from the mansion summoned by Esme's exuberance. Ben and Debbie joined me. They sat by my side, and then, when everyone was ready, we set out to run. I slid back and let Esme take full control. I enjoyed the feel of the earth in our claws, the scents in our nose, and the ruffle of the breeze in our fur. I let the stress of the last few days melt away as we raced over our lands. A happy Wicker called to us, then Aries and Ivy joined us. Ivy stayed close to Aries' rump, but even so, she seemed a lot more relaxed. She no longer showed the whites of her eyes when she looked at us, and that was huge progress. Esme and I greeted her gently, and she gave us a warm nuzzle in response. The other wolves meandered around the unicorns. "Pack," they said, with their gentle touches and their silent affection. Esme and I nuzzled the others that ran with us, especially our littermate, Ben. We were filled with such joy to have him with us, to share in this truly magical experience for the first time. Together, we would teach him what it truly meant to be pack, to belong. Someone tossed a howl into the air, joyfully calling us to play. We ran together, wolves and unicorns, claws and hooves pounding into the earth. David would kill us for ruining his perfect lawn, but I didn't care. A positive vibe filled the air, and contentment filled my heart. Running like this, being so present in the moment, was almost a meditative experience. My mind cleared and my anxieties fell away. Greg had agreed to be my mate, and he'd be back soon. When he was, I'd make sure the name Mindy was expunged from his memory forever. Chapter 40. After the run, there was a proper celebration. Seeing the number of hungry wolves you'd have to feed, Finley fired up the barbecue, and Ben ignited a small fire pit, whilst Noah handed out marshmallows and skewers to the pups, and anyone who was too hungry to wait for the meat. He pointedly gave skewers to Harry, Max, and Toby. The boys offered weak smiles as he passed them over, and Noah gave a reserved smile in return. It was a start. Rifts were being mended. Sitting with the pups around the fire pit, Bobby was using his skewers to recreate the battle of Lucy and James. I winced a little as he jabbed them into each other and mimed the blood spray with his hands. Next to him, feeling my gaze, Xander toasted me with a dripping marshmallow. If anything, his adoration of me increased during Bobby's passionate miming of his rescue. Aries and Ivy had followed us back to the mansion after the run, and they joined in the impromptu celebration. Aries was enjoying stealing uncooked burger patties whenever Finley's back was turned, delicately passing them to the snickering foal behind him. When Finley turned around, he counted the burgers, frowned, and scratched his head. I met his eyes across the firelight, and he winked at me as he deliberately, accidentally turned his back on the raw patties again. My heart was full to bursting. This was Pack. This was what all these people deserved to feel. And, because I was a good alpha, and I could see my presence still made some of them nervous, after 3 burgers I excused myself. Heavy lay the crown, indeed. I enjoyed a second shower, and brushed and flossed my teeth. I took my time cleansing, toning, and moisturizing my face, and then I moisturized everywhere else, too. I had the lights on low and my mood was high. I listened to music as I danced around my room. After all, there was no one to watch me. The door snicked open, but I didn't stop dancing because Esme and I knew the scent of the interloper.
"God, you're beautiful,"
Greg said, his voice full of emotion.
"I love you, Lucy."
"I love you too." I stopped dancing and crossed the distance between us to kiss him with everything I had. He drew back and looked at me with wonder.
How'd I ever get so lucky? Thank goodness that vampire nearly killed me.
I laughed. Thank goodness Jinx stabbed you with Glimmer.
Well, that too.
How was your evening? I had to ask. I had to know. He sobered.
Genevieve definitely has the orb. It's secure in her hoard in her castle.
Bingo. Well, that's good news. We know where it is. Perfect.
We're not going to be able to take it by brute force,
Greg continued. I snorted. Of course not. Things like this require a little finesse.
Finesse?
Finesse. I grinned at him. It's time to plan a heist. He licked his lips and looked at my naked body.
Now?
Tomorrow, I suggested. We want our brains to be fresh to plan a heist because tired brains make mistakes, and we don't want that.
We don't,
he agreed. Do you have any idea what we could do in the meantime? I batted my eyelashes with faux coyness.
I have one or two,
he murmured.
Let me consult my spreadsheet.
I laughed as I leaned into his body and helped him unbutton his clothes. It's like you read my mind. His lips brushed mine, and I realized suddenly that I still hadn't told him about Kern's dying. Oh well, it could wait. Anyway, corpses were more of an early morning topic. I let his touch distract me as I devoted myself fully to our colour-coded spreadsheet activities. Tomorrow I'd tell him about the pack's joyful run. I'd tell him about Kearns' death, and my suspicions about another Domini spy in our midst. And then we'd plan the heist of the century. It was time to get the orb and our powers back. And I wasn't planning on asking nicely. The End. Resurgence of the Pack is an urban fantasy collection by Heather G. Harris. Narrated by Elise Gibbs. Author's note: if you'd like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases, and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please do feel free to check out her direct store, where all sorts of goodies and merchandise awaits you.